y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Hey, pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey,
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it
The
fly on.
passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy's fat with disgusting, it's whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation, facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground, y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your digits, I can just fly on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your digits, I can just fly on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds.
All viral.
Man, y'all make sure y'all share this video and make sure y'all subscribe to All Viral Access Media. You know the vibes.
They thought we forgot.
forget. This one's for the rules. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirit's woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our right. We happy day. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundational Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, the fight, the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the scars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our pain took the power. Our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace now, and now we reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the rule, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American. Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You use our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, Get a bill, what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go.
Do you like that? Do you like that?
Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copies, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Still in my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Hate y'all still, hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, suck the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBA, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type, the prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, way they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the card. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
don't disappear. It's all love, it's all love, it's all love. I mean it's all love. Foundational built from the ground. FBA 10 toes down. We compromise, we go through things. Still choosing us, that's what it means. I like it when you pull my hair. Spank me, choke me, you right there. Ain't no switch up, ain't no fear. When it get heavy, we still here. It's all love, it's all love. When I was down, you was there. All love, it's all love, all love, it's all love. When you was down, I was there. All love, it's all love. Is all when I was down, you was there. When you was down, I was there. Ups and downs, still right here. Street love, we don't disappear. It's all love, it's all love, it's all love. I mean it's all love, it's all love. Without you there, it's all love, it's all love. Without you there, it's all love. It's all through the fire, through the pain, same side, different days. I mean it, it's all love. It's all love.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Shane Krumah. Went on a little bit early today because the Super Bowl just ended. That shit was trash. The halftime show was trash. The whole game was trash. It was just trash all around. And on the season 6, episode 12, part 2 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 1. And that is another confusing reparations bill introduced by a politician who sabotaged Black Americans. Then we got crime report from Professor Black Truth. Loletha Hall's killer gets prison. Great news. Glorilla's sister calls her out for not giving them money because they're struggling. Breaking tragedy just hit Lil Jon hard. Something ain't right. Lil Jon's son found dead. Then Siberian signage removal under Trump sparks questions. I thought they were the natives. How they getting removed and they're supposed to be natives to this land. What is going on? And then we got Canelo Alvarez. He just ain't learned. He's just going to get his teeth broke, his jaw broke again. Or he understands, stop messing with FBA. Canelo Alvarez calls out Terence Crawford for not rematching him and blames CRAMPS for loss. How about a sore loser? And then last but certainly not least, we got Emergency Black Leadership Summit that took place this weekend in Minneapolis, Minnesota. and we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We give the news from a frontline and Black first perspective. We are part of the New Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of the New Blacc Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are part of the frontline campaign. Frontline Black News being one of the first. We started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Oh, speaking of which, Shabaka should be joining us here as well. And we're joined with our other host, Lady Che. She's in the background. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. It started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. And is also part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure you like and share the broadcast, family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News, Frontline Black News 2. Our backup channel, make sure you're sub to that, just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down again. Then we got Justin Paris, aka Chan Krumah, my personal page, where we stream all the city council meetings, community events, the food banks, anything I feel like filming for that day. Then check out Lady Che's channel, The Revolutionary Agenda, the RBA. She just did one this past week, so make sure y'all check that out. And then we got our cousin out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all check his channel out, What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. Then we got Kukizi, our brother out the Mile High, certified B1, codified brother out the Mile High, Kukizi. He was in the chat yesterday. He might be joining us tonight. We'll see. His link is also in the description. Then we got our brother Breeze Omega. Oh, yeah, and Kukizi usually does the intro track for the Frontline Black News when we're on the page, StreamYard subscription. Then we got our brother Breeze Omega out of Virginia by way of New York. His link is also in the description. And he was live earlier. Then we got our brother Church of Black Power out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas, who was live earlier as well. His link is also in the description. And last but certainly not least, we got our young brother Black Truth United. His link to his channel is in the description. And he also came with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern-day green book for FBA and B1 businesses across the country. So the link to submit a business is in the description, and the link to the Rolodex itself is in the description. Then we got the petition for reparations, change.org. Petition, make sure y'all sign that. Then, I don't know, I still have this up, but require Paul Byrd sign the cease representing the Black Panther Party. Sign the petition. He has since denounced any kind of affiliation with the original Black Panther Party and the new Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. So that's great news. To hell with him and his Black Lion Party. Then we got support the Lady Che's GoFundMe. That link is also in the description. Then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use. The purposes is criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you. And all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity, which is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war, and some say health and nutrition. And that was by the late Nellie Fuller Jr., who passed away last year at the age of 94, 95. Produced justice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Nellie Fuller Jr. Produced justice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy. It's conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that's by the great Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80. And shout out to our FBA brother Tariq Nasheed for paying for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. Make sure y'all share this broadcast out. So I'm going to go right into it with another confusing reparations bill introduced by a politician who sabotaged Black Americans. Can you take a wild guess on which politician we're talking about? Well, you will soon find out, because he's been sabotaging reparations for at least 2 years now. And it's beyond me how he hasn't had hands and feet put on him in California. So, Sister Dimitri K is going to give us an update on that. Let me share my screen. This one.
Hello, everybody. I hope all is well with you. I am Demetra K, and again, I hope you're having a great day. We are going to be having a very interesting conversation here today. But first, you can find me on my own channel Sunday through sometimes Wednesday, 5 p.m. Central Time, because sometimes I take Wednesdays off because, I kind of get burnt out a little bit. But nevertheless, you can also find me always here on the African Diaspora News Channel on Tuesday through Thursday, 11 a.m. Central Time. Again, Tuesday through Thursday, 11 a.m. Central Time. So today we're going to be talking about another confusing reparations bill introduced by Assemblyman Isaac Bryan out of Los Angeles, California. He's also the one who helped sabotage reparations for Black descendants of slavery in California. So this was actually brought to my attention, and I did a lot of research. I'm telling you, it from the surfaces, it's very confusing. I would say it's still kind of confusing. So I was working up to the very last moment before I came on here live to try to just get all the information I can. So hopefully we all are going to learn something together, because it's, a lot of history involved with this. But nevertheless, while we're waiting for everybody to come on here, we do have an app called the African Diaspora News app, where you can get it from your local your Google or Apple Play Store on your phone, right? I said, like, you can go into a building. I don't know, maybe you can. But nevertheless, you can download it from your phone. Of course, it is Black owned, for us, by us, right? Again, the regular mainstream media is not going to tell us the full story about us. And even with this, right, they're not going to really delve into it the way we're going to delve into it. So again, as I always say, if you have Netflix, Hulu, or any of the other apps, Spotify, whatever it is, and you don't have this app, we can't keep complaining about, what they won't let us say and do when we don't participate and invest in the apps that we have created for ourselves, because ain't nobody going to give it to us like us, right? So who's here so far? Sister Shirley, how you doing? Elder Chill, what's going on with you? Brother Troy, Fair Youth, how you doing? Long time no see. Marshall, what's going on with you? And Brother Tyrone, he said, what's up? On your way to the dentist appointment? Well, hopefully you don't have any cavities. Hopefully you don't. Ronnie, how you doing? Says, my wise soul sister Atlanta in the house. Appreciate your great work and reporting. Well, you know what? I appreciate you for being here. It is much appreciated. All right, so I think I've tap danced long enough. As I said, there's a lot involved in the story that I'm about to share with you. So anyway, Carson, how you doing? And 23 Archer, what's going on with you? It was brought to my attention. In fact, this is the message that I got. And I'll let this person remain anonymous for right now. But nevertheless, the message says, good evening, Isaac. That's Isaac Bryan, right? He is assemblyman there in the 55th district of Los Angeles. So it says Isaac introduced what he's calling a direct cash payment reparations bill to buy off a small amount of Black people in the Ladera Heights, Baldwin Hills, Windsor Hills area, which is a part of the 1/3 of the district that is Black. Okay, it says that's what he brought up in a meeting he had in Ladera Heights a couple of months ago, and it was the only thing he said that the people who were in attendance were interested in. Now, it says it still doesn't outweigh the larger reparations bill he helped to block in 2024. We're going to get into that. Now it says just means we have more education or educating to do rather. And I was like, you're right. So I went to see exactly what he was talking about. So let's see, because I got a lot down here. Let's start with this. So for those of y'all who don't know, that is Assemblyman Isaac Bryan. Okay. Now he tweeted on the first of this month, which some people say it's Black History Month, right? So he says, today we're introducing a bill in California to give direct cash payments to families impacted by the Inglewood oil field. Okay. It's the largest environmental reparations effort ever to be introduced in South LA. The bill is AB 1661. Okay. So I went and looked it up. And basically, well, I'll let him tell you. So let's take him down real quick. So again, this is what he tweeted. Okay. It's like, okay, now we're getting somewhere. So this was also what he tweeted with that. Let me remove this banner just really quick. So he says a new bill in California will bring environmental reparations to South LA. In 2024, he is speaking of himself, passed legislation to close the Inglewood oil field by 2030 and force the oil companies to pay into a repair fund to the state. Now, AB 1661, also by Assemblyman Bryan, will require that the first $5 million, and I'm like, $5 million? $5 million? Anyway, the fund receives must be paid out in direct cash to families with children who have respiratory conditions. It's the single largest environmental reparations effort ever to be proposed in South LA. So again, basically, the bill says that they have to close the oil fields, and that oil field is Sentinel Park Resources, California. They have to be shutting down by 2030, okay? And for every day that they operate under drawing out 15 barrels of oil, and I'm going to get into the oil fields in just a second, they have to pay $10,000 a day. So I'm assuming that's where this money is going to be coming from. It's not money coming from the city of Los Angeles or the state of California. This is money that will potentially come from these oil fields that are in violation. Okay, so where else? Let me take this down. Again, I got a lot of things going on here. What do I want to show you? Let's get into a little bit of history of this oil fields, because I was not really familiar with the dynamics of these oil fields that are in Los Angeles, California, right? So I put this thing together here. So it has the Inglewood oil fields, a century of extraction, harm, and the fight for closure. And it says from 1930s to 2026, that's what's being blocked right there. So basically, it started in the 1920s. There was oil discovered in Los Angeles, California, right? And it was unregulated to the point of they actually built the oil wells were there, right? The oil and the homes were built right next to them. They said in some cases it's 3 to 30 feet away from these oil fields, right? Oil and gas. So you can see there's homes, there was farmland, from the 1920s and the 50s. Then you go to the 1960s to the 2010s. It says peak production and community harm. So as you can see, there's benzene, there's methane, there's other toxic emissions coming from the drilling and things like that. It sounds like at one point in time, there was this leak that was discovered. And so with that, people started to get sick, right? Some people allegedly said that there's cancer and respiratory issues, which is why he said that people who had children in the Baldwin Hills, and it sounds like Inglewood area, with children with respiratory issues, those families could get a lion's share, and I say that like with strong quotations, of $5 million, I guess if it comes from the oil companies and things like that. So of course, people were protesting, saying, hey, we need to shut this down, right? Now, think about this with me for just a second. When you think about reparations, what do you think about? You think about Black Americans, right? That's what most people think about. You don't think about other people, okay? Now, let's go here. So from the 2000s, 2020s today, right? So it's supposed to close by 2030, but it sounds like it was a lot of pushback from the oil and gas companies because they're like, well, we don't think we're causing any harm. There's really no proof, right? So there's all these conflicting stories about what's really going on. So again, the mandate came out. Sounds like it was signed, that particular one, by Gavin Newsom, and they're supposed to be closing, right? Okay, that's just kind of the history, because like a lot of y'all, I didn't know that there were oil fields like that in California. In fact, they said some of the oil fields, or the wells rather, like in Beverly Hills, because they're there too, but like in Beverly Hills and expansive parts of town, that they're covered up like by buildings, so you can't really see that they're there, because I guess, you know, when you have these multi-million-dollar homes, you don't want to see these oil rigs and wells and stuff, right? So they're covered up, they're disguised. But in the lower income, I guess, other neighborhoods, you can just outright see them. They have like restaurants by them. There's schools. You can see children walking by them and playing and all kind of things, right? Okay, so I just wanted to give you a history of that. I'm learning too. Now, from that tweet, there was a question that came to Isaac Bryan, which he kind of answered it, okay? So this was the question. It was from the Queen of LA, right? And she says, is this bill specifically for descendants of U.S. slaves? And he says, it's a fund paid by the oil company to repair harm caused by them. I'm making sure it goes to the pockets of those who were redlined into living next to it. So he answered it, but he didn't answer it, right? It's like, huh? Answer the question, man. Is it for descendants of U.S. slavery? He did not answer that. So when I started to do this research, I said, okay, now we're getting somewhere, because I know what these bills are about. Right now, there was 6 reparation bills signed by Gavin Newsom. Was no money on it or anything like that. One was an apology, a Crown Act, you know, just the regular stuff. That's not really specifically for Black American descendants of slavery, right? This is in California. So again, as I read a lot of those bills, I'm like, okay, there's a lot of othering going on in there. So with his response, he othered her. He didn't really specifically answer the question. So, okay, I'm like, well, who exactly is this reparations for, right? This alleged $5 million that's supposed to come out. So as I was doing research, looking at different videos and things like this, I'm gonna show y'all just a small snippet of a video that's telling as to who was harmed by these oil companies, allegedly. I'm saying allegedly because it sounds like they're not trying to really say they're responsible, but here it goes.
There have been decades of complaints about environmental racism in some of LA's Black and brown communities. Those complaints now leading to a new study by LA County on the health impact of the Inglewood oil field. All right.
Did y'all hear what they said? I'm going to play it again so you can hear exactly who they said. Now this, I put the date on there purposely because this was 4 years ago. Listen again. Oops, I meant to put that back up there.
There have been decades of complaints about environmental racism in some of LA's Black and brown communities. Those complaints now leading to a new study by LA County on the health impact of the Inglewood oil field. All right.
Said Black and brown. Now we getting somewhere, right? Black and brown is what they said. So right there, we're already debunking that it's specifically for Black descendants of slavery, right? Because these are oil field, you know, harms. I guess, you know, people, everybody who lived there, you know, that was affected by it, with children with respiratory issues, are privy to this $5 million that may or may not be showing up, right? Because even with that, he has got to still go, I think, on March 1st. During the legislative session to, you know, argue this or present it or whatever it is. So it's just kind of a theory right now. It's nothing that's really passed as far as this money is concerned. So as I continue to dig, you know, who are we talking about, right? I happened upon a story from Vice News. Okay, this story was actually 9 years ago, and the title of the story, so y'all can go look it up, says crude LA, California urban oil fields, right? Now you can see who was featured in this story. In fact, I didn't see any Black people featured in this story at all, okay? Y'all can go look it up. I didn't want to play the whole video. It was like 20 minutes long, but I watched it. And this guy up here, the white guy, with the baby and all of that, he lived in, I think it was Porterwood, the area where it was actually a gas leak, and they actually had to move. And so they were being asked, are y'all going to move back there? And he was like, well, if we, if they fixed it, yeah, we'll move back. Okay, this was 9 years ago. Now this one in the middle, Naleli Cabo, she's a youth environmental activist. She would talk about how she would, get headaches and things like that. Now the company in question was saying, well, we don't know how true that is, that she was getting headaches from the emissions that was going on. But as you can see, she's, Latina. And then this particular woman down here is in subtitles because she didn't speak English, but she was talking about, the smells come in the house and, we could smell it and this, that, and the other. And so I just wanted to illustrate that to you, because when we think about reparations again, we think about Black people, Black Americans specifically, right? And as you can see, I've illustrated to you in these stories that there are white and brown Latino people. So let me remove that. Again, when you think about reparations, it's supposed to be for us, but I've showed you, is that really going to be for us? So to answer his question that Queen of LA asked and he didn't want to answer, the answer is no. That $5 million, like if my child, because this is what it's supposed to be for, right, was harmed, respiratorily speaking, right, by these alleged emissions and methane and benzene or whatever it is, $5 million, that should be per person. So you mean we got to split $5 million if that comes, right? Because it's supposed to come from these oil companies. So the answer is no, it's not for descendants of slavery. Now, I also want to refresh y'all memory about something. Here we go.
This is Assemblyman Mr. Bryan. He's mad I brought up the reparations vote. So he's preventing me from speaking. And he's trying to block my access here. Why are you so upset?
You vote for 3 strikes. You put Black folks in prisons, but now you want to be a reparations person. But you won't vote for the bill. I supported the bill all session.
Then bring the bill.
Will you vote for the bill, Mr.
Bring the bill.
Will you vote for the bill?
Bring it up.
Will you vote for reparations?
Bring it up.
I would love it.
Bring it up.
Let's vote for reparations
Bring
together.
It up. Bring it up.
You in, Bill?
Bring it up.
I didn't think so.
Bring it up. I'll vote for it. Bring it up. I'll vote for it.
So again, that was Assemblyman Isaac Bryan from the 55th District of LA, and he is actually being challenged by Brother Billion Godson. I did an interview with him on my channel a week ago, and I'm going to be talking with him even more. But that particular video was from August 31st, 2024, where he and the California Legislative Black Caucus was supposed to take reparations bills to that of Gavin Newsom because they were there in session, whether he was going to veto certain bills or pass them by signing them. But there he was caught red-handed per se by that of Assemblyman Bill Esseley. At the time he was an assemblyman. Now he's at the Trump administration working with ICE or something like that. But Bill was like, you guys got people out there expecting y'all to pass some put some reparation bills to Gavin Newsom. You're not doing it. What's going on with that? And as you can see, Isaac Bryan was mad, right? He was mad. He was gaslighting and conflating because he got caught. So of course, later on, the chairwoman at the time, Lori Wilson, she made a statement saying, oh, well, we, actually decided that it's a multi-year study. That's why we didn't do it, right? Now, mind you, that came from a study that was commissioned. I think it was 2020. They decided they would do it. In a couple of years, it took them to study to see what would be done, right? And so from that, it came, there was a Freedmen Bureau that was supposed to, going into existence if the governor was going to pass it and there was going to be some funds. Well, of course, Gavin Newsom didn't even have a chance to do it because California Legislative Black Caucus and Isaac Bryan, right? They blocked the bills and said, well, Big Daddy Gavin, we won't even allow you to have to tell them no. So we just won't present them at all, right? So here he is talking about, let me see if I could, did I take it down? Here we go. So there he is talking about a new bill in California will bring environmental reparations to South LA. It's like, who you think you fooling? Who you think you fooling? You didn't even want to bring reparations to the people who actually deserve it right now. I'm not saying the people who were harmed allegedly by these oil wells and things like that don't deserve it, but you didn't even want to do it for descendants of slavery there in California. Now you keep coming. See, that's what he does. He keeps coming up with all these bills. Right? He got this bill for that, this bill for that. He even had one, I believe it got vetoed, last year, to say that Black descendants of slavery in California, they can have, I guess, first crack at admissions into California universities and things. And it's like, that wasn't going to pass because we saw Edward Blum go around to the Supreme Court with the Asian students mad because they thought that Black students were getting preferential treatment due to affirmative action, right? So the Supreme Court struck that component down, the educational component of affirmative action. So to see him talking about, we're going to do this reparations bill to allow, descendants of slavery in California to get first crack at admissions. But then I read the bill. The bill said others as well. So it wasn't just for Black Californians, it was for others, but it didn't pass because they knew it wasn't going to pass because you can't do that per the Supreme Court. So here he comes with all these bills. He's making up all this stuff. And like the message that I got saying, hey, he's just trying to appease people, right? Now, will this actually pass? I think it probably will because it's only $5 million and it's not just to Black people. It's, as I showed you, it looks like a lot of other people. Now, will some Black people get some? Yeah, I'm sure. $5 million? Are you crazy? I wouldn't even go on Twitter and tell nobody that I'm fighting for $5 million for a whole bunch of people to split up. What is it going to be, like $10 or whatever, whatever it is at the end of the day? Like, that ain't no flex. But see, the problem is, as I talked about this yesterday, they know we ain't going to read these bills. Doesn't that look really good? On the surface, that looks good. And I'm like, oh, because most people who see that, oh my God, it was reparations. But we know reparations means to repair, right? Now, lately we've been talking about it, and even from the plantation, right? Reparations, 40 acres and a mule. But we've heard of reparations for everybody, whether it's the Japanese, whether it's the Jewish community, and God knows whoever else, right? They're able to get reparations. So if you look at that, you think, well, bet you by golly, wow, I think we about to be getting something. We may be getting some reparations. It looks good. But then when he's asked about it, and she was very outright, is this bill specifically for descendants of U.S. slaves? He did a whole little tap dance, had his tap shoes on. It's a fund paid by the oil companies to repair harm caused by them. I'm making sure it goes to the pockets of those who are redlining into living next to it. The answer is hell no. It's not for U.S. slaves, right? So all that looks good. But again, no, most people ain't gonna look into it and read it. He had to, as Maxine said, the audacity to get on to X and put that up there. Like, what was the point to all of that? Especially if you weren't gonna answer the questions, and doggone well, you see, that's very deceptive, in my opinion. It's very deceptive to use the word reparations, especially since it's a hot ticket item, not just in California, but all over the United States. And you use that word, and some people say, on the first day of Black History Month, you make this announcement when it's not specifically for Black Californians. It's very deceptive. But that's how these politicians get by deceiving people. And this is no shade to us. When I say us, I mean collectively, right? That won't read. All you got to do is put in AB 1661 in Google, and it'll come up. It'll take you exactly to, the website. It'll tell you who sponsored the bill. It'll tell you who voted yes, and, sponsored yes and no, and all of that. And the text, the summary, it'll tell you everything, the history of it, where it is now, if it's passed, whether it's vetoed, right now, that particular part of the bill, he's talking about he's got to go before the floor still in March. But he didn't say that. He didn't say, oh, I still got to talk up on that part of the bill. He didn't say that. He made it seem like, oh, it's on the way. And you got to shake the oil companies down first. Now, again, a lot of that was confusing. So I'm like, so is the money coming from the fines by the oil companies? Because again, if they produce under 15 barrels a day, then they have to pay $10,000 a day. So I'm not sure myself where the money is coming from. I think we've deduced it to where it's not coming from the state of California, because I had a conversation with the person who sent this to me, and he's like, no, you know. So the one solution that I have, and I had the same solution yesterday, I'm going to put this up. Research and vote accordingly. Do some research. We have got to stop being emotional. And I'm glad that the Queen of LA flat out asked him, all right, who this for? Right? She started with a question. And then the rest of us is like, oh, when I say us, I mean me. I'm going to go digging, right? Well, what does this mean? It don't mean nothing. And I mean, $5 million ain't nothing. Just keep it real, right? You talking about you potentially harm somebody. And mind you, in a lot of cases, those oil companies just didn't sit there. Like they didn't say, oh, okay, I'm here. They were allowed to do it, even though it was regulated poorly. They still were allowed to do it, even to this day. And it sounds like it took Gavin Newsom a while to decide that he was going to take action on making them close it up. Now, of course, in our communities, this type of stuff isn't rare. We've heard of cancer clusters, whether they come from trash dumps or toxic waste sites or whatever. It's I don't want to say it's normal because it's not right, but we deal with those things in our community. And so they knew these oil rigs were doing those things, may or may not, and they're like, and I'm asking myself why. Something tells me that, you know, those oil companies weren't doing it for free, right? To make them close up. I'm sure it's going to cost somebody a lot of money because they make a lot of money. And they said at one point in time, those oil fields were amongst the largest producers of oil in the world, right there in Los Angeles, California. So to make them close up by 2030, yeah, it's going to cost somebody a lot of money.
Reparations.
But it's not the first time that they prioritize money over people. Now, Mr. Isaac Bryan is up for re-election in November, right? The midterm elections, as a lot of people are. And I've illustrated quite a bit, and I'm going to continue to illustrate the foolishness of Isaac Bryan, because, you know, he pretends like he's for Black folks and this, that, and the other, but y'all could go to any of his social media pages and you'll see him running around like a chicken with his head cut off for illegal immigrants all day long. That's what he is doing now. In fact, that's what a lot of these Black politicians are doing. They are running around championing illegal immigration. I'm not talking about regular immigration, immigrants. I'm talking about illegal immigration, right? They fight ICE. They want ICE to be defunded and, you know, ICE out of LA and all this other stuff. But it's like, but you're going to want Black people to show up to vote for you. So again, if you live in the 55th district there in Los Angeles, look at all the other options. Brother Billion Godson, Billion is his name. Billion Godson, he is running, and he is part of Africa Town Coalition, and they are boots on the ground. This ain't a brother that's just talking like Isaac Bryan and pretending. Nah, this brother, you know, he is in the trenches, helping people throughout LA, that area, you know, and really all over, right? Whether it's food drives, just whatever it is, just helping people, talking to people, informing people. Those are the type of people that you want to vote into office. But Isaac Bryan, you know, especially that stunt that he and his homies pulled there in 2024 by sabotaging reparations, he got to go. He got to go. And let him go find something else to do. Maybe he needs to be a snake oil salesman or something. I don't know. But as far as, you know, saying that he's helping people, he's not. He's probably helping people, but is he helping Black folks, Black, people in his district? A lot of them will say no. And a lot of them don't even know that he did that along with the California Legislative Black Caucus, that he sabotaged reparations. So I see groups like Africa Town Coalition wherever they are, whether it's a parade, MLK parade, or whatever it is, any event, they're letting people know. Did you know that he or she, they sabotage reparations? They be like, they did. I didn't know. Right? So they're out there letting people know, hey, you could have had a bag. But Isaac Bryan and his homies took it upon themselves to say it's a multi-year study.
Yeah, first place, I want to let it be known, fuck Bad Bunny, and I'm going to talk about that after this clip. Please hit me in the comments. I'm looking for all hate mail tonight. Fuck Bad Bunny.
I agree. That Super Bowl was trash, and that halftime show was even worse.
Oh yeah, and then I'm going to talk about the Super Bowl 10 years ago. That's why I say fuck Bad Bunny.
The Super Bowl 10 years ago was when the Broncos beat the Panthers.
Funny you should mention Panthers.
Yeah, but so you missed it, Shabaka. So Sister Demetria K is giving us an update on Isaac Bryant's latest stunt. He has a reparations bill for environmental racism in Inglewood due to the oil fields in Inglewood.
Okay, so you said about the oil?
Yeah, the oil fields. You know the oil fields?
Yeah. I'm very familiar with the oil fields. Yes, sir. When you go up La Brea and La Cienega, okay, when you go off into the Baldwin Hills area, pretty much, you are passing the oil fields that they did have there, man, since, I believe, since the 1930s. And gradually over the years, you know, they had shut down the pumps, but the pumps themselves are still up there. There's only about one or two of them motherfuckers.
So they said they had a leak, Shabaka, and they waited to the last minute to tell people. So a lot of people, mainly black people, because Inglewood was mainly black at that time.
And Baldwin Hills and View Park.
Yeah, but specifically Inglewood was predominantly black at the time. And they were giving people, they said that people were suffering from benzene and other chemicals from the oil fields. And now
I believe it.
Wants to give reparations to people that was affected, but it's not specifically for black people or FBA. It's for OTBs and black people that were affected by the oil field.
Okay, so which means the OTBs will get 90% of it, and we will get 10%.
And to make matters worse, Buck, it's only $5 million that's going to be split amongst hundreds of people, if not thousands of people. So
what's that? $50 a piece?
Yeah.
Like that Denny's shit. You remember? Okay, because when Denny's had that class action lawsuit, let me see, this was in the mid 1990s. Everybody was talking about, yeah, man, Shabaka, when you gonna fill the thing out for Denny's? I say, fuck Denny's, man. Yeah. You all don't understand what a class action lawsuit is. Right. Okay, and
well, this isn't a class action lawsuit. This is a reparations bill that Isaac Bryan is promoting in California. The same one that stood in the way of reparations last year. The Republican Bill Esseley was trying to introduce the bills, and Isaac Bryan stood in the way.
Yeah. Boy, man, they always got some goddamn house nigga, man, no matter what the fuck we do.
He's up for re-election, Shabaka, and there's a brother that's challenging him named Billions.
Okay. Well, I hope the challenger wins.
So I know you got people out in that area in the 55th district. That's what I would encourage them to vote for Billions and get goddamn Isaac Bryan out of there. Not Crumbs, but his name is Billions.
Oh, okay.
Vote for Billions and get Isaac Bryan the hell up out of there.
Okay.
And then and the mayor of Inglewood got to go too. He's talking about this is a nation built by immigrants and we're all
man, fuck all that, man. When these motherfuckers, man, come up there with that bullshit. Oh, and by the way, too, man, I just saw on the news the brother who plays for Seattle, Mr. Ngimba. Okay, if I'm saying his name correctly, right? He checked the press this evening is because he said that his ancestors are from Sierra Leone, and he said put some motherfucking respect on his name, so I respect him for that.
So he's delineating, basically.
No, you know, he just recognizing, you know, his ancestral heritage, and I'm not mad at him for it, Brother Che.
Well, Sabacc, it wasn't Sierra Leone that got him to where he's at. It was the United States. He probably studied, went to school here in America.
Okay, but Brother Che, but if it still wasn't his lineage from Sierra Leone, he wouldn't exist, sir. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, he wouldn't exist, Sabacc, but it's like when Carmelo Anthony was bigging up Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico was did not get him to where he's at. It was FBA that got him to where
you talking about Carmelo Anthony, who used to play for the
Nuggets.
The Nuggets?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
When he got inducted into the Hall of Fame, Sabacc, he was bigging up Puerto Rico.
Oh, I didn't know he made it to the Hall of Fame. Damn.
Yeah, that was last year. Last year he was bigging up Puerto Rico. Like Bad Bunny. That's where Bad Bunny's from, is Puerto Rico.
I understand. And then as we continue throughout the show, I was explaining the reason why I say fuck Bad Bunny. And Mr. Bunny, I hope you hear it.
Yeah. I hope he hears it too. The hell with him. I'm trying to pull up our boy's website so y'all can see what Billions is about. But let me finish this clip from Demetria K.
Okay.
Trying to bring you up to speed. So she went over the bill, and now she's going over solution, research, vote accordingly.
In fact, Gavin said, well, we don't have the money. But they were all right when they was thinking about giving $2.6 billion to undocumented people, no matter what their status was, for healthcare. They were on board with that. But they ain't got the money to right a wrong that happened to Black Californians who were descendants of slavery. And some people saying, well, that wasn't not slavery in California. Sure it was. There was. And, you know, they were complicit in people who brought their slaves and a whole host of things. And it's not just for slavery. It's Jim Crow, redlining, all the things you can think of that Black folks deal with even to this day. At one point in time, they were talking about doing something with the child support system because it is said that child support is racist in that it disproportionately affects Black men. Because a lot, especially in California, right? Because a lot of times they don't really look at the income. And in a lot of cases, they're like, okay, well, half your income, right? And then you get all these arrears and things like that built up because you just can't afford to pay it because it's not administered fairly in a lot of cases. So they were talking about trying to repair that for Black men, but I ain't heard nothing else about that. Something tells me that's going to go in the trash can with the other reparations bill. But anyway, so yeah, vote accordingly. Do your research and vote accordingly because these people mean to be deceptive and confusing. And that's the name of the game. Be confusing. That way, when they see, you know, the signs on the street or the fences, or they hear the commercials, whether it's on TV or on radio, person listening, if they're going to vote, well, it's the name you know. That name sounds familiar to me. Because I'm sure Isaac Bryan got a lot of money. I'm sure his war chest for his campaign is huge, right? Probably got a lot of people pouring into it. Yeah, we want you in there because I'm also hearing he does a lot of bidding for developers and letting them develop in our residential areas, pushing, you know, predominantly Black residents out. And of course, when that stuff happens, the rents go through the roof and they can't afford to live there. So it's like, yeah, do your research about him. And something tells you to find out he ain't Black folks
and in
all
Los
like
Angeles,
that.
the majority of the homes are Black people.
Hopefully, none of this was too confusing as it was. I didn't even know where to start, to be honest with you. When I started researching this, I was like, there's a lot here. There's a lot I didn't talk about because it's just a lot. So I understand why people, not white people, white people are confused when it comes to certain legislation and things like that to vote on, whether it's measures or whatever, because it is confusing. And we know, in a sense, it's made that way on purpose to be confusing. So I'll tell you, it took me a minute to kind of try to decipher exactly what it was about. All right, so let's see. Darlene, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Brian, how you doing? Says, I don't even know the amount yet, and I know it isn't enough based on a contribution. He says inflation, interest, etc. Yeah, he said $5 million. If you harm my child, you know, or due to some environmental things, I think I should get $5 million at least by myself. I got this like a class action. I've been involved in a few little class actions, and they say you're part of the class action, like woohoo! Oh, all this money. You get your check, it's a funky $11.52. Like, oh,
exactly. That's what the fuck I was saying.
Too, and it's like, y'all really could have kept that. Mr. Brewster, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. First class citizen, what's going on? Let's see. Joe Johns, what's up? He says, it's going to all Latinos that live there. I don't know. I'm sure it'll be some Black people, right? But to kind of put it like, this reparation, man, don't even call it that. Just say it's a class action or something, because I think he knew what he was doing when he said it, reparations, because that's where our mind goes, like, you mean Black folks gonna get some money? But clearly that's not the case. Vicky, how you doing? I said, hell no to that fool. JJ, what's going on? She said, sound like some insincere smoke and mirror. He said, BS Isaac is pushing as usual. Yeah, but see, a lot of people don't even know that he's doing that. I mean, think about it. Traditionally, when you see a Black politician, especially talking about generations, my generation and probably older, we think, oh, they're Black. They're Black like me. And if they're Black like me, that means that they're going to do something for me. Yay. But of course, we know that's not the case, right? So he's able to do that because he knows a lot of people go by optics. Well, he's Black. He sounds Black. He's talking Black, but he ain't walking Black. So you got to be doing all of that. So yeah. Vicky said cash payment reparation only. Yep. And like I said, I want some land and a mule. And Brian, you say, okay, so just like winning the lottery, are you taking the sum or are you taking the payments? And I don't want to see any predatory income taxes on it either. Yeah. Who knows, right? Again, he still got to go argue that or present it on March 1st. So it's just kind of wishful thinking at this point. Ain't no checks being printed off just yet. And then I'd imagine you got to figure out who exactly was harmed, unless they already know, right? So how long is that actually going to take to figure out what did you really live there? Or are you just saying that, right? Gracie, how you doing? Says Boule. Okay. Mama Deb, what is going on with you? You say, yeah, you heard Black and brown. Right. So that question was answered just with that video. We could have just played that video and left early. Vicky says this is only being talked about again because of the midterms. Yeah. And that's what the message said to me, that because it's midterms and, there were some people there who were asking, it's like, oh, okay. Got some environmental reparations for you. Well, who is this you talking about? Let's see. Gracie says, I don't trust none of these politicians. Yeah, you got to vet them. Got to, see what they talking about. You got to dig deep in some cases, right? Because on the surface, they ain't going to tell you everything. They ain't going to tell you about all these alleged backroom deals they getting. The little white envelope, here you go. Go on and, keep that for your organization, right? Don't you got a nonprofit? Yeah, go ahead and get, and then they put in a nonprofit. I'm saying allegedly, right? And then they funnel all the way back to themselves. There was one case in Florida.
What are you talking about?
She got in a lot of trouble.
What are you talking about? Owing you money?
She went to jail. She was an older lady too. Black
lady. What are you talking about?
Because she was misappropriating funds. Sounds like she was getting some funds.
Tell the motherfucker to bring his ass up here if he dead.
Time service and all kind of stuff. It's like, why?
Move tonight.
He's on. He's on the cell phone.
That happens a lot, allegedly. Okay, lady T, how you doing? It says sings jazz. All right now. It says a sound like area, a settlement for environmental damage. In no way is this reparation lame. I agree with you, right? But those weren't my words. Those were his words.
I'm gonna drop the link.
Right? I just showed you what I saw. Albie Chill says he's got a snappable face. It's crazy. Charles, how you doing? Says please click on the like button. All right, yes, thank you for asking people to click the like button, subscribe if you haven't already. I forgot to put this back up there. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it. Where is it? Here it is. We got an app too, but thank you. Appreciate you for that. Oh, okay, so here we go. I lost my place because here we go.
Trolling Michael.
And Christopher says that's why I am glad I left Cali. Yeah, I left Cali too. I want to go back. I miss Cali. Ain't no place like it. I swear it ain't.
I don't miss the motherfucker.
Everything, but it's really expensive, honestly.
That's why I don't miss really the motherfucker.
So yeah, Brother Salam, how you doing? Says I'm in Pasadena, California right now. And how's that working out for you? Pasadena is really beautiful real estate. It really is. It's like an older part of Los Angeles, right?
It's Pasadena's its own city.
Thank you so much. Love and appreciate you for that. He says I'm late, not in Cali. Have to show support. Love you, dear. Always listen. Well, I love you too, and thank you so much for that. It is really much appreciated. So let's see. Justin, how you doing? Says CBC, Congressional Black Caucus ain't nothing but a bunch of step and fetches.
A minute.
If you don't know who Step and Fetch it is, I suggest you go look. Lincoln Perry. Lincoln Perry is his name, or was anyway. I always tell people,
she's right.
Study Lincoln Perry, Step and Fetch it. Study. He was the first Black millionaire actor in America. But look at the roles that he was portraying. His moniker was the laziest man in the world, and it was given to him by them folks, right? The laziest man in the world.
Like Amos and Andy and that bullshit.
I can't read. That's how he was doing it, really. Mm-hmm. And then when it was all said and done, when the folks was like, okay, that's enough, we're moving on, he was left broke, an alcoholic. Black folks was like, well, we forgive you, but we really ain't messing with you like that because we told you to stop doing that. Kind of like what some people are saying, Nicki Minaj and a whole lot of other people are doing. We told you to stop doing that, right? Yeah. And now that they're done with you, you want us to take you back. And some, Black folks did, but not. It just wasn't the same. And he had to deal with a lot due to taking all that money to portray being the laziest man in the world, because Black organizations and Black people were like, you're sending that message all over the world, making people think that this is how we all act. I mean, if you ever see it, it's sad that he thought that, that's what he should be doing. I don't even know. I went off on that tangent, but yeah, I see where you're going with that. Let's see. Brian says, then they're going to start confusing these reparations with the actual slave reparation. That's by design. That's right. I think the confusion is by design.
No, keep everybody confused. You got information, misinformation, so they don't know what's going on.
But again, if you just read that, and then if Queen of LA didn't ask him that question, I've even seen some people say, "Oh, yay, about time." But she asked him, and he didn't even answer the doggone question. He danced around the question.
Yeah, that's what he does. That's what most of them Democrats do.
Arinika, I hope I said that right. How you doing? Says just so they could say, "I want reparations for the Black community." We can read, yeah, but is it just for the Black community? As I think I illustrated, basically, no, it's not just for the Black community. It's for everybody who was harmed by that. And it wasn't just Black people who lived there, because some people have moved away. Primo, how you doing? Says shucking and jiving, shaking my head. Yeah. Beats by Dizzy, how you doing? I love you too. Yes, I do. I'm so happy to see you. Mama Deb says, deception to use the word red line as well. Yeah, because what are we doing here? But again, most people won't even research. They just see reparations and but now you got to stop and ask questions. I thank you so much for the super sticker. Love and appreciate you for that. All
right, thank you, Sister Demetria K, for that. So if you're up to it, Shabak, I'm gonna play the interview she did with the brother Billions godson. He's running against this punk ass Isaac Bryant.
Okay.
It's about 45 minutes.
All right.
Hello, everybody. It is me, Demetra K, and I am sitting here with a very special guest by the name of Billion Godson, and he is running for the 55th district of Los Angeles, or a portion of Los Angeles. He is trying to unseat that of Assemblyman Isaac Bryan, and you know we've talked a lot about him, so we're going to get into Billion's campaign and see what he's been up to and what he wants to do, and why he feels like it's time for Isaac to get on out of that seat. But in the meantime, if you all do not mind, please hitting the like button, subscribe, and all of that. I would love, 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 and appreciate you. So anyway, Mr. Billion, and Billion is his name, by the way. Okay,
exactly.
Oh no. So you and I have been friends, per se, since I think about 2017, give or take. Now, I remember coming across Africa Town Coalition when you all were shutting down, that's a good question that I have just came to my mind. Trying to, or did you, I don't know if you were successful, shutting down a liquor store. I've never
heard of Africa Town.
I'm kind to the
it
people
might have been a community they set up since I left.
Yeah, I think so. They usually they set up shop in Leimert Park.
Oh, okay. I'm very familiar with Leimert Park.
Community. So that's how long we've known each other. Of course, we've gotten a little bit more familiar due to what happened in 2024, August to be exact, when California Legislative Black Caucus was supposed to go and put those bills before Gavin Newsom, and they did not do that at all. And so, of course, we have been conversing quite a bit, because I think we all, when I say we, myself, Africa Town Coalition, we have the same goal, is to get the word out about what Assemblyman Isaac Bryan did and did not do, and why he does not need to occupy that seat. So, Billion, of course, you are an activist and an organizer, and I looked at Isaac's background as well. Y'all kind of have the same background, right? Organizing, activism, and things like that. What inspired you to become an activist, and how long have you been doing it?
Wow, first off, thank you, Demetra. I'm honored to be here on your show. You are everything for us in LA right now, doing the coverage that you're doing. Going back to 92 when
the rebellion,
91 when Rodney King got beat. It was on a Sunday. That Friday,
right?
New Jack City came out. We were all in Westwood. We weren't allowed in to see the movie. A riot broke out, and I ended up getting arrested. And that night, I thought about it a year before. I was at UCLA, ended up dropping out. Now I'm back in Westwood, which is part of UCLA, getting arrested. And I realized that was my calling. So through the 90s, I kind of focused in music, but coming into the 2000s, I really started getting out to address the police brutality and terrorism. And over the first decade or so in the 2000s, I was part of and founded different formations to get out and actively address police terrorism. And from there, we grew into gentrification, homeless issues. At one point, we spent a couple years just shutting down Korean liquor stores and businesses.
Right.
Got into other issues to try to get some of these places that no longer are hiring Black to hire us, even though they're in our communities, forcing them to hire and reinvest in us. So that's kind of what got me to where I'm at today.
So in regards to that liquor store, whatever happened with that? Did they end up getting shut down?
They burned the motherfucker down. No, they burned it down.
So at one point, we got up to about 12 stores. We were actually doing what we call grand closing. And we did put 2 of them out of business. 2 of the other main ones we targeted started hiring Black people. They started investing in schools and different programs in the community. They started including things like produce in their stores. And about 10 of the 12 followed that suit. While, like I said, the other 2 actually went out of business.
And you know what's so funny about that? Not too long ago, I was just kind of researching some things about Latasha Harlins and, the Rodney King riots.
So about it, what you want to know.
And I saw where the
I know about
Koreans, 'cause I
Rodney
guess that's
King
what's
too. I
prevalent
lived
out
through
there
this
with the
shit.
stores
What
and
do you
stuff.
want to know?
They have their own like coalition and things that speak up for them. And back then in the 90s, they were supposed to be doing that. And it's funny that you say that because, like you said, when I met y'all 2017 or so, you know, you're still saying, hey, y'all gonna set up community in the neighborhood. Y'all need to do A, B, C, and D. So from the 90s up until, you know, y'all really got back involved, I guess they really weren't doing it. I guess they did just enough to say, okay, we're gonna do it, and didn't. So let me ask you about that, because I think that's like a kind of a problem in our community in a sense. And that's kind of how we get to Isaac Bryans and people like that. We allow certain people or entities to say, hey, don't worry, we got it, we gonna fix it, now go about your business. And unfortunately, we just go about our business, not really making sure that things are being done. So what do you think about that?
So what we found, both in some of our research, but pretty much every store we stood in front of, community came out and really filled us in with what happened. And quite often we saw it was churches that if something transactional happened, you know, they received whatever funds were paid out, and nothing other than that happened. A lot of performative stuff, you know, press conferences and whatnot, but the neglect after so long returned. And, you know, we were saying at one point from 2016 on into 2017, Black women get beat down almost daily, you know, in these beauty shops and other shops. We basically taking care of, you know, we paying their mortgages, we sending their children to schools, but they showed hatred towards us. So that's what kind of called us out. And like I said, once we went out, folks in the community showed us also how much they hated them. So that's what really led to that.
So Donovan has joined us. I'm so happy for that. That is my co-host partner in crime. So,
Yeah,
and this is Billion, of course. I talked to you about that yesterday, Donovan. He is running for the 55th District Assembly there in Los Angeles, trying to unseat that of Isaac Bryan. And so let's get to the campaign of Billion55. That's what I see. And so it's billion55.com or .org. Which one is it?
Billionis55.com.
Okay, so billionis55.com. In case you guys, you know, not in case, but please, you know, go and support as much as you can. Now, let's go back to, well, let me ask you this. What made you decide that you need to try to unseat Isaac?
Let me show y'all his website real quick.
Okay.
So this is his website right here. You got African Town in the corner. You got Billions is 55. And this is the area where he's going to be representing Shabaka. So from Beverly Boulevard down to Hyde Park.
Okay, and then I'm seeing to the right here. Okay, Culver City, wait a minute, which is west. Okay, wait a minute. View Park is right there in the green. Baldwin Hills is right before that right there. Okay.
And then there's the Crenshaw District.
Right.
Park. That's where the Hidden History Museum is.
Right. And that's the Santa Monica Freeway right there.
Yep. That runs right through the middle.
Yeah, then Jefferson Park, West Adams District. I lived in the West Adams District.
Yep, and then there's Mark Park.
Right, and then there's Lafayette Square. Okay. And then there's Leimert Park right there. Okay, yeah, I'm familiar with all that.
Yep, so that's where he's running.
The area is Culver City.
Yep, so that's all that area is where from Century City all the way on back. And that's where he's going to represent basically everything west of the 110.
Okay, now what is this street here with this red line up here at the top of the screen, man? I can't make it up.
That's Beverly.
Beverly Boulevard? Okay, when you cross Beverly Boulevard, you're in Hollywood.
Yep. So everything south, basically everything south of Hollywood.
Okay.
And west of the 110, the Harbor Freeway.
Right. Okay. So that there includes Arlington Heights. Yep. That there includes Westchester. Okay, going back from memory, that there also includes Jefferson Park.
Yep.
And Lamert Park.
Yep.
Okay.
And View Park.
And View Park.
Yeah. So let's see what he has, sir. So community organizer, economic.
And Hyde Park over there too.
Yep, Hyde Park too. Yep. Since 2002, Billion's Godson has been leading grassroots efforts in Los Angeles to protect and empower Black communities, especially through the African Town Coalition. His work includes building sustainable ecosystems for Black-owned businesses, promoting culturally grounded districts, i.e. Africa Town, Lamert Park, as hubs of economic opportunity and heritage, organizing community safety patrols, so like the Black Panthers used to do.
Right.
Emergency response and outreach to vulnerable residents. That's that broad ambiguous language, but I guess I can kind of get where he's coming from. And then
I think what he means by that there, Brother Che, outreach to vulnerable residents, I think that's a fancy way of him saying the homeless.
Yeah.
Because you got a lot of homeless in that area that's been out there for quite a few years.
Right. And then
partnering a few decades
with local vendors and creatives to shift economic flows back into the community. Okay, I can get with that. Not just existing, but building, thriving, and leading.
Right.
These are pictures of him. This is him at a protest arguing with the LAPD, the lap dogs.
Right. Southwest Division. Okay. If you ever recall seeing a movie called Boys in the Hood, and you remember the scene there where Lawrence Fishburne was up there by the sign talking to
the gentrification.
Exactly. This is exactly what Fishburne was addressing in that film. Yes, that is the Crenshaw district right there.
Yeah. Okay. I met Lawrence Fishburne too.
Did you get an autograph? Did you get his contact information?
No, Shabaka, I was working
on anytime that you...
I was at work, Shabaka, so no.
Oh, okay.
I was working on Punk Asso Sambo's second campaign. I worked on all campaigns, the first one. I was basically registering people to vote.
Oh, okay. And then keep in mind, man, you know, if you do meet public figures, okay, and if you vibe with them, ask them for their contact information, man.
Yeah. Well, I was on the job, Shabaka, so.
Right. Yeah. So you know, so your time and activities were extremely limited. I understand and recognize. Yeah, Michael. And Michael, if you ever visit Los Angeles, I could take you down the actual streets where they filmed it.
I thought it was 92. Was it 91 or 92? I thought it was 92.
What, when they did Boys in the Hood?
Yeah.
That was 92.
Okay. That was the same year of the rebellion.
Precisely.
Okay. 91 was when they killed Latasha Harlins and beat Rocky King.
Facts.
Okay, let's see what else he got on his website. Growing up, Billion saw how his community resources, businesses, and culture were under constant. That's him with 19 Keys, Shabaki.
And then right there, that film, that photograph down there on your bottom right-hand side, that is Lamert Park. And I think the name of that street right there is Greer. Okay. But it is one block. Okay. But it is one block east of Crenshaw Boulevard. You can't miss it.
Or Gear, because they got
wait a minute.
That.
No, I think I stand corrected, Brother Che. It is Gear. Now, just for the sake of conversation, down there at the end of the block, on that street right there, if you turn left, where the Lamert Theater was, that there is where they filmed the scene where Roger Lee Mosley told Martin Lawrence when they blew up his nightclub.
Oh, and Thin Line Between Love and Hate.
Yeah, with Lynn Whitfield. Yeah, very fine actress. I was scared of Lynn Whitfield in that movie.
Brandy's crazy ass.
Yeah, she scared the fuck out of me.
Yeah, I think she scared all of us, Shabaki.
Yeah.
He stood on the front lines of change, organizing the African Town Coalition and launching African Town enterprises so that Black Angelenos could reclaim our heritage and space, including the historic neighborhood of Lamert Park, So for those that don't know, like Leimert Park is our 5 points.
Exactly. Leimert Park is LA's 5 points in Los Angeles.
Right. Exactly. Support and uplift Black-owned businesses and creatives to keep money in our community and generate generational wealth. I can get with that. Bring real representation and accountability. Well, this is not Sacramento, so he got to change that.
Right.
This is supposed to be LA, not Sacramento. A voice grounded in our lived reality. So that must be a
okay.
type.
I'm thinking.
That's him pictured with Fred Hampton Jr.
Right. That's Fred Hampton Jr. there on the left.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, I'm thinking what he means about bring real representation and accountability to Sacramento, brother Che. I'm thinking he's meaning that in regard to the California state capitol, which is in Sacramento.
Yeah, but he's running for LA, not Sacramento.
I understand that. But however, though, he will be doing his work in Sacramento to represent LA if he's elected to the state assembly or.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying now.
Right.
That's him with Nipsey's brother. Damn, what is his name? Blacc Sam. That's him and Blacc Sam right there.
And he's over there off of 43rd Place in that street right there that's crossing it. What is that damn street? I've driven down it so many times.
That's Crenshaw.
Yeah, no, Crenshaw is running parallel with it. It's only a block. It's only a block east from Crenshaw.
43rd.
Yeah. Okay, it runs north and south, like Crenshaw runs north and south. So it's running parallel with Crenshaw, but he's only one block
Arlington.
away. Arlington would be to the east of him from that street.
Okay. I don't know off the top of my head, Shabagi. But that's him. I think he's in front of the Marathon store.
Okay.
And then this one, he's on 43rd Place, right in the heart of Leimert Park.
Right. Now, when you're on Western Avenue, all this is west of Western Avenue. It would be Western Avenue, Arlington. Then after Arlington would be Van Ness, Rempal, then Crenshaw.
Okay.
And correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm going from memory.
You live there, Shabaki. You would know better than me. But I think
economic
empowerment and Black wealth, a rising tide. Oh Lord, we can't do that rising tide shit. A rising tide. Remember that's that shit that not Obama. Well, even Obama was running with that shit. Rising tide lifts all boats.
Mm-hmm.
A rising tide must include our community. Okay. Billion will champion legislation that funds Black-owned businesses, increases access to capital, and builds infrastructure in underserved neighborhoods. That's another broad, ambiguous term. Underserved.
Okay.
Cultural preservation and community space. African Town in Leimert Park is more than a place. It's a cultural heart. We'll protect and grow it by directing resources to local vendors, arts, and heritage institutions. Representation and accountability. Too many decisions are being made about us without us. That's true. Billion is committed to bringing a direct community-based voice into the assembly, one that reflects your concerns, not special interest agendas. And then this is him at Nip's holiday. I guess they gave Nipsey Hussle a holiday in LA, Shabaka.
So municipal holiday. Okay.
This is him at Nip Day 2025 last year.
Okay.
If y'all joining me on the main hit, I am showcasing pretty much this event that's going on. I think for a few hours they're giving away the Nipsey Hussle tap card for the Metro Link station, and they are naming this the Nipsey Hussle official stop. So Hyde Park and would be the brand, push the brand of Nipsey Hussle since his, Grand
that's the
Rising
Hyde
and
Park
Grand
Metro
Point.
Rail Station.
Shout out to Billion. He put this out earlier on his page, but I did get a press release on this. And this is backed by Metro Station. Shout out to Sheriff Drummer. He's here.
Oh, MD20, question. Why don't you see these types of campaigns in the South? You may not agree with the politics of Black folk in many southern cities, but
that's true.
You can't.
Well, here's the thing, y'all. We are the majority in the South, so of course you're gonna have like we got more numbers in the South.
That is a fact.
FDA has a tight grip on the local government in the South. That is true. Whereas out west, we got fewer numbers, MD.
Right, and then not to mention the fact in Los Angeles, man, we make up less than 20% of the population in the city of Los Angeles.
Right. Similar to here in Denver, like I don't even think we make up 10% of the population in Denver anymore.
Mm-hmm.
They've been gentrifying us up out of our historically Black neighborhoods.
Right. And guess who's been getting it? You know it. Guess who's been getting it?
Them OTBs.
Yeah, mainly the Koreans.
Well, that's in LA. Mm-hmm. But here in Denver, it's the Mexicans.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Bill. We got Billion in the house. One of our future leaders. Shout out to Billion for giving this presentation on this. I was trying to get him before I hit you across the street. Come on, I seen it on your page, man. Go on and give it up, brother.
Oh, man, you know, we out here turning up like we should for NIP. If you 40 today, we right here in the area. Yes, sir, that he put on the map.
Well, it looks like we're getting ready to rain right there.
Get on out here. Even if you can't get a car, let's come commemorate our brother, you know?
That's what's up. Now, hey, can you explain how this stop even came about, man? Because a lot of people didn't see this coming. What does this mean that people could stop at the actual Nipsey Hussle stop? At Metrolink, you got a picture of them. That's a lot for LA to handle. What you want to say to the brothers? You gonna be some of them is hating, some of them is congratulating, but don't give it up.
I mean, it showed the impact when we do what we are purpose to do. When he was alive, he had a lot of interference, a lot of opposition from the city. But in the transition, the whole city, the whole world came out. And you know, for years, they sat out here and they continued to sell product.
So basically what you're suggesting, we have an opposite of the Great Migration and migrate back to the South. Shabaka's not going to do that. And it's a lot
No, I'm not going into the South. I'm too old.
That's not going to do that.
Yeah.
MD saying, so wouldn't it make sense to promote the Black South strategy, come back home?
Okay, well, MD20, yeah, you got a point on that there, brother, but you got to keep in mind, man, I'm in my twilight years. You see, I'm on my way out. So the only thing I could do, you know, in my twilight years is to pass on down what I lived through to the generations after me, you say, so I could rest in peace. Okay, Michael is saying Friday Jones in a reparations perspective are working on Billion's 55's campaign. Right.
That makes sense. I can tell.
Okay. And if they have my ass up there in Sacramento, man, I'm subjugated to getting arrested.
Yeah.
People from all around the world continue to show up, so now the city is forced to honor him. By one, renaming this intersection right here, Nipsey Hussle Square, but two, temporarily renaming this stop after Nip. So, you know, that's a big honor. I want to shout out to Black Sam and all the other families, you know.
That's what's up. What you got going coming up, brother? I have to plug in more on you, because I know you've been out there, you've been pushing hard, brother. What's the new movement? Come on, give it to us.
Man, we said your Moses.
Shabak is Moses. Well, just as long as I lead you to the promised land.
We see how Black people being forced out of this city by the thousands. Every day I'm hearing about folks getting evicted, folks homes getting foreclosed, moving to Texas, Arizona, back down south. But yet, people newly arrived to this country, they are finding ways to give them financial aid, to give them housing, to give them everything they need to sustain and maintain. So right now, throughout California, from LA to Oakland down to Diego.
Oh, he
we
did.
send reparations over everything.
I'm gonna go back to
That's
the
what's
video.
up, man. Follow you on what, brother, if they want to follow the movie?
I'm on social media, Billion Godson, Godsun. Also, African Town Coalition on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
Okay.
That's what's up, man. You
Michael,
good
now,
work,
what do you
brother.
mean about
Love you
spreading the
always,
reparations
brother.
message to the
Hey, I'm
Hispanic?
All of these new.
I mean, getting them on board.
Okay, they're not on board with us for us to get reparations.
Right. So
that's what I'm getting ready to crumb on Bad Bunny about.
Right. They're not going to support our reparations. You had American Cholo talk about they got to get reparations before we get reparations. What the hell y'all need repair for? Y'all came over here willingly off the backs of us. What do y'all need repair for? We're the biggest agreed group in this country, and we've yet to receive any repair for it.
Right. Hey, brother Che, you ain't got no way to zoom in on that street sign over there, right up under that stoplight, do you?
No, it's Slauson.
Okay.
Slauson Avenue.
You sure that's Slauson Avenue, man? Because you see the Metro Rail over.
Yep.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Okay, that is Slauson. That's Slauson and Crenshaw.
Yep.
Okay. Actually, there's a cool ass, nice ass barbecue joint, man, right over there on Slauson and Crenshaw, man, on the other side of the street.
Hey, give me some more intel on that.
That doesn't make no sense. Oh, now
No shit, the lapdog. Don't do it, young man. They will shoot your ass. Don't do it. Don't do it. They will shoot you.
Them brothers about ready to take off on them. They was taking their shirts off, everything, taking their coats and hoodies
keep
off.
in mind about something right here, brother Che. You see how that cop got that nightstick at the ready?
Yep.
Okay.
Got a gang of cops over here, no need to, ain't nobody tripping. You know, we just here to pay homage to a person that look out for the community. You know, his thing is tradition hustle. You know, I remember the days he was put out here on Crenshaw across the board. He changed a whole lot. You know, he became a man. He became a man. Respect the man.
Go all the way out there. You know how we slide and glide. The rest of peace, net.
That's what's up. That's what it do, bro. Don't let my nigga hustle. You know what time it is? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So that's the video we put on his website. So we'll go
right.
back to interview.
Man, get that goddamn dumpster ass motherfucker off our TV, man.
So, after what happened on August 31st, 2024 at the Capitol, you know, we spent a year chasing him around, him and the entire California Legislative Black Caucus. You know, we drove as far out to Riverside to confront Corey Jackson, Tina McKenna, just on a few streets over in Inglewood. So, you know, we spent a year chasing them. They pulled out a lot of the major events.
I see nothing on there about no immigration
days, but
I don't see how we gonna get them.
A couple months after that happened in August, we saw people vote him right back in. So, like I said, we spent the rest of 2024, most of 2025. Like you have shared several times in 2025, they came back and said they wanted to have another study
where they all delay about immigrants.
What we're doing.
There was nothing on there.
So what it told and showed us was that we needed folks to challenge them for their seats. You know, across the board, the entire Black Caucus, and a lot of us feel Black Democratic leadership, period,
people of
needs
color,
to be challenged at this point. So we were kind of hoping some other folks who had what we thought were kind of candidate type backgrounds would do it, but a lot of people felt they weren't ready. So, you know, we talked about it. A few folks in our coalition kind of thought about it, but as the clock kept ticking, I put the question out there on some of my social media, and I got a lot of response, and pretty much everything we've done, community has stepped up and supported. So that's when we realized, you know, I had to do it.
Absolutely. And so speaking of which, August 31st, 2024, and I think that's when we all, really all over the country kind of learned what they were really up to. So of course, the California Legislative Black Caucus was championing reparations bills, specifically a Freedmen's Bureau, and I guess the funds defunded. And they had the study in 2020. Camila Moore, I think that's her name, Camila Moore.
Yes,
she was ahead of it, and she sounds like she was, hoodwinked as well. Stephen Bradford hoodwinked, from what I understand, and so everybody's waiting, for them to go past this bill, or at least put it before Governor Gavin Newsom. And I'm going to play this video for you, and I want to get your opinion and how you felt when you saw this.
This is Assemblyman Mr. Bryan. He's mad I brought up the reparations vote. So he's preventing me from speaking. And he's trying to block my access here. Why are you so upset?
You vote for 3 strikes. You put black folks in prisons, but now you want to be a reparations person. But you won't vote for the bill. I supported the bill all session.
Then bring the bill.
Will you vote for the bill, Mr.
Bring the bill.
Will you vote for the bill?
Bring it up.
Will you vote for reparations?
Bring it up.
I would love it.
Bring it up.
Let's vote for reparations
Bring
together.
It up. Bring it up.
You in, Bill?
Bring it up.
I didn't think so.
Bring it up. I'll vote for it. Bring it up. I'll vote for it.
I ain't gonna lie, every time I see that, it's just like nails to a chalkboard. But nevertheless, that was Assemblyman Isaac Bryan being confronted by then Assembly member from Riverside, Bill Esseley, who was now, I believe, with the Trump administration. But he is the one that actually caught him, because everybody was outside in the lobby, the vestibule, I guess, or what it was, waiting to see.
What were we gonna say, Sabaka?
Okay. The cat that you just showed off there from the California State Assembly, is he the one who, when he says bring it up, is he stating for this individual to introduce legislation for the reparations bill in the California State Assembly?
Yes.
Okay, now let me tell you something. If my ass was up there in that assembly room, like I said, more than likely, I would be getting arrested, is because the first thing that I will say is this: I need a moment of silence while I'm explaining the reparations. And the first motherfucker that opens up his mouth against it, I'm going to tell him 2 words: man, fuck you.
Yeah, well, that's basically what Isaac Bryan.
Because this is how serious this reparations issue is because to all you dumpsters out there, to all you OTBs out there, the black experience is not your experience. If it was not for our free labor, these damn states throughout the whole United States.
Chris, stop it, Chris. Just stop. Just stop with the trolling. Stop. Just stop.
Okay, wouldn't be possible. Now, what's up with the troll? Is he addressing me?
I think so.
You're not oppressed. Okay, man, bring your ass up here.
He's
okay.
Not gonna do it. We done challenged.
Okay. No, I don't chase troglodytes like you do, Mr. Booker. Okay, I don't chase troglodytes.
Chris, you better get up here. If you don't get up here, you got 2 minutes to get up here and talk your shit. Otherwise,
and if you don't get up here, Chris Booker, B2E, you a buster. Okay. There's the link. Click it if you dare. We'll listen to you. I don't like talking to my own people like this, but I'll be goddamned if I'm going to sit up here and be disrespected.
Right.
You got 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Permanent vacation.
You a buster, man, and fuck you. He's a buster.
Mm-hmm.
Prove me a liar. I would love to be proved a liar on that. I don't have no problem talking to my own people.
Give him a chance, Shabaka. He didn't hit the link, so it's
okay. Yeah, I'm giving him a chance.
I'll see him in the chat again. Just permanently block him.
Right. Oh, by the way, where's my wrench chat, man?
You got your wrench. You can block him too.
Oh, okay. All right.
you know, what the decision would be. And I think a lot of people were hopeful that some sort of reparations would be passed. And then lo and behold, Bill was like, they up in there playing in y'all face. They not doing anything at all. They have not put it on the floor at all. And then, of course, when it came out, they said, well, and Lori Wilson, she was the chairwoman at the time. It's a multi-year study. So, Billion, tell me your opinion when you see that. Like, what goes through your mind?
It's devastating. It's infuriating. You know, just knowing the history of what our people have gone through to get the issue of reparations acknowledged by this country and this government, and working with this incredible coalition we work with known as CJEC, California for a Just and Equitable California, from getting the task force together, the 2-year study the task force did, the report they put out. 2024, we went through all these committees, having folks call and write and go to the Capitol, and it comes down 2 seconds left in the game. We on the goal line. All these clowns got to do is walk it across the line, and they chose to choke, block all of us. We were actually driving back at that point from the Capitol because we had been there all day. And when we got word of that, it was just like, wow, I could not believe that was the last thing I thought would happen. I even saw Isaac earlier that day. And up to that, we had built a relationship because we operate in this district. We had worked on a few Christmas programs together. I never expected that was in him to do that, but it's disgusting.
It is.
So tell me, and the viewers and Donovan, about your campaign. What is the one or maybe two things that you would do differently than he is doing?
One, we're looking to walk the direct cash payment component across the finish line.
That's right.
Senator Stephen Bradford, he put up the 2 bills they blocked in 2024. One of them was to actually establish a fund for California to start paying into, and we have been advocating to get our seniors paid first and foremost. And in it, Senator Stephen Bradford suggested that we should get paid anywhere from $350,000 to $1.2 million each. And I know it's a lot of folks who have debates as to that might be too low or whatever, but I think most of us will be in a much better position whether we were to get the $350,000 or the $1.2 million. But our campaign is looking to first and foremost champion getting that across the finish line, but also for several years now, California, the County of Los Angeles, the City of Los Angeles, City of Inglewood has acknowledged that Blacks are the recipients of the most hate crimes. However, just this past year, they passed more legislation to protect Jewish people. And year after year, they're number 2 on that list. And then the LGBT community is number 3. So again, why are you passing up number 1 to get to number 2 and number 3? Right. So I would say that would be the second primary thing our campaign is looking to address. But in general, just making what we as Black people are going through, being erased out of LA and California right now, raising that up where we don't hear no other Black officials talking about it.
Right.
And you know, the other thing too, and Donovan, I'm gonna give it to you in just a second. You know, as I look through Isaac Bryan's website and things like that, he talks a lot about racial justice. And I'm like, but what does that mean? Like, I don't have a sense from him what that exactly means. Now, of course, we've seen him, especially lately, you know, with the illegal immigration, you know, the raids and things like that in Los Angeles. We've seen him out there, you know, run around stomping for illegal immigrants. So I don't know if he necessarily means that as racial justice, but why do you think that he is not championing? I mean, he's championing, and I say that loosely, right? Reparations, but why do you think, like, what's the real reason why they don't? Like, these are Black folks. Now, I know some of them aren't, you know, Black American per se, but these are Black folks, the California Legislative Black Caucus. Why do you think they're really not trying to get Black California descendants of slavery reparations?
Well, the 2 reasons we see is, one, it's not part of the Democratic agenda. As much as they want to say Trump this, Trump that, we see the so-called lesser evil is just as much of a great evil as they are. But for Isaac more specifically, our district is unique in the way that 1/3 of the district, the 55th district, is predominantly us. That both has the 3 wealthiest Black communities in the nation, being Windsor Hills, View Park, Ladera Heights, and Baldwin Hills. It also has, for several years, is considered the most politically engaged community, which a lot of folks know as Lamert Park, we call Africa Town. But the other 2/3 of the district is predominantly liberal, predominantly immigrant, predominantly Jewish, and predominantly not us. So, you know, he's talking that same Barack Obama, Kamala Harris talk that he's not just the official of Black people, he's the official of everybody in his district. And that would be okay, cool, if you stop throwing us to the bottom. You know, we have the most needs, so we need our needs to be prioritized. But yeah, if he's talking about anything racial, we know it's excluding Black.
And one more question before I give it to Donovan. Because a lot of times when I see y'all out and about, Africa Town Coalition, out and about, whether it's parades, wherever it is, I see y'all really talking to people, and a lot of them just really don't know. They don't know that Isaac Bryan, you know, I don't even know if block is the right word. He just didn't give a damn, right? He just didn't even bother with trying to. So a lot of them like, I know I didn't know that. Oh, he did? I see that a lot when y'all talking to people. So how do we, when I say we, I mean collectively, how do we get the word out to the people who may not be on social media, or because we know the regular news, the mainstream media, they're not going to cover this type of stuff like that. They'll mention it, but so how do we get the baby boomer generations, all the people who are just not connected to what Isaac Bryan did not do for them? How do we get the word out?
Well, you know, what you're doing is very unique, using your platform to raise up these issues, because here in LA, for the most part, Black media is following corporate media and the Black Democratic agenda. So they're very quiet. So that has forced us to be in the streets almost all day, every day. You know, once I finish this interview, we're right back in the streets. And like on King Day, what we found, as a lot of our people have been displaced out of LA, a lot of those folks are driving across the freeway, coming in here for King Day, coming in here for Taste of Soul, coming in here for Juneteenth. So they're not aware. But fortunately, we have found over the last year and a half since what happened on August 31st, 2024, more Black folks here are known. Because what we're finding is a lot of the support we're getting for this campaign is either people who are familiar with the work we've been doing, or folks who hate that he doesn't have the backbone to stand up. So to answer your question, yeah, it's primarily us getting out in the streets, and a lot of these younger podcasters out here have been helping us to different extents to get the word out.
That's what's up.
Donovan?
All right, thank you. Sorry again, I was late talking to moms. You know how it is. When mom calls, you got to pick up the phone, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So, but glad to have you here. I mean, I've been watching you through Demetra, because Demetra's, you know, had some time in LA, so she has a lot of roots down there. But you're running against Mr. Bryant, and we know Citizens United. The Democrats have said for a long time the biggest problem in politics is Citizens United, money in politics. And we know to run a campaign takes a lot of money. So my question to you is, as a person who I'm going to assume, and hope, please forgive me if I'm wrong, if you're a Democrat, correct?
No.
Okay. So not being a Democrat, because I'm not a Democrat either, not being a Democrat, the funding of what you're going to do, and the less than 6% of Black people left in California, how are you going to garner that Latino vote? Because it's been on record that Latinos have said they are not for reparations. They don't feel they have to pay for it. I'm first, second generation Latino. How are you going to get the Latino vote to get you over the edge? Because that's going to be I believe, the biggest hurdle to beat Mr. Bryant is that Latino vote.
Great question. So what we found is in this district, there are 300,000 registered voters. Isaac came in through a special election, and he has gone up for two actual elections. And in 2024, that was the most people he pulled out to vote for him, which was 80,000. So that leaves over 200,000 registered voters who aren't showing up.
Hey,
and I'm not sure if he was on when I was sharing that we found there are a lot of people who aren't pleased with Isaac. And this is white, Asian, some of the Latinos we've been talking to.
How you doing, Breeze Omega?
Even more so, or the many more who aren't registered to vote, who are now telling us that they finally see they have an option of registering to vote. So where, you know, our position as far as not going out
with Donovan
fighting against ICE or championing the immigration issue, we know they're going to pull that from social media, some things we've said, done to try to sway Latinos against us.
Sorry to hear that, homie.
If there is any true solidarity,
and he had on the pink hat.
We may have some of that.
He got the pink hat on now. I think it's the breast cancer.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
He usually got a cowgirl hat on, Shabaka.
Damn.
I'm not used to him having anything other than a cowgirl hat on.
Oh man.
But I guess what Breeze is saying is like dude's off code. Like he's not on code, and he giving opposite terrorist vibes.
Right. And then also too, Breeze, I'm gonna crumb bum on Bad Bunny in a few minutes.
Yeah, the hell with Bad Bunny and the hell with that.
Yeah, on the Super Bowl.
The hell with that whole Super Bowl. That shit was trash from beginning to end.
Yeah, but I am glad that Jay Dizzle's team won.
Well, if Logic says go where the numbers is at, then we should be in Africa. That's where the numbers is at.
Okay.
But as far as the United States, yeah, the South is where it's at. That's where we got our stronghold at, MD.
Okay, now I have been through Atlanta MD20, and I didn't dig the South, man. So all of those of you over the years who challenged Shabaka San Corey to go to the South, I did go to the South about 3 to 4 years ago. I didn't dig it. I kept hearing strange through.
Donovan blocks you?
Blocked who?
Breeze.
What?
I never been on this channel. Only time I listen to him is when he's on Demetria K's show.
Okay, now who is this here that blocked you once again, Breeze?
The dude with the pink hat, Donovan.
Oh, the recovering, AKA the Black Yul Brenner.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't know why he's doing that though. Like you cater to these other groups. You want him to cater to these other groups. He's literally saying he's black first. Like his whole website is black. Biggie black. There's no mention of none of these other groups on his website. But if you want to get the advantage over punk ass Isaac Bryant, yeah, he's off code.
Well, the only thing I can say about that is this, brother Breeze. I've had so many motherfuckers block me, man, because they can't take
she's a mod. I think he's saying she was a mod in his chat on his.
Okay.
And she
would be the moderator, yeah. Because
he said Donovan Sadiq is off code.
Yeah, he didn't like what Breeze said. Well, Breeze, that means you doing something right, man.
Yeah, he's a Trump supporter. He's a Trump supporter.
Wait a minute. This clown with these glasses on and his hat on, the recovering Democrat, is a dump supporter?
Yeah.
He's a dumpster.
Yeah.
A black dumpster.
Basically.
Fuck him.
We have had some of the Latino organizations we've worked with previously reach out to us and waiting to meet with us. Also, some of the Asian organizations we've worked with reaching out to us, and some of the white organizations reaching out. So we know.
Wait a minute, Asians organizations is reaching out to Billion Godson.
But I think for us, the real issue is the many people who aren't registering to vote. Because again, that's over 2/3 of what Isaac hasn't gotten. We know, some of the white liberals aren't going to mess with us. Some of the MAGA folks might be out there. We do have a white Republican running, Keith Cashew, but we know there's a lot of potential out there for us to get a similar number that he's gotten in the past, if not more. So, because part of that 80,000 he got is coming to us, because like I said, the only other option was this white guy, Keith, who's a Republican. So instead of voting for that Republican, they went ahead and voted for Isaac. But now that they have an independent option that they've seen produce results, they are.
Hey, Breeze, follow me on X, man, at Shabaka Capital.
Just a quick follow-up. The reason why I bring that is, as a Californian, the Latinos are the dominant group here.
Rally for reparations.
And, I ran for office locally, and my city's predominantly Hispanic. And it's hard to win. If you're a Black person or a white person in my city, it is very hard to win unless you get that Latino vote. And so to get that Latino vote, and let's, politics is politics no matter how we look at it. You are duly elected. What is some of the programs that you're going to bring for the community in regards to things that you want to do? I don't know if you already answered that or whatever, but like specifically, like right now in college, you'll see the Dreamer's Office, right? You don't have a Black office. You don't have any of that stuff. It's the Dreamer's Office for people that are in that limbo and they get all this resources and stuff like that. What specific things, if I was going to vote for you, would you have that would make me say, yeah, I'm going with that guy because, hey, he's going to give me, this, that, or I can get this to that. I mean, is there anything specific that you're going to be targeting that your community needs? Because let's face it, not everybody's on the reparations bandwagon. Not everybody's on the, Somali bandwagon, whatever the deal is. What specific needs does your community need that you can address?
So yeah, like I said, first and foremost, we're pushing reparations. So we're going to stay strong and double down on that, and then see where we could build support and get folks to understand that it's going to happen. Second, I was saying is the protections. Every year, the Black community is at the top of the list of being the most hated, being the most targeted, being the most killed by police, the most arrested, the most everything ugly. We're at the top of those. But another major issue that I found people are upset with Isaac.
Okay, what comment was that? He voted for Trump because Trump was raised
developers
as a Democrat
for the
growing
past
up.
several years. They've been developing like up and down the major
corridors. Okay, what was the next one?
La Brea, these new 5-story, 200 unit buildings with no parking. But now SB 79 will allow them to go a half a mile.
Okay, then that would explain a lot.
Main corridor into residential areas and buy houses and turn those houses into these type of units. So folks are infuriated about that, but that's also tied into the bigger housing crisis in Los Angeles, and where we see across the board again, whether it be Black Democrats or leadership period from Gavin Newsom on down, they're not fighting the banks the way people need them to fight the banks. They're not fighting the developers the way people need them to fight the developers.
So here's what they would call an army brag.
Taxes is ridiculous. So a lot of that stuff right there, we know we will have to address. Another program we had earlier, Dimitri and I was speaking about in 2017, we're shutting down a number of Korean businesses, but 2 years into that campaign, we began what we call the Business Relation Improvement Project to really start securing jobs for Black people and well-paying jobs, not just this minimum wage crap that, they want to hire somebody to be a security guard and you work 8 hours and still can't afford rent. But we know with this influx of immigrants, Black folks have been shut out of almost every industry.
Yes.
Whether we're talking about government jobs, retail, construction, everywhere you look now, including within our own communities that we still dominate, we've been pushed out. So those are issues that we also know are very hot, very heated, that we have already been championed from an organizing side, but now in the actual seat of power, we know we could push the agenda further.
Yeah, you know, and I want to just kind of circle back. And when you said only he won with 80,000 votes, and you said it's a total of 200,000 voters.
Well, 300,000. So 200,000 plus did not show up for him. There's 300,000 registered voters.
That's a shame, but that's all over the nation.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. You know, when we try to talk about that a lot, the apathy, the I don't care of the state and local level elections, and then when you hear that he got in with 80,000 votes out of 300,000, like you said, a lot of people just didn't show up. But then when you hear about, you know, him, and I'm trying to be that, he just really irks me, and I hope he knows that. But then so when you hear about him allowing developers to encroach into the neighborhoods, you know, and you know, historically Black, you know, communities and things like that. And then when people hear that, they're like, oh my God, that's terrible. It's like, is it terrible? Is it terrible enough for you to get out there and vote? There's no reason he should have got in there with 80,000 votes, and there's 300,000 people that could have voted and made a difference.
Exactly.
See, that's the thing too. We have to, and I try to really make that my mission is wake our people up and like really educate our people, you know, and say, hey, like, I know you don't really think going out and voting on the state and local levels is all that, you know, it's the president that matters, but like, no, this stuff matters, right? When you don't have anywhere to live, or because they've allowed these developers to encroach upon neighborhoods, now the rent is sky high. We heard about that with SoFi Stadium. You know, I heard of a story where a man, I think he was paying $1,100, you know, wherever he was staying before the stadium got there. Then when it got there, his rent went up to $3,000. So then he moved in with his sister, and then her rent went up, and then they had to go. They were just pushed out completely, right? So the back end of that is people don't show up. Yep. Now with the Latino vote thing, we know why Isaac Bryan is, you know, romping and stomping the way he does. He wants to lock in the Latino vote, because let's keep the buck. They, I don't know, are more in population, probably, you know, or they're more than us in population, we'll say that. But as far as the Black and brown, you know, a thing, like I always tell people, I'm from California, I got Mexican homies. I mean, you just grow up that way, right? You from, you know, from kindergarten up, you have, you know, so it's not that Black community don't like the brown. We like the brown, but what we would like the brown to do is say, hey, we matter too, because it is because of the Black community that you all have gotten what you've gotten, whether it's the way we vote,
yep,
you know, whether it's civil rights that was supposed to be for us, and you know, so I think that kind of needs to be explained as well. It's not that we hate brown people. We all have, you know, brown friends. So I think it's a matter of educating the brown as well. Listen, now a lot of people wonder why Black Americans are just, you know, we sitting out. It's because, well, y'all kind of told us we're not saying we don't matter, but y'all have said we don't matter. So now that, you know, ICE and all that is going on, people are saying, where are the Blacks per se? It's like, well, got a question. We need y'all to help us get.
Yeah, what's the question? Do you think that Demetrius is too cautious
so what's your opinion on all of that?
Yeah.
Well, you can never be too cautious, Mike,
interesting,
because it only takes half a second to get kicked off the planet.
Growing up here, and when I say LA, Black people, LA County, because I went to all Inglewood schools, and I've lived from Inglewood to LA to Hawthorne, different surrounding areas. But all through high school, elementary, and all that, I had no real issues with you know, Latinos. It wasn't until about 16 years ago, with this influx of folks coming from different Latin countries where they're very racist, that it's become very uncomfortable. You know,
I've had issues with them since at least high school.
Right, I've had issues with them all the time.
I went to a predominantly Hispanic high school, so I was getting into it with them every single day. I went to that school because they had a magnet program that I was interested in called CIS, which is Center for International Studies. I went to travel abroad, and I wanted to learn a foreign language. Well, I ended up learning a little bit of Spanish, but I didn't get to travel abroad. So
right.
And I had to check them every single day because they were saying nigga and thought it was cool to say nigga, and I was in and out the principal's office every damn day behind that shit.
Right.
So
right.
I almost got expelled behind that shit. So yeah, I only had maybe, I wouldn't even say a handful of them as friends growing up. And even now today, I maybe got like maybe one or two, like
right.
Ball. I went to high school with him. It's him and maybe like one or two others. That's it.
Right. Now I do recall in my earlier younger days in Los Angeles, at one time Latinos and Bree said since 96. Okay, but during the 60s and 70s, they, you kind of like had a coalition with them, but then what had happened is like we had reported, Brother Che, when they started going up there into the city of Compton, running black people out of their own homes, mainly our elderly.
Well, that was in the mid 2000s, Shabaka, mid to late 2000s. But going back even further, they were on the sidelines of the Civil Rights Bill until they got some kind of benefit from it when they changed the language to minorities. Because that's Dr. Claude Anderson taught us, the original Civil Rights Bill was specifically for Black Americans. It wasn't for all these other groups. It wasn't for OGBs. It wasn't for LGBTQ. It wasn't for white women. It was specifically for Black Americans. And they went and changed the language and made it for minorities, which include that could be anybody. It could be anything.
So, that's where the broad, ambiguous term comes from, as you point out. And then Breeze Omega says that they gave him.
I went to West High School, Michael, which is predominantly a Latino school, but I didn't go there for that. I went there for the magnet program because I had a magnet program called Center for International Studies, which when I graduated, I ended up getting 2 diplomas. I got a diploma from the school, West High School, and I got a diploma from the magnet program.
Okay, and Breeze had put a comment up there that I didn't get a clear look at. Jesse, does one of your Latino friends support lineage-based cash payment reparations for American freedmen of chattel slavery?
Yeah, the one that's running for city council, he does. But the other ones, no. Actually, one of them's a goddamn Trump supporter. So no.
Shit.
No.
A dumpster, huh?
Yeah, he voted for Trump.
A damn dumpster.
He said he couldn't get, because he's a Christian. He's like one of them.
Oh.
He's one of them. So he's like, I can't vote for Kamala. She supports, all the wrong shit. So I'm going to support Trump, basically.
Damn. So he's supporting Trump by default.
Well, he voted for him. I mean, he made it clear that's who he was going to vote for.
Yeah.
The same reasons a lot of us didn't move to East LA or certain areas. Now that culture is trying to, or not trying, is making its way over into South Central in the Inglewood. So
they just rolled up on some little tiny locs. The Serenos. They wrote up on these tiny locs from Acacia. The hell's damn set? Acacia. I want to say it's Avalon Gangster Crip. They rolled up on these little teenagers. They couldn't have been no older than like 14, 15 years old. Grown men rolled up on them. They do these blogs, like the youth out there. They be doing these little blogs, these hood blogs. And these millennials rolled up on them and threatened them. But they wouldn't do that shit to no grown gang members. They did that shit to kids.
Damn.
Yeah, we know it's going to take some educating, but we're also seeing it's a lot of hatred for us in those communities.
Yes.
So we're going to do our best to reach those that we can reach.
He couldn't help.
And we're even finding amongst them, a lot of them are against immigration.
I went through that same shit too, Bree.
A video where Cesar Chavez actually spoke out against it because it affected
and
them.
the Black Panthers helped Cesar Chavez with the great boycott.
Yeah, they did. And then here in Denver, we had the Black Panthers, as you know, Chairman Sekou and Lauren Watson. They was working with Corky Gonzalez.
Okay.
We are Cesar Chavez out here.
Okay. Yeah, because I remember they put the great boycott in the late 60s, early 70s because of Cesar Chavez.
Yeah.
And I used to like grapes as a kid. And I asked Mama, how come we ain't getting no more grapes? And she says, well, we're supporting the migrant workers and Cesar Chavez.
Well,
remember the Black Panther Party came out and spoke on behalf of Cesar Chavez. In fact, I recall Bobby Seale in print and on the news talking about Brother Chavez.
Yeah, that was then. This is now.
Right. I know. But I'm just saying, though, Brother Chav, how it was back then to how it is now. We all we got, Black family. We are all we got.
Right. And that's before they knew, like, I mean, they had an idea because Loletha was racist as hell. Loletha said, the Negro's problem is the Negro's problem. The Negro's
yeah, he said that in the 60s.
They said that back in the 30s, Shabaka. Felix
in the
Torino,
30s? Damn.
Yeah. Felix Torino said that the Negro's problem is the Negro's problem. So,
okay.
Let's meet about this ICE shit. This is y'all problem. This ain't got shit to do with us. We're not immigrants. You can't deport us. This is not our issue. This is not our fight. I was on another. I was on the phone with you earlier. I was on Rose Sanchez show, and he kept trying to convince us that we should be fighting against ICE, and I'm like, we're not immigrants. This shit don't concern us. I got nothing to do with us.
Right. And then not to mention, when it comes to us, like I argued with a dude on Facebook today, right? They give us the ultimate deportation. Let me drop a few names.
Well, that's an unalive. That's not a deportation. A deportation is you go back to your homeland. We in our homeland.
But so they kill us though.
Off the planet. Yeah. That's not deportation. A deportation is you are a foreigner on a foreign land, and we're gonna send you back to your homeland. I was on Tariq just before I came over, and he was speaking on the same thing. Yeah, I seen he had went live.
Yeah, but he don't never talk to me, man. So you know.
Well, you're not on TikTok no more, Shabaka. So you can't. Yeah. Because he be mainly on TikTok now. He don't really be on Twitter like that no more.
Oh, is that right? Oh, okay. Because I went on Twitter the other night, and there was a panel of women. As soon as they heard the name of Shabaka Sankor, they said, "Oh, we heard of him. That nigga's crazy."
You got your reputation precedes you, Shabaka. Oh, he was on YouTube. Yeah. Tonight he was on YouTube, but Shabaka's talking about the Twitter Spaces.
Yeah, on Stinky Bird, as I call it, because Musk owns Stinky Bird. And the reason I call it Stinky Bird, because Musk means you stink.
Bree said, what's your ex again?
Okay, what? Breeze, is Shabaka. You talking about on Twitter, right?
Yeah.
Shabaka at EXP. Capital EXP. Shabaka with the capital S. Capital EXP, and it's like all one word because you know I was up there with V40 a few times, man. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Shout out to V40.
Yeah, most definitely shout out there to V40. And then I went on
hopefully you can say I'm wrong enough, Shabaka, because we got the Sheik. I got the Sheik at the Black Leadership Conference in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Okay. Is the Sheik joining us?
No, he's on the video, Shabaka.
Okay.
He was at the event with Malik Zulu Shabazz.
Okay. Okay, Breeze. It is Shabaka. Okay, it's at Shabaka capital EXP. Okay, I'm gonna put it in the chat room, Breeze.
Yeah, put it in the actual public chat, Shabaka, so we can pull it up.
Day. So if there is any true solidarity out there, that's what we're banking on. But again,
there is no solidarity, brother.
Reaching those black folks who just have not been showing up, and because they felt they didn't have an option. And we know number-wise, we can make
not gonna run for office.
For where we're otherwise
he would
losing
make a good
with those
politician, but he's
alone.
not gonna run for office.
Okay, because what will happen with me, Michael, I'll get
I don't know if I missed it
assassinated.
or not. Being late again, I apologize.
No else said
But
that to read.
you know, you're a fairly young guy. I mean, I think I got a few years on you myself. But like a lot of people.
Hold on. It was your birthday yesterday, as a matter of fact, right?
Right. So when we say Green is 55, it's not just the 55th district. I actually turned 55 yesterday.
Oh, man, y'all still babies, man. Wait till you get my
I got some
age.
time on it a little bit. Just about a year.
I followed you, follow me back.
You look
Yeah,
great
Breeze,
for
got
that.
that.
But
Yeah,
let's be
got
real
that,
about
Breeze.
this. You know, that's it. But here's my thing, and I have to say this: like a lot of people, I didn't get involved in politics until I really saw what was happening in my community. The biggest FBI bribe of a public official happened in Moreno Valley, right?
Oh, I
And
believe
when we
it.
saw the feds coming in here, going into the city, the city hall, taking out the computers and doing all that, you know, I'm sitting here,
Yeah, that's in
like most
Riverside
people,
County,
you think,
Moreno
oh, everything
Valley.
is fine. They got it. They'll handle it. I took Demetra to a meeting one day. If that was just a clown show within
I think
itself.
Donovan's in Encino.
But what was it that got you up off the couch? Because I know what got me up off the couch. When I saw that incident happen, I said, you know what? Not in my city.
Okay,
What
do
is
you
going
know
on?
who
And then
lives
not only
in
did I find
Encino?
out the initial problem of what was happening,
my head.
I found so much more.
Who?
The Jacksons, the Jackson family, the Jackson 5 family. Encino, man, is a very, very wealthy community.
Yeah, that's where Donovan lives, if I'm not mistaken.
Encino.
Michael. Yeah.
That's a very wealthy community.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm still digging to this very
Down to
day.
the Jacksons, I still stand with Janet Jackson. Kamala ain't black.
Oh, yeah. Everybody
Corruption and the tax dollars that are being spent and wasted. And we just got a lawsuit for a citizen whose rights were violated. Jessica Jackson, her rights were violated.
He lives in Moreno Valley.
So,
Okay,
you know, whenever I
that
see
is out there
somebody
in Riverside County. He's out in the best.
and let's be real, Demetra, politics, it's a game.
Michael,
we're in the game. What got you up off of that couch and said, you know what, I've got to pay attention? Because for me, I always tell people, I'm fine. I'm 55 years old. I've got my career. I've got this. I've got that. I'm fine. I'm fighting for that next generation that ain't gonna have a chance. So for you, what was it in your district that just said, hey, I got to do something?
So I was sharing earlier, initially I was drawn into, fight for our people, primarily looking at the issue of police terrorism. And in 2010, Inglewood police killed like 5 people within 2 months. And I went to a city hall meeting in Inglewood, and I saw then Mayor Dorn, who previously was a judge and sent a lot of black folks to prison for way small crimes. But he sat up there with no concern on his face about, all these people who had just got killed. So spirit came over me then to run against him, even though I didn't move forward with that campaign. Fortunately, the spirit realm yanked him up out that seat. But more recently, I was sharing, after spending about 1.5 years chasing Isaac and all these CLBC clowns around, one thing I always push, going back to the 2004 presidential campaign, Baby Bush against John Kerry, we started telling people, don't vote for a lesser evil. Do not sign your approval on for any evil, be it the greater so-called evil or the lesser evil.
And remember, that was back when
I shared with people.
Remember, y'all, that's back when Puffy was doing that vote or die shit. in 2004.
We can't do it unless we have champions who have proven to fight for our interests. Then we vote, because we constantly have folks talking about they college history and resumes and wearing nice suits. But once they get in there, that's what they do. They continue to politic to maintain that lifestyle. So we knew that it had to be either one of us within the CJEC coalition or the Africatown coalition who has spent years fighting for this to get in here and get it across the finish line. So that's kind of what let me know, I had to do. I don't even want to do it, but we know we have to do this right now, just like you said, for seniors that are struggling, for the working class that's struggling, and most definitely for the future generation that really sees no hope out here in California right now.
Absolutely. So what do you want the people to know, where they can find you, how they can support? And I'll put all the information in the description box as well. So what is it that you need? Even people who don't live in the district of the 55th district, which is what Crenshaw district, Baldwin Hills, Ladera Heights, I think the Del Rey, is it Marina Del Rey, certain things like that.
Marina is actually just west outside of our district, but basically our district runs from Normandy. The east border is Normandy. It goes west, and it borderlines the beach cities. Like you said, Marina Del Rey, Venice Beach, Santa Monica. Those are the borders just outside on up to Beverly Hills. And it goes from south.
That's quite a territory.
The borderline being Inglewood outside of the district, but from Inglewood up to pretty much Wilshire. So that includes like Mid-City, Carthay, Palms, Culver City, those areas also. But our base is primarily in what I said is Africatown. Some folks know it's Leimert Park. Sundays we help manage the open air market there every week. But right now we're doing what's called signatures in lieu to actually get us on the ballot. We either need $1,300 or 857 signatures. Fortunately, people are responding, they're signing. Unfortunately, some of them aren't registered. Some of them aren't in the district, but I love it because, it just shows how much support
that brother
we have.
needs to get with me on that because I got a lot of experience on that,
within the
and
district.
I give him the knowledge to get his validity rate up on that, but he's going to have to pay
get us on the ballot, but to get nominated, we need 40 signatures for me to be nominated, and we pretty much crossed that already. And then, of course, like you said, is fundraising. We're not looking to do, what they do. I was told, interesting. The last election, I was told Isaac spent $70,000 on social media. $70,000 on social media and got 80,000 votes. So that's basically $1 per vote through social media. But we know a lot of those votes came from different organizations. That's why we got to monetize the UCLA network. So for us, again, our grassroots boots on the ground campaign is going to offset some of that. We have a number of people helping. We encourage folks who may be outside the district to come help us because, again, once we get in that seat,
Michael.
The legislation we
send it to Jesse, and Jesse, please send it to me.
Bringing reparations home will be for all in California. Smashing harder on these banks and developers will be for all of California. So if you're here in California, we need your help on social media. The website is billionis55. The number is 55.com. You can also use billionis55 on Facebook, Instagram, and I believe X to find us.
Okay, all right. I need to get with this
and
brother right here.
I said I was going to make it my mission, to highlight,
Mike, I do send it to Che.
And also to highlight your campaign because I am on 100% solidarity with you, and that Isaac Bryant needs to get up out of that seat. He has played in the faces of, sounds like everybody, but specifically Black voters. He's and like when I see him, it's almost like he's got this unearned arrogance about him, and it's like, but we know what you did. That's why I was saying we know what you did last summer. Well, not the summer before last.
Well, remember I showed when CJAC ran up on his ass. CJAC ran up on his ass in What was that? I think it was in Lamar Park, Shabaki. They ran up on his ass.
What was the cross streets?
It was right there on 43rd. Here's the
43rd
email.
and Crenshaw?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, check down that email address of blackaction365@yahoo.com and send it to me on my phone, please.
Okay, we got Leonard Day Judah in the building, certified salute. Certified B1.
Hey, Leonard.
And he said that was in 2024, yep.
Okay. We'll send him a test email, man, and see if it's still up.
Okay.
We know what you did. We know what you didn't do. And so for those of y'all who are watching, yes, we need people who have real boots on the ground, like you said, not walking around in nice, expensive suits, you know, trying to look the part. We need people who really got their finger on the pulse of the people and who can speak to the issues. And that's not gonna, you know, and Donovan actually said this, not sell out, but buy in. And it sounds like Isaac Bryan has bought in, where he's allowing these developers to go and encroach into, you know, the neighborhoods of the people he's supposed to protect. So that's what I'm like when I see him talk about racial justice and all this other stuff. Racial justice is making sure Black folks have a place to live. That's what racial justice is. Making sure that Black folks that, you know, are the most homeless population.
And the first place to check for that there, Sister Demetra K.
Well, I'm quite sure in his district, he got the most homeless.
It's the goddamn LA County and LA City building and housing permits.
And I am going to do my best to make sure I tell every story about him and to highlight your campaign. That is my vow to you, Billion, because I truly believe that you need to get in there, because I followed y'all for a very long time. And next time I come out there, I got to come, you know, actually meet y'all in person. Yes. But I see that y'all do have, and this is the one thing that's missing in a lot of politics, is the love of people and the love of the people that you will serve, right? Because that's the job of an assembly person, is to serve. And I've already seen you do that. I've already seen you hold, you know, like you said, the Korean businesses accountable and, you know, all the others. I've seen you do that without even holding the seat. See, that's what Isaac Bryan should be doing, not pretending that he cares. But unfortunately, we do see a lot of them get in and they do grease their pockets. We call it getting a little white envelope. Here, go ahead and give that to your organization. Don't you got a fund, you know, non-profit? I'm here, you know, and they go ahead and pocket it or circumvent the money, and then they don't care about the people. So I'm just letting you know that you have my
Breeze saying crazy. He don't see his chat.
You know, promote your campaign and continue to follow him around,
he's
because
on the
he ain't
horizontal.
Right. He does not deserve that.
I'm streaming horizontal and vertical. Okay. So there's some people that's watching on the vertical, like Michael's watching on the vertical.
Okay.
Breeze is watching on the horizontal or the landscape. And Michael's listening or watching on the portrait.
Okay.
Grateful for you, our sister, our queen, Demetra, brother Donovan. Like I said, unfortunately, here in LA, much of Blacc Media follows suit with the Black Democratic agenda. So they're acting like we don't exist, like this campaign's not happening.
Right, that's a fact.
Everybody,
just like they did me when I ran.
The 5-5, they 5-5,
right?
So you know, this is a God-led movement, a God-led mission, and we know we're gonna succeed.
Donovan, any parting words?
Hey, all I can tell you is, as long as it's one person, one vote, there's always a chance. All the money in the world is not going to stop that one vote. All you got to do is get that one vote. And that's what these politicians fear. That one person, that one vote, because all the money in the world, sometimes you can't buy everybody. So, like Muhammad Ali said years ago, shock the world. Just go and shock the world. It's possible. All things are possible.
Right.
And I will say this too, Donovan, his nemesis is Corey Jackson. That's his representative. He can, Donovan is trying his very best to ring the alarm, and he's been doing it for a very long time about the shenanigans, you know, of Corey Jackson.
Breeze, I see you following me, man.
He don't need that seat either.
Yeah, we made a trip out there over a year ago to confront him at an event, and we got some.
Breeze, I see you following me.
conference center. You guys came up to the conference center. Yeah. We got you on video. Remember, Dimitri? We did a little show on that one.
Yeah, we saw one of the ladies. I ain't gonna say her name, but I've known her since high school. She was my teacher. She's the one that came out and said, "Leave him alone. He's a good man."
Yeah, I got you, Breeze. I'm following you, man. Follow me on Twitter.
He said he is
so
following
anyway,
you,
I'm gonna put all the information in the description
Okay,
box.
cool.
So y'all
I'm
gotta watch
following
this.
him
Please
back.
do your
I just
best
saw him up there.
to share this video, spread the word. If you know somebody in California, if you're in California, we need to get this brother to the assembly because the playtime is over for Isaac. Let's send him fishing or whatever it is he do in his spare time. But anyway, we love and appreciate every last one of them. And please, whenever you want to come back, this platform is your platform, Brother Billion. Just let me know and I will make it happen. I promise you. So in the meantime, y'all have a great rest of your day, and we'll see y'all a little bit later on. Peace.
Peace. All right. So that was that interview with our brother Billion's godson.
Okay.
To him. Hopefully he gets the seat and he's able to unseat that goddamn clown Isaac Bryant.
Right.
Reparations. Not last year, in 2024 and in 2025. So the hell with him, Isaac Bryant. He got
okay.
You got background noise, Shabaka. I don't know if it's a TV or what.
Yeah.
All right. So, what are your thoughts on first the confusing reparations bill that Isaac Bryant is trying to introduce that's going to sabotage Black Americans? And then
what we need to do, then we need to turn our back on it, man. Just let them know, hey, man, you're not going to sit up here for a monkey wrench in this work because you got to look at how people doing slavery, doing the civil rights movement, doing the Black empowerment era. You see what I'm saying? To their memories, and then not to mention to their descendants who are still alive.
Yeah, Michael, I seen that on Ballotpedia. Okay. I didn't know he supported reparations, though.
Yeah, just like when I did security for Rosa Parks, Brother Che, when I was younger than you in 1980, and I was 21.
Yeah.
And she was a frail lady. You know what I'm saying? She didn't weigh no more than 110 pounds, wringing wet.
All right, is that your final thoughts on the reparations bill for environmental racism that Isaac Bryant is trying to introduce, and the interview with Billion's godson?
Yeah, yes, sir. And then on top of that is that you see we got to build up our own damn industries, particularly out there in Los Angeles. Is for the simple fact is, ladies and gentlemen, as Brother Che and I had stated on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, what's that there, Brother Che, about 3 years ago, is that it was the Black exploitation films that saved Hollywood in the early 1970s.
Yep, Hollywood was.
And I sure do remember Rosalind Cash's fine ass, Vanetta McGee. Oh my! And then of course the movie at that era that would bring tears to your eyes was Sounder with Cicely Tyson and Paul Winfield. And if you didn't cry at the end of that movie, you ain't human.
Yeah, Sounder was heavy.
What was something else? What was that?
Yeah. All right, so moving along, Shabaki. Artist Glorilla, or Glorilla. That's how you pronounce
Artist it. Glorilla?
Yeah, her name is Gloria.
What kind of motherfucker Glorilla?
Yeah, her name is Gloria, but she goes by Glorilla. She's a female rapper. She's out of Memphis. Her sister calls her out for not giving them money because they're struggling. So Uncle Phil gonna give us.
It all depends on what type of relationship she has with her sister.
So rapper Glorilla, she's having a problem right
Damn,
now.
Uncle
I
Phil,
usually don't talk about rappers and things like that on this particular channel, but I'm going to talk about it today because something I saw with her sister. So she has a twin sister, and her sister is upset with her because Glorilla is not cashing out on her and the rest of the family like she thinks she should be cashing out. So she went to the internet to put Glorilla on blast and expose her for not giving them her money that she worked for and that nobody gave her anything. But I want to play exactly what the sister is saying. But let's go ahead and talk about this because I don't like this at all.
Real story. My mama vamped out on that because she gonna handle the heat. Oh God, man, she was like $3,000 in the hole with the light bill. 3278 Dawn Road on the west side. Head spineless, like he's sorry as hell, his spines are full. So they started seeing the outside. They started seeing everything now because they stand in the motel room. On Airways. Nice in. I was coming over there. I was coming over there occasionally. I was too busy. I'm 18 years old, nigga, going from house to house to house to house. So, I say again, Gloria, for you to know how we struggle, for you to know how we got neglected, for you to know how we got mistreated, and for you not to reach back and do for not one of us, you got two of them down there right now, Miracle and Loletha.
She's the size of Gary
You got both of
Coleman.
them down there right
Man.
now. Being your housemaids. Why is the Eddie calling my mama to get $4 for his phone bill?
Oh, what you doing?
Like,
Pull up on us, pull up.
wait.
Hold on.
And you okay, so y'all talking about some white son now. It's been 4 years. It's been 4 years. 4 years. My brother out here doing DoorDash. You don't even do shit, brother. I know he ain't do to you. We got an autistic brother. You don't even do for him. I come to this and say, okay. Y'all beg. I don't know what my other siblings are, but Perry ain't bitch, so she ain't gave them. I would ask for. Even though my mama used to do all this, she ain't have it worse than the oldest. Like, for real, the oldest like, nah, fuck.
I don't know how.
Y'all talking about she ain't obligated to do something. Is she obligated to do something for all them motherfucking friends she got? She obligated to do something for them?
Damn.
Like laying on them up,
She's
bitch
big,
in
man.
the bed and lying like it was me. But she ain't obligated.
Bro.
Damn.
She ain't obligated though.
You talking
For
about
real?
Tory Lanez?
I'm sick of y'all all this glow sis, that glow sis. I ain't got to show for being glow sis. I don't give how y'all take it. I don't got nothing to show for. Don't none of us got
Bree,
nothing
she
to show.
spent
But you wanna sit here and drunk
$2,500 on
ass
steak
throat.
and
I'm
liquor.
putting up for old
Damn.
friends we went to school with. I'm in a Malibu. I thought you were gonna be in something like the Rambo. Nah, she probably them, but nah, well, I ain't like that.
I don't know what my Facebook is.
I ain't. My brother doing DoorDash. Oh God, my dad had borrowed money from my mama. My mama barely making ends meet. My mama lived in a house she bought. Gloria did not buy that house. She bought my sorry ass daddy a house full of roaches in South Haven. Let's talk about it. Fuck that Jaguar, she got it, man. Y'all want me to sit here in silence everywhere I go? Oh, you look like love. Oh, you sound like her. You even laugh like her. I'm talking about, you know how embarrassing it is to be at the club, mom. Let's glosser, that glosser. And I walk outside to a Malibu. Y'all don't know how embarrassing that is. And I got to sit here and fly. It's like, yeah, this is my other car. You know what I'm saying? The other one's in the garage, you put those in the, yeah. Do you know what I'm saying? You have my whole face.
Yeah.
But see, y'all ain't understanding this.
I have one word with all this ranting by the sister: jealousy.
Yep.
It is not on your sister to give you everything. Because one thing I've learned about life, when you give somebody something that they didn't earn, one, they don't appreciate it. Two, they're going to keep coming back.
Yep.
If she wanted to ask her sister for anything, say, hey, can you put me on with a job?
Mm-hmm.
And so I can get paid good money so I can go buy my own stuff.
Right.
I don't want nothing for free from you. Just can you give me a job? Because I've heard Glorilla talk about assistance she has and what she pays them.
Phil, are you talking about a job?
So why didn't you ask your sister for a job? That way she can put you on that way, and maybe as you working for your sister, you know, if it's something else you can get on doing, you could have did that just being around your sister or whatever. But now you've ruined the chance of your sister even doing anything for you because you go to the internet talking crap. You done better talking to her like that to her face than sitting up there getting on the internet and putting the whole world in it. Now TMZ is on here, and then, you know, everybody in basically her industry asking her questions. What's going on with your family down there or whatever? Her mama work at FedEx.
Well,
okay, her mama work at FedEx.
Difference between
FedEx isn't a bad job.
Business for
There's
yourself.
a lot of people making great money at FedEx. FedEx is actually a career if you can stay there and they don't leave you off.
She arguing with Joe.
Now you talking about them y'all struggling or whatever the case may be. Well, that's not her responsibility. You talking about she gave the dad a house. Well, what is the relationship with the dad versus the mama? We don't know. None of us know y'all situation like that. But it's not on Glorilla to do anything for you.
Right.
You are good and grown. You supposed to do for self. I don't care if my sister hit $100 million tomorrow. It's not on my sister to go give me a dime. Right. My life continues the same way as it is right now.
Man, because if I hit a goddamn $100 million, man, my family won't be cousin or whoever's money.
That's their money. It's not my money.
You off a little bit to get you going, but if you fuck it off, that's
any
different.
family member's money.
Right.
Matter of fact, I don't even want to know it. If you get a certain amount of money, cool. Okay, man, I'm happy for you. That's for us to go with me. I can't be demanding something that's not mine.
But
some people got a nerve, but you know, sometimes when people become successful, they go through that with family. That's why a lot of times you see them kind of not talk to family, not because they don't want to, because you got individuals like that. That's supposed to be your blood sister, and up here just trying to run your name through the mud. That's not cool. And even the comments she made, they say, oh, you go sister, oh, you look like her, you sound like her, and then she's talking about she go out to a Malibu. Well, at least you got a car.
Right.
You want a Lambo from your sister? You don't have the money to keep up a Lambo.
Uncle
Even
Phil,
if Glorilla bought her sister a Lambo today,
Malibu
his title
is an exclusive rich.
She cannot keep up with the maintenance.
No. He's talking about her car, Shabaka.
Oh, the car, the Malibu. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Chevy Malibu.
As opposed to Malibu, California. Okay.
And where she lives, she gonna get robbed for it. You don't bring that kind of car in those locations. If you want a Lambo, you got to kind of move to the locations where people are going to leave you alone with that.
Right.
No, you put it in car storage, homie.
No, I don't support Glorilla just giving them things. No.
There to go get
if she chooses to give somebody something, that's her choice. But it's trying to strong arm her and try to embarrass her for the world just because she won't give you her money. That's the thing. That's her money. Right. It's not yours. And let's call it what it is. Rappers aren't rich like that. They really not. Everybody know that they be putting on rented jewelry, rented clothes, rented cars, and everything else. Rappers don't make money like that.
Or Lambo.
Because they tied the contract.
No. Glorilla was a Major League Baseball player. You know, they get paid pretty high. That's one thing. But you know, Glorilla can really flip it and do a podcast, and she'll make a ton of money doing a podcast.
Well, I sure like to know one already. I've been doing it for 10 goddamn years.
But it's not on nobody else to do for you. You're responsible for yourself. Her mama is responsible for herself. If her daughter chooses to help, okay, she chooses to. And if she chooses not to, life goes on. You don't look at nobody and say, oh, well, if they just give me some money, everything will be all right in my life.
You on that one there, Uncle
You'll hold your breath and wait for somebody to give you a thing. You get your behind up and you go hustle and get it. That way, when you do get it, you're going to appreciate it. But sitting online just calling your sister out, I'm sorry, that's being a bum. That's being a bum to me.
Well, Uncle Phil, there's a difference between a handout and a hand up.
The right way was to holler at your sister, see if she can get you a job with somebody, or even working for your sister, or she can cut you a check. It'll make more sense to give you money then. She may even overpay you because you're family, but you went about that the wrong way. But shout out to Glorilla. Shout out to her. You know, like I say, it couldn't be me because family do something that mess like that to me.
I have to disagree with that. And there's a difference.
Once you go, I'm a firm believer. Look, I can handle anything with you as long as it's private. But the moment you go public, I can't. Because you cross the line when you in public. That's
you got to
just
point
what
out
it
that
is.
there too, brother
And
Paris.
when the people told her she's not
I've been doing
obligated,
this thing
they're
here
right.
for a
Glorilla's
few
not
years, and I
obligated
look
to
at
do
all the
shit.
shit and hate mail they say
And this
about
what
me.
happens to any black person,
All I
who
say is make
finds
sure
some
you
sort of
spell the
success. You
fucking
don't have to be
name
a
right.
rapper. It could be,
Give the Twitter
maybe you
handle.
became a doctor,
Give the
high-end
Facebook like
doctor.
page.
Maybe you became a pretty successful content creator. We don't know. And now you got people expecting certain things from you at times, and you have to tell them, "No, I can't do that because I got bills." A lot of times you do have bills. You got your team to pay. You got contractors
Now
to
that
pay,
same
employees to
motherfucker
pay. You got so
who
many
is
different
your
things to pay.
blood, who gets in
Sometimes
a
you got to
car
pay
accident and
lawyers,
needs blood
because of different things that
transfusion
come up.
from you.
You know what I'm
You're gonna
saying?
remember that shit.
They don't know anything.
Yeah.
Because
be
people
so
like
harsh.
Glorilla get sued all the time for stupidity, and now you got to pay the lawyer or whatever. So there you go. So
Now, what you
Glorilla. If for some reason you see this message, man, enjoy your life, do your career, make the right investments. So when your rap career is over, you can keep living on your money. I wouldn't even go over there with them people. Not at all.
Yeah.
They feel that way. Somebody's jealous of you, they'll take your life.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, that is true. Just like the damn death threats that I get.
Yep. So what are your thoughts on Glorilla's sister calling her out publicly on social media for not giving their family money because they're struggling?
Okay. Now, this brother Che is a paradox, which is a contradiction, which is true. Okay, with them being related to her, they could be subjugated to a kidnapping or mass extortion. You say, because they're related to her because of who she is. You say, but however, instead of young man coming up there with that bullshit, he should have been on the phone talking to her personally.
Well, that wasn't a man, Shabaka. That was a woman. That was her twin sister. Yeah,
that was her twin sister?
Yeah, she's just a bull dyke.
God damn. So she carpet munching like a motherfucker, huh?
Yeah.
Damn. Okay. Well, that's her business. But the point is, though, is that when you make that kind of money, you see, just like that case that's happening down there in Arizona. Well, lady, you got all this money right here, so we're snatching and grabbing you. You see what I'm saying? Because of that.
Yeah.
When you make that kind of money and get out there flossing and shit, you could be putting your family members at risk. Because keep in mind, a hateful, jealous, vengeful, no good motherfucker is a cold, calculating, intelligent snake. Tell me I'm lying.
No, you're right, Shabaka.
Tell me I'm lying, Breeze. Tell me I'm lying.
Is he poo-pooed in here, Aquarius? No lies detected, Shabaka.
Hey, lock and load. Get you some weapons. Get on that pistol range.
Yeah, but is it Glorilla's obligation to take care of her family?
Okay, yes and no, Brother Che. Is kind of like, once again, Brother Che, a paradox, which is a contradiction that is true. Like,
mathematically, she's in that munch carpet. You probably got a strap on too.
And it ain't no weapon. Oh, shit. Oh, Lord. Oh, man. Boy, ain't a dull moment on this motherfucker, boy, I tell you.
She one of them studs.
Yeah. Now, keep in mind, with her being up there in that environment with the Harvey Weinsteins, the Jeffrey Epsteins. Let's connect some dots here, people.
Yeah. She's in that music entertainment industry.
Right. That's what I'm saying. And there's outside forces that run it. You see?
Yeah, she's a pocket stud. Pocket stud.
Damn, boy. Woo, Lord.
Yeah.
What kind of security details she got? See,
they say Jeffrey Epstein is alive, Shabaka.
I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised.
Remember, we never seen no body. They just said
exactly.
We never seen
You know, where's the motherfucker stretched at? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, come on, man. You know, ain't nobody seen the motherfucker stretch. All they said was the motherfucker hung himself in a jail cell. Okay. Where's the coroner's report? Did you take fingerprints and DNA on this motherfucker to make sure it was Epstein? And I bet you dollars to fucking donuts, they're going to say, no.
No. So, Shabaka.
Yeah.
You remember when I covered the segment the ABC did on Foundation of Black Americans?
Okay.
Do you remember when I covered that?
Vaguely, enlighten me.
Remember I showed you the clip from ABC?
Okay.
Where the sister was talking about contributions of Foundation of Black Americans.
Okay.
It was on Grand Rising.
Okay. How long ago?
Grand Rising on Friday, last Friday.
Okay, then it should be in the logs then. Okay.
Yeah, they took the video down.
Why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised?
So, the Tellers was mad about it. That they did that piece.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember seeing them in the comment section talking about, oh, they're a code, they're this, they're that. And I was checking them in the chat. And then Jason Blacc had brought it to my attention that they had took the video down. Like then 2 days later.
That sounds like YouTube, yeah. Like they did me, Brother Che, when I did the YouTube video on Fruitvale Station.
Or they changed it.
Breeze, these some dirty bastards.
They changed it from public to private.
Yeah.
So if you try to play the video, if you try to locate the video now, it's gonna say it's private.
Mm-hmm. Now, who made it private?
Y'all missed
okay, did YouTube make it private or did the content creator make it private?
It was ABC that made it private.
Okay, then that means because they the owners of the content. Okay. Talking about ABC News, right? Yeah, American Broadcasting Company News. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna play a short piece of Tariq talking about this. They took the whole video down, but here is the video that they took down.
Oh, Lewis Latimer.
Academic invention or some corporate rebrand. This came from lineage-based discussions happening on the Black grassroots. You understand? And always remember, listen. All right. ABC News is everywhere. What's up, Brother Mikhail?
They've been everywhere for damn near 100 years, Tariq.
Absolutely phenomenal.
About it.
Now, this is very important, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, they shut up. The tethers have been real quiet. Where did the tethers?
Yeah, they're owned by.
Have y'all checked on the tethers? I mean, where they?
Yeah,
they've been very quiet.
Breeze. Yeah, the most racist broadcast.
They've been so quiet.
I figured
that.
They haven't said anything.
Remember how ABC did Brian Gumbel?
Right.
And going into hiding. I don't know what happened to the tethers.
ABC, man, they've been
what
around
happened
since
to the tethers?
1934, I think.
Poor things.
Like NBC.
Yeah, brother.
I mean, they're punching air right now.
Did you see Sincere Love to God? Brother Caleb had that rally in Atlanta earlier.
Okay, no, sir, I didn't see it.
No, I'm asking Breeze.
Oh, okay.
Sincere Love to God was out there and he filmed it. He had interviewed all of them. Ryan Gumble was on NBC. Oh, that's
Yeah,
right.
he was.
What was the one
Yeah, he
that?
was.
Oh, who was the brother that was on ABC? It was a brother that was on ABC that they did dirty.
Wait a minute. On ABC, they did dirty. Wait a minute.
Oh, okay. He said he's seen it.
Okay.
I was in the live. How are you? Oh, you were in the chat, you mean? Because I didn't drop the link. Oh, you were watching the live, yeah. I was.
Okay.
The gentrification was real. Yep, they gentrified
Yeah.
that dude.
Yeah.
Fucking the white bras. I forgot his name. Yeah.
Yeah, boy. Like I said, there ain't no black power in white pussy.
All right, let's see what else we got to say about this.
I mean, good grief. What is going on with the tethers? All the ones talking about FBA is an online group. Yeah, now the international press is recognizing Foundational Black American as a lineage and the Foundational Black American pioneer.
Guy's co-host on his Godcast. That's okay. I sure love the guy. That's the brother that interviewed me when I was running for mayor. Shabaki. Shout out to
okay.
Lady Che. They set that up from when he was they were the first out the new Blacc Media to interview me when I was running for mayor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was TJ something.
Oh yeah, and they stole this cat's material right here. We did a show on that, brother Che. We were on Shabaka's.
Oh, now they got to come up with a new angle. They got to create a new angle.
Yep.
But family, I want you to understand something. The term Foundational Black Americans.
Yep, TJ
is going mainstream, and we've been telling people it's been going mainstream. It's doing that, and the reason why is because it's already dominant on the grassroots level. The reason a mainstream outlet like ABC News could confidently use the term Foundational Black American, that's because the language was already stabilized and normalized among everyday Black Americans first.
Mm-hmm.
So this wasn't an academic invention or some corporate rebrand. This came from lineage-based discussions happening on the Black grassroots.
Right. Bro Sanchez was saying that if they're acknowledging FBA now, the corporate media, then they're not afraid of us anymore. Which I disagree with, because it's like, look, FBA been around since 2018, 2019, and they're just now doing pieces on FBA. Whereas, what was it, ADOS have been around, what, 3 years? And New York Times had already did a piece on them.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? And always remember, listen, a lot of times the media follows the culture. You know, they'll try to dictate certain things, but at the end of the day, the media is going to have to follow the culture.
Shout out to UPTV.
Mm-hmm. And that you guys...
Oh, yeah. I didn't see the Glorilla.
Foundational Black American Black grassroots. Your pressure forced mainstream media to adapt. They couldn't dismiss our designation. See, initially, people tried to ignore us standing up for our lineage. They tried to ridicule it. They've been just desperately trying to delegitimize it. But the thing is, once millions of Black Americans consistently use that term, Foundational Black American, with clarity and use it with discipline, ignoring it is impossible.
Right.
It is impossible. And understand, the mainstream, they didn't adopt the language out of goodwill. They adopted it because the narrative space was already occupied.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're going to sit here and try to ignore it, that makes them look distant.
And see, we've been pushing this narrative for 7-8 years now. And they just now want to do a piece on FBA. Because that damn 2024 election. That's the only reason why. Well, let's see what else Tariq does say.
Connected and out of touch, which they don't want to look like. If a media outlet looks like it is out of touch with the streets or what's going on with everyday people, then they delegitimize themselves. People will say, well, why should I listen to you as a news source? I'm going to go listen to the grassroots over here. I don't need to listen to you if they're on something and you ain't even on it yet.
Oh,
you understand?
Oh, you talking about Corey Holcomb.
So us being on code on the grassroots, that forces everybody to catch up.
Oh, you have to call UPTV out. What?
Okay, how they trying to punish him, Breeze?
They're trying to take his show. They're trying to take Corey Holcomb's show.
Does he own the copyright on it?
I don't know, Sabotaged. But he's been around for 16 years. He's had the show for 16 years. You called out James Clyburn on Washington Post article. Good. Fuck James.
Okay, so which means is that, okay, I'm trying to remember, Brother Che, when YouTube came out. I think it was 2005.
2000.
Yeah, between 2005 to 2009.
He said he owns the show. It was 2005, Sabotaged. I remember it was yesterday because when it was my senior year of high school, and they was telling us we need to join Facebook, and then they was telling us that we needed to join YouTube, and that was both Facebook and YouTube was the wave of the future. And at the time, I'm like, what the hell are y'all talking about? We still on.
Right, and then when they had that MySpace up as well too, because they bought out MySpace real quick.
We were on MySpace.
Yeah.
When they introduced all these social media, we were on MySpace at that time.
Yeah. And MySpace was the first one they smashed, is because MySpace was based out of Los Angeles, but PukeTube is in San Bruno, California, which is in San Mateo County. Twitter is there on Market Street in San Francisco.
Yeah.
And Facebook is down there in Menlo Park. And you remember when we was with that other network, Brother Che, I'm not going to say their name.
They brought.
Okay.
He said they brought MySpace.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. It's because the dude who started MySpace wound up working for Zuckerberg.
Yeah, he said they brought out MySpace.
Right. And then you remember when I did that live, Brother Che, when I crossed the Dumbarton Bridge.
Yeah.
And I showed everybody there Facebook's front door looks like a damn military base.
Right. All right. Let me finish this little piece of this clip, and then I'm gonna move to the next topic, which is the sister that was killed by that white supremacist. The killer finally got sent to prison.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they've been trying to pull us back into this generic African, and we didn't let them know we're not.
So that was the Uber driver that the white supremacist shot and killed.
Yeah, and keep in mind they had an Uber driver. No, not the Uber driver. They had a DoorDash driver that came up missing in Chicago a few years ago, and they still ain't found him.
Yeah, I remember that.
Not going back there. We're up here now. We're 100 miles ahead of you. You got to catch up. That boat is synced. That shit is on the bottom of the ocean. The shit you talking about.
He was 83 years
old. All
old.
that generic African pan. No, that's
life. Yeah.
We done left that alone. Y'all late. You see? So they had to adapt to the grassroots. And all those attacks, listen, that just proved that the term was very effective. And we knew that.
See, are attacking us heavy, calling us Russian bots. Oh, there y'all go with that black shit again. Oh, you pro-blacks this, you pro-blacks that. Oh, you want the Democrats to fail. Yeah, you damn skip we want the Democrats to fail. The hell with the damn Democrats. Oh, you want Trump to win and all that type of shit. Like, no, but we're not supporting the Democrats. They're not offering us nothing. The fuck? That's all we heard for like the past 6-7 years from the Democratic shills. So ABC came up with this. They was losing their minds. I know Goddamn, Roly-Poly Martin probably had an damn aneurysm.
Yeah.
What? FBA on ABC? What? I thought they were just online. No, motherfucker, we are out and about. They got Gorilla Sister Bros. They call Gorilla Sister Bros. Gorilla. Hell no.
Damn.
I'm dead, Breeze. I want the Democrats to lose, and lose. Right. Me too.
But the backlash against us using the term, that was a reactionary thing. We stood on business. We're gonna stand on lineage. This is what it is, and this is what we mean when we use this term. So all these other people start
deal with open racists, not the
and acting a fool, having marathon spaces, whining and crying. You don't do that for something that's not effective. Yeah, delineation is powerful, man.
Yeah. It's whooping their ass.
People attack what threatens existing power arrangements.
Mm-hmm.
You see, the term foundational Black American, that disrupted decades of deliberate and ambiguity, all of this ambiguity around Black identity, Black historic credit, all that stuff. The hostility towards the Black grassroots confirmed that the delineation was working.
Yeah.
The fact that everybody was crashing out simply because we're recognizing our lineage. We're not going over to invade nobody. We're not trying to take resources from people. We're not trying to harm anybody. All we said was, hey, I want to recognize, and we want to recognize our foundational Black American lineage and uplift it and protect it. Oh, you guys are evil. Oh, this is xenophobia. Oh, did the FBI and the CIA set this up? Oh, this is a psyop. Oh, shut up.
Right.
Now, y'all look dumb now. Y'all look insane. Let's be very, very clear. What made the mainstream success of this thing popping, the Black grassroots, we didn't fold under pressure. That was the thing.
That's
and it's very important. We got to learn lessons here. This is why it's important to not get punked out when people start attacking if you're standing on truth. We were attacked relentlessly on the Black grassroots, especially me. I'm just attacked nonstop, but didn't fold under pressure. Never changed our
you ought to see the shit that came out towards me, Tariq.
You guys,
Brother Chad tell you that.
You're going to stand up for them. That's what I'm doing it for. That's why I'm uplifting them. I know as a historian what our ancestors did for us.
It took a while for
and I know the great,
but we got you there. But those of us that was like 10 toes down with the FBA thing, they was coming at us heavy. These damn Democratic skills, they was coming at us heavy.
Mm-hmm.
The Democratic shields and the tethers, they were coming at us heavy.
Right.
Of them, and I know the spiritual power of them, and I know the sacrifices they made. It's our damn duty to stand up for these people and recognize them as foundational Black Americans. And just because people get mad, well, I'm not going to fold under pressure. No. We didn't soften anything. We started going hard body.
Right.
Some of y'all be going in really, really hard body. People be complaining to me about y'all. Hey, Teddy, can you stop them? They were calling me Tada for 10 hours last night in TikTok. They always crying. Y'all get
TikTok.
I don't be in these spaces. I don't know what y'all be doing, but y'all be whooping tethers. I'll be whooping them, doing marathon whoopings. Because they call me crying. I'm like, these niggas, they say I'm choking on bushmeat. What is this? Can you talk to them? Hey, man, I don't know. I wasn't in there, brother. I don't know. I don't know. You shouldn't have said what you said, shit. Yeah?
Them tethers was mad up.
Yeah, man, listen. The mainstream validation, that came after the historic receipts were already established. Yeah. They got to get on it. You see, and in the Black grassroots, man, we reframed respect as something that's non-negotiable, because the bottom line, this is about putting some damn respect on it.
Right.
The people are going to respect our damn lineage. All that disrespect and no, that's done.
Right.
Me personally, I have zero tolerance for anybody disrespecting our lineage under any circumstances. You just can't do it, especially if you come from a third world country. Sit your ass down somewhere. You're gonna get the business if you start talking crazy about our damn lineage.
Mm-hmm. And that's what them cheddars.
You understand?
Talking real crazy.
So we said, hey, you're going to have to respect it. And others are going to have to respect it when we show a certain level of respect, when we show an unwavering amount of respect for our ancestors, because they deserve it. And we're the only ones who's going to show them that level of respect. Again, it is our duty to do that, to uplift our foundational Black American ancestors and carry on their legacy.
Mm-hmm.
You see? And you got to understand, respect comes from specificity, not dilution.
Right.
No, we can't dilute everything. So we gotta stop letting people make us afraid and ashamed to specifically uplift our specific lineage. We don't have to put everything in the minority pool. We don't have to Africanize everything. That doesn't mean we hate anybody, but we're not going to lend our culture to everybody, because we see how that turns out.
Mm-hmm.
Case in point, Shabuzi.
Oh, Lord, not Shabuzi.
All right?
Yeah.
And I want y'all, have y'all noticed the Shabuzi thing, that woke everybody else up. See, the Black grassroots was already
now,
woke.
who is this cat?
All right, the Black grassroots already knew what was up. That Shabuzi shit woke everybody up.
And that was that Nigerian cheddar that was at the Grammy, Shabaka, talking about immigrants built the country, and we all immigrants, and I wouldn't have made it if it wasn't for immigrants and all this bullshit.
That brain dead motherfucker, man. Yeah. See, that's a motherfucker who's in need of resurrection of the mental dead.
Mm-hmm.
Else up. They said, oh, damn, I guess the Black grassroots was right, huh? That Shabuzi thing really said, that made everybody kind of say, oh.
He's a country music artist, Shabaka. And Beyonce put him on, and he didn't even thank Beyonce. He don't thank immigrants.
Damn. But one thing I will say about Beyonce, that I wanted to mention.
He's a country music artist from Nigeria, Shabaka. They ain't doing all that. Country music is American art form, music genre. That's not no damn Nigerian shit. So it's just completely.
Well, I agree with you on that one, is because as Chairman Sekou, he would probably know better than me, but there was a dude by the name of Charlie Pride who used to sing country and Western music, I believe, Brother Che, in the mid-1970s, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think you're right, Shabaka.
Now, and then also too, just give me. I just need less than 30 seconds.
Okay, go ahead.
For all motherfuckers out there coming up on my wall talking about Elvis Presley is the inventor of rock and roll, you kiss my ass. Right. That bastard stole black music. Fuck Elvis Presley. And I want to make that perfectly clear, by the way.
I want to double down and triple down on that. Fuck Elvis Presley.
Exactly. And then get this here, Brother Che, not getting off topic. I told you, man, that I was up there at the Las Vegas sign, man. I saw one of his imitators up there. I said, yo, Elvis, let me get a picture of you, because I was going to take the picture and put it on social media and crumb bomb on the motherfucker anyway. He going to tell me no. Then I go through the motherfucking hotel down there, man, that used to be the International Hotel. I think it's the, not BET, it's B something. But anyway.
Yeah,
I saw Elvis in
the exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. And then get this here. Motherfucker gonna ask me, Brother Che, hey, bro, you want to, sit here and take a picture with Elvis Presley, the king who was the Elvis imitator. And I says, look, man, let me tell your brain dead ass something. Okay. Little Richard told me to my face in Los Angeles is that it was Little Richard, Bo Diddley, and Fats Domino's, Big Mama Thornton that created rhythm and blues, and Elvis Presley ain't did shit.
Yeah, and rock and roll, Chuck Berry.
And rock and roll. Now, Little Richard told me that to my face because I bumped into Little Richard, man, you know, over there in a bank at USC in South Central.
Okay.
Yeah, no bullshit.
He didn't get proper credit either because Little Richard, he was a pioneer for goddamn rock and roll.
Yeah, him, Bo Diddley, and Chuck Berry. Those were Little Richard's words, not mine.
Right.
And I have no reason to lie.
Right, those are the original founders of rock and roll.
Yeah, exactly. If it wasn't for rock and roll, man, the whole goddamn music industry would collapse. I mean, look at that bastard Clive Davis.
Yeah. But let me finish this little piece that you read. Guys, I'm going to move to the next topic because I'm kind of off the topic list now.
Oh, okay. I guess those black grassroots people, the FBA grassroots, wasn't really that radical. They were telling the damn truth. Yeah, you saw the tethering in real time on an international stage. So that really shook the table and everybody got some act right and said, hey, man, this delineation thing might be something that we need to uphold. Let's be very, very clear, because when Shabuzi got up there, that was very significant. That publicly collapsed the whole we're all the same illusion. When he got his ass on that Grammy stage and said, immigrants built America, foundational Black Americans instantly recognized the little sleight of hand trick. You knew you couldn't play dumb with that. Now tethers are trying to, no, he didn't mean, he meant well. No, tethers are trying to explain. No, but you knew, you foundational Black American, you knew what that shit was. You knew it was disrespect. You knew it.
You know it.
You understand? Y'all know what it is. And we were told for a long time delineation was unnecessary because we all Black and all that. But when he got on that stage, he made it unmistakably clear that not everybody sees Black American history as their history to protect. So that broke the illusion right there.
Oh, I shattered a motherfucker's
basically,
ego dome
he
when I
erased
said
slavery by implication, and people felt that. When he got up there talking about immigrants built America, that wasn't just inaccurate, that functionally erased enslaved foundational Black Americans from the national origin story.
Yeah.
And a lot of Black viewers, they saw this, they were like, hey, this is, no, you know, this is passive aggressive. This is low-key hostility. So we realize, and people realize, if we don't explicitly name ourselves, our ancestors will get written out.
Yeah.
Now y'all see why we go so hard body on the grassroots. We can't play games with these people.
Right.
That's why
well,
I'm
Tariq,
not
that's
even
what
nice
the
about the
griot
shit.
was about on the
And he turned on
continent
us,
was to keep the history.
But it ain't gonna be no damn disrespect.
Chewbacca, the first ones they killed was the griots. The griot
exactly.
Now that history's gone. That's what we got.
Exactly.
Stuff now.
That's what Sister Miriam Makeba was saying.
Well, she said that you didn't exist until the white man discovers you.
Yeah, exactly. Which is ridiculous. Was her exact words. May Sister Miriam Makeba rest in power.
But if the griot got killed, Chewbacca, then that history is lost.
Exactly. You say. Now, just like, wait a minute, Brother Che, you just brought back a memory, man. You remember when we had Dumb Bunny Sarge on when we was on Blog Talk?
Yeah.
And he talked that same bullshit, and I says, well, Sarge, you know, look at the history that they wrote down about us, and half the shit is a bunch of goddamn lies. He didn't want to hear that.
No.
And then you remember too, Brother Che, when that cracker called up Shabaka, you goddamn nigga, you black ass son of a bitch. Right. Right.
Yeah. All right, it's like a minute left of this I'm going to play.
All right. And how long we been on, Brother Che?
Yeah, it's gonna be some respect. Yeah. There's a lot of people backpedaling. Yeah, there's a lot of people backpedaling. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He got up there and pulled that move. That was a slick ass move to pull, man. See, and it also proved that delineation is not divisive; it's protective.
Mm-hmm.
See, a lot of people after that speech, they realize that foundational Black American delineation, it's not about exclusion, it's about self-defense.
Right.
You know, without a very precise lineage label, anybody can speak for Black American history. What we got going over here, ma'am? Uh-oh. I can't hear you, ma'am.
Starting to get these moms I want.
I hope she ain't fixing none of them goddamn hog guts.
Shit, I hope she ain't hooking no bush meat. That's all I wanted y'all to hear on that. So I'm gonna move on to the next topic. So we got bad news in the hip hop industry.
Okay, and before you go to that there, brother, hey, you know, I want to crumb bomb on Bad Bunny tonight, if I may.
Make it quick, Shabaka, because I still got a bunch of topics to get to.
Okay, absolutely. I'll only need 5 minutes. Okay, Bad Bunny. Fuck you and your halftime show tonight. Okay? The reason being, you spoke all that shit in Spanish, man, and I understood very little of it. That there's from growing up in Los Angeles, because when you grow up in Los Angeles, you're going to learn you some Spanish. But I find it very, very interesting that when Beyonce Knowles did her halftime show 10 years ago in the same goddamn stadium, paying tribute to the 50th anniversary of a certain party, she got ridiculed by a disbarred attorney by the name of Rudolph Giuliani. I think the show that she did was fantastic. The coordination was outstanding. Because I believe she had like about 200 dancers with her on that show there, Brother Che.
Yeah.
The coordination was outstanding. So they rehearsed that every single bit of at least 4 months to get the precision and the syncopation together. They came out there black and proud with the berets and the leather pieces. So Bad Bunny, fuck you, man. Okay, because you didn't pay no recognition to that in the same goddamn stadium.
He's Puerto Rican, Shabaka. Why would he?
Okay, Brother Che, that's precisely the point I'm getting at. And plus that, you did your whole show in Spanish, cat. So which means that 90% of your audience in Levi Stadium did not understand what the fuck you was talking about.
Right.
And keep in mind, Bad Bunny, is that San Juan, Puerto Rico was a major slave port for the damn Spaniards. I'm done.
He's a Spaniard, baby. I don't care about none of that.
Yeah. So I wanted to make that perfectly clear.
All right, thank you for that, Shabaka. Okay, so moving along, we have tragic news. Our brother Little John from the East Side Boys, his son, was found mysteriously dead in a pond in Atlanta.
Oh, no. Not another one of those cases.
Yeah.
For the melanin, Brother Che.
So
for the melanin.
Definitely expect foul play in this. So I got 2 clips to play in regards to this. The first one's from Hip Hop News Uncensored. Break-in tragedy just hit Little John hard. And then the second one is something ain't right, Shabaka. Little John.
Something not right. That's the coroner there, Dr. Henry Lee in the O.J. Simpson case, y'all. Something not right.
Words we hate to do on this channel, man, because these are tough. As you see, on your screen, the son of Little John was just found dead out there in the suburb of Atlanta. His body was found in a pond north of Atlanta. Now, his mother said, "I'm extremely heartbroken for the tragic loss of our son, Nathan Smith.
Tell him
Little John
congratulations, because I know he was going with
talented
Seattle.
man. He was a music producer, artist, engineer, and a graduate of New York University." He went on to say, "Thank you for all the prayers and support trying to locate him over the last several days. Thank you for the entire Milton Police Department involved."
And he was a graduate of New York University?
What happened, right? They're saying at first he went missing for a few days. They were looking for him frantically. He did not take a phone, so that made it a little bit hard. Now, they said that he may have been disoriented in need of assistance, and friends and family at the time they put the missing person report out were concerned for his safety.
Which means somebody slipped something on him.
Searching for Smith. After being unable to locate him, police and other agencies expanded the search to a pond near Smith's residence. Shortly before noon Friday, Cherokee Fire Department divers found his body in a pond. And they went out and put a statement and said the individual is believed to be Nathan Smith. Pending official confirmation by the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office. Police said in a statement the medical examiner did not immediately respond to inquiries about the case on Friday. So based on their investigation, because I know everybody wants to know what the hell happened. Right, so based on their investigation, so far they're saying there's no indication of foul play. And they said they would continue to investigate and keep the investigation open to see if they find anything. This is tough. This is it leaves a lot of questions.
So they got to do an autopsy.
It leaves a lot of questions. Like, he just leaves one day, and then he's found in a pond. I don't know. There's definitely more to come with this story, man. Again, my heart hurts because I cannot imagine burying your son.
Right.
I cannot imagine that.
The other way around.
That is unfathomable to think that you have to bury your own son. So I really feel for Little John right now. Please, if you send him some love and light, because he's going to see it all. I know he's in a time right now, bereavement, grieving, and he's going to go through all the processes. But this is truly something you never, ever get over. It's always bad when somebody passes away, but you want to know. Now the next step is knowing what happened, right? And knowing why. You're going to ask yourself questions. You're going to be in denial. You're going to ask yourself, why? What did I? And you're also going to be in a part of like, damn, what could I have done to stop this? So again, I'm sure the police will question his family, question Little John, and to see what was going on. He leaves without a phone. He ends up in a pond. Something tells me there's a lot more to this story that's not being released to the public or has yet to be uncovered. Something tells me that. Something really tells me that, man. If you look at the community, it's a beautiful community. 11 Alive News down there was leading the coverage with some of their, as you can see on the screen, some of their footage that they have of the incident. Now, he was known as DJ Young Slade. If you knew him down there in that area, this is my first time hearing about him. I'm not even gonna hold you, but there right now, they're still looking for the official cause of death, and they're not going to release it until they, quote, thoroughly examine everything. Thoroughly examine everything, right?
Autopsy, the last 24 hours of his life.
What do you guys think,
his cell phone records.
Yeah.
And if you look at the pond, as you can see, like, wow. I don't know, y'all.
Slipped something.
I don't know, but I want to hear what you guys think in the comment section. What you guys got to say in the comment section.
Well, I say it to you, brother, here on the air.
I'm almost at a loss for words, man.
Slipped something on him and lured him
so again, they said that he ran from the home right, at about 6 a.m. on the 3rd, so 3 days ago. Just a few hundred feet away from the neighborhood
DJ.
pond where law enforcement
I forgot what his DJ
concentration
name was.
efforts, ended. Authorities released a few details about the circumstances surrounding Smith's disappearance, but said he may have been disoriented. So that's all. Like, it's something else. It's something else. It'll come out
on it
in the coming days, weeks, months, years. It'll come out.
Somebody offered him some water. They offered him a drink.
I'm not going to throw speculation into the pot because I have my
whatever
theories.
What the canister or container was
right now, but he
was
ended up in a pond. So,
thank you, Breeze. DJ Slade.
Come on. Did somebody murder him?
That was
I'm not going to play the game, y'all. But let me know what you got in the comment section. Those who go out to Lil Jon,
Slade. I heard
his whole
the
family, from the family here, the team here at Hip Hop News and Sense of Tragedy. And I'll definitely keep you guys updated when there's more information to the story, and make sure that you guys, as always, subscribe to the channel. Lock in with us that way.
Approached
you'll get all updates from not just this story, other stories, and the interviews that we drop here on the channel.
Still up in the air about any of that. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just putting it out there, Brother Che, on possible theories. You know what I'm saying?
Let's see what all viral access media has to say about it.
Yo, make sure y'all tune in to all viral access media, man. Make sure y'all subscribe.
And make sure y'all subscribe to Frontline Black News.
Peace, everybody, man. I'm pretty sure everybody already know by now, but I just wanted to take a little deeper dive. I really don't know his situation, and I never really knew about Lil Jon's son, and I say that respectfully. But first, before we get into it, rest in peace, man, to Nathan Smith, 27 years old, man. Let's give him a moment of silence real quick. Rest in peace, and my condolences to the Smith family. Condolences to rapper Lil Jon, man, and his mother, Nicole Smith. So my condolences and everything. Now, here's the thing. He was a DJ, I guess a rapper as well, but mainly a DJ or whatever. And I don't know his mental status. I don't know the history, but I did a little digging. But the reports are saying that he ran. Somebody saw him run. And I was trying to figure out, because I kind of scanned the area a little bit, and I want to do it live with y'all to see if there's any cameras and how he got there without anybody knowing if he was drowning or not, or if they heard water splashing. But it was 6 in the morning, as they say. But somebody saw him. But let's get right to it, y'all. So instead of me blowing it up, I just want to play it. All right. So let's hear it. Oh, it's not letting me. You know how you put your your marker on top of it, and it just. Here we go.
Hey guys, welcome back to Fox 5 News Live. We're starting off with some breaking news. We just heard word that famous rapper, everybody knows and loves him, Lil Jon's son, DJ Young Slade, was apparently reported missing all here in Georgia. His name is Nathan Murray Smith. You see him there on your screen. While the graphic there says he's 27 years old, we think he may be 28 years old. But we heard that there was a missing persons alert sounded for him at around 4 p.m. on Tuesday. And he performs under the name DJ Young Slade, so maybe you've heard of him before, maybe you've seen him, you have certainly heard of his father. The Milton Police Department say that he may have ran out of his home at around 6 a.m. that day, and he has not been seen ever since. He didn't have his phone with him at the time. He may be disoriented or in need of assistance. So if you see him, if you know anything about his disappearance, Milton Police are asking that you address them, talk to them as soon as possible. Police are also stressing that there's no current threat to the public, but of course, as we can understand, his family and his friends are very concerned for his safety. We'll have more on this on our website, also on the Fox Local app.
So if somebody said that he was running and seemed disoriented, why nobody didn't call police, and who was the person that said that they saw him? Now, in the next report, after they found him dead, that same person who is anonymous told that actual reporter, the black lady, the same thing, but nothing further than that. Who he was running away from, I know it's a further investigation, and they're gonna definitely have to go get a warrant, a warrant to check his messages, who was in the crib with him, and do they have cameras around that facility? This check this.
Where DJ Young Slade was last seen. As you can see behind me, there are still some law enforcement vehicles here. Now, I've spoke to several neighbors today, and every single one has told.
Let's check it out.
How can you keep your music original?
Yeah, this is all random because and let me just say this right now. Let me just say this off rip. I was gonna do this video, but once I found out, I called my son's phone. His phone was off, so I text his mother, and then she wound up not responding because she's home now or whatever. But so I'm like, I don't want to overly think because my son all the way in Jersey, so I had to make sure that my son was all right because we just never know, you know what I'm saying, with this climate. Like back in the days, we used to be outside 8, 9 years old.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like just roaming the streets. I know I was shit younger than that, 6, 7, for real. And it wasn't like this hostile how it is today. You think what I'm saying? But I just had to make sure that my son is good. He's at the gym and everything like that. So I just wanted to, he left his phone home charging. So I just wanted to make sure that he was good. So all right, let's get to it though. I'm just glad everybody check on your kids and everything as well. I'm pretty sure Corey made y'all go look in your room or just text or call one of your kids. Or if you haven't, y'all should, even if they all right, just make sure they all right. All right, let's go.
Slade was last seen. As you can see behind me, there are still some law enforcement vehicles here. Now, I've spoke to several neighbors today, and every single one has told me that they are praying for the family and hoping that he's found safe.
Take a look at this picture from Milton Police. This is 27-year-old Nathan Smith.
And why they keep showing this picture, and I think the reason why they're showing this picture because this don't seem normal. We don't know if he was going through chemo or leukemia or whatever the case may be. So this picture is I don't want to say frightening or whatever, but it's a little disturbing. It's showing in something mental, something chemically is imbalanced. You dig? That's what you get from it. I know I do.
Also known as DJ Young Slade, he's the son of Atlanta rapper Lil Jon. Police say he was last seen near Baldwin Drive and Mayfield Road in Milton. He's 5'9" and weighs about 150 pounds. Today, neighbors told us this community is small and a tight-knit group of people.
I love this neighborhood. We've lived here for over a year. I've got 2 little boys who are 9 and 11, and there are kids outside playing all the time. It's very family friendly.
Milton police say DJ Young Slade left his house at 6 a.m. on Tuesday and ran out of.
Let me check that. So he on Baldwin Drive and Gold Rush. All right.
This house. Police say he may be disoriented and in need of assistance.
Who the hell is that guy? I'm not picking up my black brothers and be like, yo, like you suspicious. But that hoodie, you know what I'm saying? That hoodie and that leather. I got to question you, buddy. What the fuck did you see, nigga?
Family and friends are concerned for his safety. Vickers, who lives nearby, says she was walking her dog at around 6 a.m. on Tuesday, but didn't see anything. She is praying for the family.
I know he's 27 years old and my kids are younger, but they're always going to be my babies. And I host a small group at my house on Wednesdays, and we said a prayer for his family on Wednesday.
Law enforcement have been out here all day in Mayfield Park. We saw several canines searching around the neighborhood and near this body of water. We even saw a bloodhound from the Haralson County Sheriff's Office. A spokesperson for the Sheriff's Office says they were requested, and the bloodhound has had 25 successful searches in the last year.
So here's the thing. So as you can see in this footage, they already at the pond where he was found at. Not saying they did not do their job. Did not say the bloodhounds didn't pick up on his scent. But wouldn't they? If they go into his apartment, sniff his clothes, sniff his bed, sniff everything that'll still be fresh, lingering, that the dog can pick up and just follow that trail exactly where they found them at. Now, I'm not going to question the police actions and their protocol and you know, they chain of command on how they do things in a synchronized way, whatever. I'm trying to choose the right words, right? but they found him in that same pond. And they didn't have no scuba divers in there. Right. So the reason why I'm saying this, and let me say this, I'm not saying that this is some conspiracy theory shit. I don't want to. I'm not. But I want to throw it out there. But I'm not going to say that this is what this is, because nobody's trying to say he done sacrificed his child. Nobody ain't saying that. I done seen comments like that already, and I'm like, God damn. So, but I play the rest.
They were requested, and the Bloodhound has had 25 successful searches in the last year.
And I've been praying for his entire family, but especially from mom to mom. I just know that that's her baby, and I hope he's found. I hope he's found safe.
Now let's go to his actual him being found. Matter of fact, let me play this. I'll play this and then that next video right there. Let's get an overall shot of the area real quick. Hopefully y'all still here, man. I appreciate y'all if y'all still here. If not, ain't shit I can do about that. But we're
going to turn now to a story that has been developing just in the last few hours, and it is a story that we have been following for the last.
It's on his end.
Right now, what's going on?
So we're near downtown Milton. Actually, this is the area, Zach, where police originally told us that Nathan Smith had been reported missing from at about 6 o'clock Tuesday morning. I will tell you, in the last 5 minutes or so, we've just seen police take down that crime scene tape. Milton Police, Alpharetta Police, Fire and Rescue, all on scene, as well as dive teams. They've been searching through the lake area or the pond area that's outside a housing development here. I want to take you first to some video that we have from the scene. This is from our camera on the ground. You can see that dive team going and searching for 27-year-old Nathan Smith. Now we can see a couple.
I have to interject because this is my first time really watching footage right now. So I'm just giving my live reaction. This is my first time seeing this shit, all this right now, because all of this is new to me.
A couple of different people go in the water. A couple of people come out. They were in there for a couple of hours this morning. They got out at about 1 o'clock this afternoon. And now I want to take you to some chopper video because you can see what happened. They pushed us back from the scene. This is the only vantage point that we were able to get. We do not know at this point what they found, but we do know they made a discovery. So you can see they put up a tent. They brought out some bags. They moved some of the people closer with tarps that were in that search and rescue area and on that search and rescue team. So we do know, again, they have made a discovery. We just can't confirm at this point what that discovery is. Zach, I have reached out to police to try and find out what that discovery is. Of course, we're trying to find out if that is in fact Nathan Smith, but nothing has been confirmed at this point. We have just seen with our own eyes.
All right, let's go to exactly what happened. God bless you, kid. That's crazy, but I don't know why nobody didn't see him, but it was 6 a.m. So everything, I'll just say this. I already know everything is not a conspiracy. Everything is not a conspiracy. I'm going to say it again. Everything is not a conspiracy. You know what I'm saying? But this is it's so much shit that's going on. Look at the Epstein's files. I'm going to take a dive into that too. Like, look at that. That's like, come on. There's so much evidence of what goes on in Hollywood and the rap industry. All of that is all one. All that is intertwined. So if I say the rap industry or Hollywood, it's interchangeably. All of that shit is the same small group. But you know, a lot of sacrificing things happen. And I'm not saying this is what this is, because he probably did have a mental breakdown. But where is the cameras to see him running out? But somebody did say that they seen him run out. Who was he running from? Who was he running from? That is the big question. And he seemed disoriented, so he was running from something. Did they catch him and just, you know what I'm saying? Gave him something and put something in his drink or whatever, and he just ran out and it just fell unconscious into the water, or he got thrown in the water. Did he swim into the water and unalive himself? That's what I'm saying. This shit is, if he just went in and unalive himself, he would be floating. He would not be underground. Because once your body relaxes, and I know when your body is dead, it's dead weight, but your body will swell up and you will float.
Like
Let's continue.
We want to check in with our Angelique Proctor, who is on top of new developments, tragic ones at that, with the search of Atlanta rapper Lil Jon's son. It seems like there's been a devastating development here, Angelique. What more do we know?
Well, good afternoon to you, Tom. Yes, heartbreaking development here in the city of Milton. We are at Mayfield Park. This is the spot where Milton police had been looking for about 3.5 days. They do confirm for us that they did pull a body from this pond that you see here this afternoon. This is where they had been searching for 27-year-old Nathan Smith, who is well known in Atlanta circles as DJ Young Slade and is, as you said, the son of rapper Lil Jon. Well, Smith was last seen leaving his home around 6 a.m. on Tuesday. He was described as being disoriented and possibly being in need of assistance. And so for 3.5 days, police, canine, divers, and even a bloodhound had been searching for Smith. We do have some new images from Sky Fox 5. It was about 11:53 this morning that officials found what they believe is the body of Nathan Smith. My colleague who was on the scene at the time tells me a body bag was brought to the scene. The medical examiner showed up, and we, as members of the media, were asked to move back. And then at approximately about 1:45, a gurney was put in a transport van, and that van pulled off. So many people in this family-friendly community were hoping for the best. I have talked to some of them since I have been here, but this Friday afternoon, there is utter sadness. Now, the Milton Police Department says it will not comment further on this case until the medical examiner positively identifies this body. And of course, the Smith family has asked for privacy, and we will, in fact, honor that. Tom.
Angelique, as you say, just a sad development in this case. And of course, our thoughts and prayers go out to Lil Jon's family as they deal with the situation. Though I am curious, in the lead up to this disappearance and of course the discovery today, we had heard a lot about the fact that, as you mentioned, he may have been disoriented upon his disappearance and in need of medical assistance. Did we know anything about his mental acuity? In other words, what might have set him off wandering in the first place?
You know, Tom, we do not have the answer to that. And I was just speaking to someone sort of inquiring about that very thing, his mental state of mind on Tuesday or of late. And they said they really did not know, but that is certainly a question that many people are asking right now. And we hope to get to the bottom of at some point. As we have said, Milton police are not answering any questions at this time because I'm curious as to who it was that saw him leaving his apartment at 6 a.m. looking disoriented. Someone obviously mentioned that aspect to Milton police because they shared it with us. So still a whole lot of questions here.
Yeah.
Let's discard the Frontline Black News. He's muted. It's on his end.
Oh, sorry. I muted myself. So what I did that. I want to recant what I said. The person who witnessed him running disoriented did not tell her. They told the police, and the police told the reporter. So make that clear, because I said that a little earlier, that the person who actually saw him told the reporter. So I mixed that up, and I recant that. And they told the police, and the police told the reporter. So, but like, well, so my question is, if you run it into the water, common sense, like my common sense is like, my gears is just grinding. My common sense gears is turning. Like, if you jump into the water and you unalive yourself, let's just say hypothetically, you floating, what will put you underwater? How would you be able to dive unless somebody threw your ass in there?
Right.
I don't know. I never dumped a body in the water. I never killed somebody and dumped them in the water or anything like that. But let's continue because I don't want to be here too long because you know the attention span is crazy. So let's go to the actual scene and I end with Little John's IG.
Damn, condolences to his family.
Right.
Excuse me.
Shit. And this is in Georgia, you say?
So this is the park. Mayfield Park, Milton, Georgia.
Atlanta.
So they found his body somewhere over here. So what I did, I went all the way around. First I searched polls. I guess I have to say pause because some of y'all is weird. So I was looking at some of the polls. Like I said, I definitely should say pause now. I was looking at the polls. Man, fuck y'all, man. All right. And there was no cameras. So no cameras. So I already searched that, right? So this is the town he was living in over there. So I went all the way around up this street, which is like a Jehovah Witness Center. It's not this. Jehovah Witness Center is over here. But I looked over here. You can't really, that looks like a camera right there, but they wouldn't be able to see the back there anyway. So this would be null and void. So what, matter of fact, since I'm already here, I will do an overall view as well. Again, this is the what's the name right there? That's a Jehovah Witness hall or whatever you want to call it. So he was over here, I believe. I didn't go this far, but he lived over here. Come on now, with the blood. He had to live right here. You know what I mean? Hold on, so we're going to take a drive. You know what? I'm not even going to, oh, this has to be it. You know what? So this is why we got to do it like this. This is why we do it like this. Come on, bitch.
Now I got sirens up over here. Let me check this out. Shit.
I should like
We gotta X out a lot of this shit now. Boom. X that out. X that out. X that out. X that out. Everything's X'd out. X'd out. Boom. So this is exactly where we was, right? So this is the apartments, right? Now I'm gonna see if I could get up in there somewhere. Wow, I should have been. I didn't even go this far when we was right here. I ain't go this far to know the entrance
police
was right
department
here.
chasing somebody
So,
down Las
matter of fact,
Vegas
this is exactly what
Boulevard.
we're gonna do. So he was found somewhere over here, y'all. No, right here. This where the blue top was. The blue top was right here. That's where that blue top was, where he was pulling his body up on. So he lived somewhere over here. But let's keep with the aerial view. Aerial view. That house was right there. The camera couldn't see right there. Those are trails. Now, which house did he live in? That's the question, right? All right, let's start right here. Okay. Now, how did he get there? He ran, obviously, right? If he lived here, hold on, wait a minute. Forgot that street. It was damn, I remember saying it. Oh yeah, Gold Rush right here. So I think matter of fact, because normally what the news do, They will actually show exactly where they live at, but they won't tell you that's where they live. They good at just showing you exactly where they live at without you really knowing that's where they live at. So he's probably was living here somewhere. I'm just gonna guesstimate, and it won't. Come on, can I go further? All right, damn, I'm gonna go and it wouldn't let me. So all I know, I seen this house on there. Yep, Bowman and Gold Rush. Y'all remember that? We watched it together. Was it his crib here? Now, matter of fact, as I'm trying to pay attention, there's no cameras. Wait a minute. There it is. We got cameras. We have cameras, ladies and gentlemen. We have cameras, ladies and gentlemen. That's not a camera, but that has a goddamn camera. This house has this one has a camera. Let's see where it's facing at. Right there. So whoever's coming this way, yeah. Let's look at the next house. Oh. I don't see no camera there. Damn, and you can cook on the grill. That's what I'm talking about, baby. I love fucking grills, man. I haven't grilled in a minute. I love grilled food, man. I could taste
he's
chocolate
doing
right
that
now.
off of Google cameras.
I don't see no other camera, but I'm pretty sure there's other cameras around this motherfucker. Even though it's a safe neighborhood, there's Jack the Rippers out this motherfucker somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Somebody had to see this dude. Somebody had to see him. Or we know there's a camera right there. Did he go in between the houses? We don't know. Right? We do not know. But at least we know there is a goddamn camera right there on Gold Rush and Baldwin. Come on now. Clear up for me now. Clear up. You see that camera right there. We saw it. Goddamn, it's right there at the house. Matter of fact, hold on. I gotta look at the doors too. These ring door cameras. Let's see. Hold on. Let me go back to. Let me see if they got a ring camera on there. And let's be very conscious that a lot of stuff, like when we doing Google Earth and stuff like that, things that are there that's there now wasn't there when they made the street, like, you know, as far as for Google, so you could do the, you know, going in and out like what we doing now. Shit changed. Hopefully I explained that right, but I'm pretty sure y'all really got what I was trying to say. Yeah, I know I've been dropped on my head a few times, but you know, I think I'm a smart guy in my own way. I think so. What about you? All right, I ain't gonna go through every fucking house, but we cannot go down this block. But I don't see any cameras here. But I'm pretty sure people got cameras, man. I'm pretty sure people they got these fucking bright ass lights just in case. So I'm pretty sure they got fucking cameras somewhere around this motherfuckers. So, but at least we know there's right. But they showed this street for a reason. This man's house has to be here or there, because the news showed the cribs without you knowing it's actually the cribs sometimes. So I would think that this man's house is not all the way down here. I would think that his house is there, but I don't want to act like I am totally accurate. But there is cameras, and that's what they do. They knock on people's doors, it gets surveillance. But we have to understand, we can't expect police to give us all the information that they gather up. You think what I'm saying? So it's not for us to decide when we're supposed to get the information. They hide information for a reason, and they're not going to tell us shit for a reason. But then I want to put on my tinfoil hat. They could be working with the motherfuckers too. You know what I'm saying? We talking about some powerful people. Not saying that Lil Jon had anything to do with it, but shit. Everything is not a conspiracy, and I'm not trying to make it. And I feel sorry for him losing the mother and Lil Jon losing their son. Man, that shit is crazy. Nobody want to lose their child. somebody that you bring into this world. So I know how devastating that is, and I don't want to even put disrespect on his son's name, and thinking or trying to insinuate.
To quote the words of Dr.
This
Henry
is something
Lee in the O.J.
sacrificial.
Simpson trial. Something not right.
And I'm not going to do that. But I know people are going to think that. Again,
Something
as
not
I close
right.
out, how did he get here? Was he on camera? Because somebody saw him. And when they saw him running disoriented, why they didn't do anything after that? So that further lets me know. I mean, hey, sometimes you got to mind your business. I get it. Mind your business. And I get it. Some people just mind their own fucking business. But if you run and jump in the water, y'all didn't hear it? I don't know. It's 6 a.m. If he jump in the water, his body should already be floating. Am I correct? I don't know. But I know when you die, it's dead weight. So your body probably would have went underwater. I'm telling you, I'm not in forensics. I don't know. But I'm just trying to use the common sense that I have left. But once the body dies, the gases from the body swells the body up. Then that rigor mortis start to kick in. And your body just start to float up to the top. And it been 72 hours. It don't take that much for the gases to start bloating up your body and rigor mortis to kick in. Rigor mortis can take up to 4 to 6 to 8 to 10 to 12 hours. So I don't know. This is kind of crazy, man. This is, I wish them the best, but this don't seem right to me. It don't seem right, and it really don't. It don't seem right. Can I get on? I see it from the top again. Take it from the top. Ooh, yeah. Fly, Robin, fly. Okay, what the hell? Fly, Robin, fly. All right. Well, sisters want to act up. Let's go to, again, real quick. Like, how? This don't make sense. Something happened, and you got to get to the bottom of it. Something happened. All right. Yeah, so I know that shit hurt and everything. Can't play the music, but I know it hurts so bad. That's your boy. Nobody in their right mind want to lose their fucking child. That's why I called and checked up on my son immediately to make sure he's all right out there. And I'm glad he's good. He in the gym working out. Do your thing, big bro. My condolences to the family. He said, I'm extremely heartbroken for the tragic loss of our son, Nathan Smith. His mother, Nicole Smith, and I are devastated. Nathan was the kindest human being you will ever meet. He was immensely caring, thoughtful, polite, passionate, and warm-hearted. He loved his family and the friends in his life to the fullest. He was an amazing, talented young man, a music producer and an artist and engineer, and graduated from NYU. We love Nathan with all our hearts and are incredibly proud of him. He was loved and appreciated. And in our last times together, we are comforted in knowing that we express that very sentiment to him. Thank you for all the prayers and support in this trying to locate him over the last several days. Thank you to the entire Milton Police Department involved. Detective Dula Milton, Investigator Sergeant Scott Lappin, Detective Rainey Dula, Detective Sarah Moore, and Detective Daniel Williams, Sandy Springs Police Department, Fulton County Sheriff Office, Haralson, County Sheriff's Office, Cherokee Fire Department, Forsyth however you want to pronounce it, excuse my pronunciation right now, County Fire Department, Forsyth County Sheriff's Office, Georgia K-9 Team Search and Recovery, and multiple volunteers, as well as Milton Fire Department and Cherokee Rescue Dive Team, and Craig Braisman, Little John, and Nicole. Yeah, that's really crazy, man. That's really fucked up, man. And probably going through some mental issues, man, and he took his life. But I'm not saying it's a conspiracy. I'm just questioning if somebody runs disoriented, just running, that's alarming 6 a.m. if somebody witnessed that and they didn't hear anything else. I can understand maybe they was going to work because it was a Tuesday morning. People get up, go to work, so for so on. So we have to understand what everybody else is going through. People have their own lives to live. But if he jumped in that water to unalive himself, allegedly, if that's the case, we don't know. When he float, wouldn't his body just be right there, though? I just don't understand how they needed a dive team. I feel like I don't know. Something suspicious about this. I'll just leave it like that. Everybody, let me know your thoughts in the comment section. I've been here long enough. Hopefully y'all stayed along for the ride. But please make sure y'all share this as well too. Peace.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the moment of truth. And now the Friday crime report. I'm sure that everyone's familiar with the tragedy that happened to Miss Loletha Hall. In 2024, she would be accosted, threatened, and murdered by a geriatric killer, William Blacc. The excuse that he used was that he said some scammers were trying to get money from him, and he was sure that Miss Hall was one of the scammers. She wasn't. But instead of contacting police, he decided that he would kill her instead because white privilege. He was so confident that white privilege was good enough to enable him to kill with impunity that he shot Miss Hall 6 times, killing her dead. He chased her around her own car, gun in hand, and then murdered her. And then afterwards, because all racists are cowards, he lied and claimed that he was afraid for his life. He had seen so many white cops and just white civilians on the street like Kyle Rittenhouse and others use that same lie, and they saw as judges and prosecutors in the white media gave them a wink and a nod, and he figured, well, hell, that'll go for me too. After all, I'm an old white racist, so they're going to go ahead and let me off the hook. He was wrong in this case. William Blacc was convicted and charged on 3 counts of murder and single counts of felonious assault and kidnapping. This crime happened in Ohio, which is a cesspool of white supremacists, and that includes the so-called authorities. On the day this piece of trash was set to be sentenced, his defense attorney tried one last pathetic ploy to try to hold off the inevitable by, quote-unquote, collapsing in court. This ridiculous bit of judicial theater didn't fool anyone, but the judge decided, hey, it's a Friday, so let's go ahead and take a 3-day weekend. We'll come back on Monday for sentencing. His lawyer had been throwing everything against the wall, filing motions for a new trial, for an acquittal, which, as you'll see, he had good reason to think that would be successful. Because the only behavior in the court more disgusting than the defense attorney was the judge.
The defendant's aggregate prison term will be 21 years to life in prison. Again, the court has no discretion to increase that or decrease it in any way. That is the statutory penalty for these offenses. I really don't believe he would be a flight risk. I don't believe he would be a danger to the community. But it's my confidence in the record of this case that the conviction will be upheld. Certainly been wrong about that before. But that's the factor I'm relying on most of all. And so again, if the Court of Appeals sees it differently, if they think there's a viable appellate issue, then they can issue an appeals bond. Okay.
Now, this bastard's name is Judge Douglas Rastatter. He essentially gave the lowest possible sentence that he could under the law, as he complained and whined about. The law basically tells him what the sentence has to be. He has no discretion. He also has no decency either. But that's what he decided to do, 21 years, because it was the least that he could do, the very least. 21 years to life. But even this scumbag Rastatter had to admit that there were no procedural violations. He was looking at this and going, well, guys, he was dead to rights. There really was an open and shut case here. And that being the case, he's not really going to have any grounds for it other than just hope that these white appellate judges are on code. Then the old I'm white and I say so kicks in, and it doesn't matter what the actual letter or spirit of the law is. White privilege is the totality of the law. He was apologizing for this animal having been convicted, and then in open court said that this murderer wasn't a threat to the community.
I really don't believe he would be a flight risk. I don't believe he would be a danger to the community.
He committed murder, didn't he? He had just been convicted of it. I've been saying since at least 2013 that we also have to make it a point to know who the hell these judges are, and to also remember that they must be punished when they decide that they're going to be committing all sorts of crimes on the bench. There need to be consequences for judges who are undermining and derailing the course of justice. This animal was just convicted of murder in his courtroom, the sentence was clear, and the judge was whining that the law refused to allow him any leeway to the sentence. He was agonizing and apologizing to the scumbag in question in court because, well, the law didn't give him any leeway to just give him probation, which is what he really wanted. He was openly sympathizing with a convicted murderer in front of the family of the deceased, and had it not been for the law making it mandatory what the sentence should be, he would have done what Aaron Persky did with Brock Turner and what Robert Adrian did with Drew Clinton and say, why, we can't ruin this old man's life. Well, whatever's left of it. Give him probation. I'm sure he's sorry. After all, he's no threat to the community. He doesn't pose a threat. You had a judge complaining that he had to sentence a murderer to prison. This was an anti-black racist declaring his support for violence in the name of white supremacy. And the prosecutor wasn't any better. He showed everyone he wasn't even really trying to get this animal punished, because it was that prosecutor who said in open court, both families have lost loved ones because of this, and there are no winners here. He also followed up by saying after the verdict, the really sad part about this is that we know that the scammers, the folks who started this, haven't been brought to justice. And hopefully one day the FBI will bring these folks and we'll be able to prosecute them right here in Clark County for what they did. He was declaring to the whole world, the real sad part here wasn't that Loletha Hall was murdered in cold blood. Her death, that's not the sad part. The sad part is that whoever the scammers were, we don't know who they are. So Loletha Hall, well, hell, she just got what she had coming. That's what the bastard was saying. And there are idiots out there who are going to let him have a pass. This guy should not be anywhere near a courtroom. He should be in a cage right alongside his hero, William Brock. The scammers weren't the ones who killed anyone. The scammers were not the ones who held anybody at gunpoint. The scammers were not the ones who killed someone and then lied afterwards. The race killer William Brock, he's the one who's guilty. He's the one who actually committed the crime. As far as the scammers went, if this guy had decided that he was going to act like a decent human being, which would have been beyond him, of course, then there would have been no problem that day. What would have happened is Loletha Hall would have gone home, the scammers would have got nothing, and that would have been the end of that. All of these people on the white right claiming, oh, don't you know that we are the most law-abiding segment of society? Yeah, look at all that law-abiding that he did. The prosecutor had more to say about the scammers who didn't kill anyone than he did for this wrinkled-up racist scumbag who murdered an innocent woman. So both the judge and the prosecutor were talking like they were part of the defense team, which is exactly what they are. They understand full well exactly what the rules of racism are, and that their job is to make sure that the law does not touch those who are classified as white. If you're classified as white, you cannot have any of your rights infringed upon, even if you violate the law. The prosecutor and the judge understood that their job was to make sure that if you kill a black person, well, if you're classified as white and you kill a black person, that's not a crime. Those are the rules of racism, which the white media, the police, the prosecutors, the judges, and these so-called lawmakers are all well aware of. So to bring charges against a white person for killing a black person, that is way off code. And to convict them is even more off code. And to have to sentence them, why, that's the most off-code thing of all. So as white supremacists, they all want to let the rest of the racists know that, well, we didn't want to do any of this. We didn't want to bring charges, didn't want to prosecute, definitely did not want to have to sentence them. But the laws that we wrote to ensnare black people, well, in this case, we wound up getting one of our own. And we're really sorry for that. But you know what? We can at least tell all of these niggers, you got the better of us on this one. You know, we were caught in a web of our own making. But you know, this man, he was no threat to society. He didn't do anything wrong. So this was supposed to be a prosecutor who wanted a conviction, and this is supposed to be a fair and impartial judge. The behavior of these two scumbags is a scandal in and of itself, and both of them should have been dragged before the State Bar Disciplinary Committee for suspension in the case of the prosecutor and disbarment for that judge with charges afterwards. Complaining in open court about the very laws that you're sworn to uphold, that's got to be a violation of some sort. At least it would be if this judge was black. Remember the uproar from the white right and the white media when they found out that it was a black judge who correctly gave 2 teenagers probation after they were accused of getting into a fight with 2 of Elon Musk's little science experiments, wherever the hell they are. Even Elon Musk himself was on the internet whining about it, but there was absolutely no reason for Elon Musk or anyone else to complain, because probation was the appropriate sentence as established by white judges, not just in DC, but across the country. If the Elon Musks and the other white supremacist trash want to be mad, they should have been mad at their own white judges for making this the norm. But of course, it wasn't about the sentence. It was about who the accused was and who the accusers were. That's supposed to be what actually determines who gets what sentence or who even gets charged. Black people are supposed to be the ones who see white assailants either given probation for assaults and even murders, or in many cases, not get charged at all, which almost happened in the case of Daniel Penny. To the dominant society, that's what's supposed to happen. That's what reassures them. But when a black person is accused of harming a white person, that's supposed to have an automatic maximum penalty. And you wouldn't see any judges or prosecutors complaining about that. You know, my advice to Elon Musk and the rest of the whiners on the white right would be he and Big Balls and the rest of that gang of degenerates need to get a thicker skin. They need to stop whining so much. Bad stuff happens to people regardless, and when it does, you don't need to be commiserating and complaining. You need to pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and you need to not let something that didn't kill you just get you down. Besides, if it doesn't kill you, it makes you stronger, right? All of this whining is unworthy of adults. But then again, Elon Musk is not an adult. He's the world's most dangerous child. But that little inbred reprobate also needs to take his own advice. Get a thicker skin. Better yet, just get over it. After all, it's not the end of the world, right? This is the alleged prosecutor here we're talking about, and he's saying that the family of this animal who were not hurt at all, and for all we know, probably enabled this degenerate, that apparently we need to be sympathetic towards them. Well, did the family of William Brock condemn him for his crimes? Did they condemn him for murdering an unarmed innocent woman? I haven't heard a peep from them. So they can't be victims when they weren't harmed. And if they were innocent, then why shouldn't they be glad this animal's off the streets? Because he would have harmed them, wouldn't he? So if they are decent people, they should be expressing remorse to the family of Loletha Hall for what their relative did. And they should also be in front of the cameras expressing relief that this piece of dirt is in a cage where it belongs. They should be apologizing to the family of Loletha Hall. They should be in front of the family with tears running down their face, begging the family's forgiveness. But the prosecutor wanted to make it clear that he didn't want to have to prosecute this case. That's what he was doing. This was his chance. I'm trying to distance myself from this. He was apologizing, is what he was doing, apologizing to the other white racists out there. I wanted to give him a plea deal or no time, but there were too many people watching. There were headlines that were just too prominent. There were too many people who were monitoring this. There was no way that we could bury this one. We couldn't do the old white privilege two-step. So I had to take it to trial, and then the eyes still didn't go away. The pressure was on, and I couldn't get rid of it. I didn't want to have to take this to trial. I didn't want to prosecute the guy, but I tried to get rid of it, but it just didn't work. For this scumbag to make a remark like that reminds us all of another courtroom piece of trash, former judge and current criminal defendant James Gosnell, who presided over the Dylan Roof trial and who also wanted to make a public statement of support for the racial murder that criminal committed.
There are victims on this young man's side of the family. Nobody would have ever thrown them into the whirlwind of events that they are being thrown into. We must find it in our heart at some point in time not only to help those that are victims, but to also help his family as well.
So the disgusting display that the judge and the prosecutor put on in this case was not some one-off. This is standard operating procedure when these racial crimes against Black Americans occurs, sympathizing with the killers and then offering that animal bail. That's what happened in the Dylann Roof trial. For a mass murder, there's not supposed to be bail.
Okay, well, what happened? We lost our signal, Brother Che.
Happened and why the Mother Emanuel Church massacre happened and all of these other race massacres because of racist degenerates like these two so-called judges and this prosecutor. They are part and parcel to these crimes. They act as accessories to murder after the fact. That's how they should be considered because that's what they are. William Blacc is also facing a civil lawsuit for wrongful death filed by the family of the Hall estate. So whatever belongings the scumbag has, whatever he owns, the family should get every single bit of it. He should be left with nothing. He should just have to sit there in prison and watch as whatever he thought he had gets taken away. Keep the screws on this piece of trash. But understand something. This kind of stuff is deliberate. It is systematic. When Mr. John White protected his family from a gang who had assaulted his son and then came to his home to terrorize his family, he was railroaded into prison with no sympathy from prosecutors or the judge. And he didn't do anything wrong. The racists who are in these prosecutors' offices and on these judges' benches, they have an open, blatant policy of railroading Black people who protect themselves from white racial violence, but also to make sure to refuse to prosecute the perpetrators of anti-Black violence. They recognize full well that their actual job is to make sure to maintain the color-coded injustice system of America. Their job is to make sure that Black citizens get prosecuted whether they did anything or not, and to make sure that white offenders are never touched at all. Because you've never seen a white judge agonizing and apologizing in court because he had to sentence a Black defendant to prison for killing a white person and complaining that, well, the law requires that the sentence be so and so. You never see them complaining about that. Hell, they're proud of it, beating their chest like Tarzan. And this is why we need an anti-Black hate crime law specifically for us. One that not only enacts punishments for the perpetrators of anti-Black violence, but one that also recognizes the racial reality of these bigoted prosecutors and judges who sympathize with these killers and do everything that they can to give lowball sentences to these criminals. Every single judge in America must be subject to review and scrutiny of their records to make sure that they are actually handling things objectively. There has to be a mechanism in place to make sure that you can punish these judges when they are clearly giving Black defendants the harshest sentences and that they're giving non-Black defendants a slap on the wrist. When you can consistently see this, that's not supposed to be treated as, oh, well, I mean, it just worked out that way. You're supposed to be able to point to that and say, okay, we found a problem right here. If you're the same judge interpreting the same laws, handing down the same sentences, there should be no disparity. And the fact that there is a disparity, that is the proof of racial bias. And if you're in court giving sympathy and giving your support to the killers who commit anti-Black violence, that right there is supposed to be a hate crime in and of itself. When a judge is on the bench and that's what they're doing, they are committing a crime not merely against society, but against the concept of justice itself. We have to teach these racists that committing anti-Black violence or sympathizing or otherwise supporting it and misusing your position to protect these animals, that's not some freebie, and that there are penalties that go along with it. These are the individuals who are just as guilty and just as responsible for these crimes as the trash who pull the triggers. They operate as support staff in a race war against Black citizens, and vermin like Dylann Roof and William Blacc are part of the irregular forces of white supremacy. They are the non-uniform scumbags who run around committing racial ambushes. There's not much solace to be taken away from this. Loletha Hall should still be alive, but at least these white supremacists were forced to take an L. They hate it, it eats them alive, and that's why they act out in court the way that they do. Because they're no different and no better than the Dylann Roofs and William Blaccs, and it's understood by them and the society that they come from that their entire job is to maintain the two-tiered injustice system, the racial immunity from law that white privilege requires in order to function. And if mass murderers and casual killers can go to prison, then so can these judges. That's what former Judge Gosnell found out the hard way. He went from openly advocating for a race killer to now looking at winding up just like his fellow white racist William Blacc. You see, Gosnell's also an elderly white racist too. Any sentence he gets, if it's a just one, would amount to a life sentence for him too. He's hoping that at some point his racial immunity from law will kick in. But as the L's begin to add up, and as we remember who these animals are who give sympathy to the devil, the chances of the scum getting away with it will also become less and less. And for them to see their white privilege and racial guarantees crumble right in front of them, and to know that it's black people who took it all away from them, well, that is justice. And that's this week's Friday Crime Report. Keep your eyes open and stay on alert, because there's a lot worse criminals out there than the ones the white corporate media chooses to show you. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Sabrina Scott, Ikegas Dorset, Jacques Hargett, Reasonable Dude, and Samora Morris. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Ready to dominate your industry with strategy that actually scales? At Coleman Public Relations and Consulting Firm, we're not just PR experts, we're licensed sports agents certified in AI and elite business consultants with over 2 decades of experience leading global projects across multiple countries. Visit cprfirm.com, that's colemanprfirm.com, and millionairex.ai. Then download the Millionaire X app, your AI-powered guide to getting out of debt, investing smarter, and building generational wealth. Coleman Public Relations and Consulting Firm. It's a family business. It's different.
Finding the right real estate professional can be challenging. I'm broker Melissa Wilson. I'm knowledgeable in all aspects of the real estate process. So whether you're looking to buy new or an existing home or have a commercial need, I'm here to help.
These people coming up here with these commercials, man, they got to pay us, man.
We're here in Rio de Janeiro, and I guarantee you this will be an unforgettable experience as you get to taste the food, the culture, have experiences with the historical aspect of Brazil. That's right, one of the major parts of the African diaspora. And guess what? We want you to join us here in Brazil. The views are amazing, the food is spectacular, and the experience is unforgettable. And the only thing that's missing is you. Join us.
Brother Che.
Listen up, because I'm only going to say this once. You walking around thinking you're free, but let me ask you something. Are you really, or are you still running on somebody else's programming? Philip wrote 2 books that are about to flip your whole world upside down. I'm talking about Passive-Aggressive Racism in the System of White Supremacy and 7 Steps to Decolonize the Mind. This isn't some soft, feel-good reading. This is the manual on how the system keeps you stuck and exactly what you need to do to break those chains. Philip laid out the game they're running and the blueprint to take back your mind, because once you see it, you can't unsee it. Stop making excuses and go grab both books right now on Amazon. Your mental liberation is when it starts with these cases. Don't sleep on this.
After 13 years of exposing lies in the media, I discovered the biggest lie of all. They want you to think racism is random, accidental, just bad people doing bad things. But what if I told you anti-Black racism was engineered, programmed like software, marketed like a product, and designed to survive across generations? That's exactly what I prove in my new book, Us versus the Machine, how anti-Black racism was programmed, marketed, and made to survive. Get Us versus the Machine on Amazon today, because once you understand the system, you can beat the system.
Hey, baby, if you're tired of watered-down news that don't speak to us, then it's time you download the African Diaspora News Channel app. You can get it right now on Google Play and the Apple App Store. Stay informed, stay empowered, and support media that speaks truth from our perspective. Now, here's Brother Phil with today's message.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us this Friday evening. We greatly appreciate it. Make sure you click the subscribe button. Make sure you click the like button. That's very, very important. All right, tonight I'm pretty sure some of you have heard, or maybe you haven't heard. We'll get into this. It was a big thing with Trump today on his Truth Social page. A picture was posted in the midst of a video. It was a whole video actually, and toward the end of the video, They had President Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama with their heads on monkeys, and a lot of people really got upset with that. Even people say, "Hey, wait a minute, I don't even support the Obamas like that." But come on, it's going too far. So we want to talk about that tonight. A lot of backlash to that. You know, a lot of Democrats are having backlash. Even some Republicans are saying something about this too, taking it too far. Did Trump take personal responsibility for his post? No, he did not. But we'll get to that. Also, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again. Come on in, and all the people who have joined us on the African Diaspora News Channel app, we greatly appreciate you for that. Because anything that you do on our app that goes directly to us completely 100% on these platforms, they get a big cut of everything. We don't get 100% of what we're doing here. So thank you for being supportive over there. Also, about Canada, it was setting up an event in Canada for July, but I just wanted just some feedback on that as well. If it's something that, you know, hey, y'all can't wait to go to or see, those of you who are in Canada, or maybe some brothers and sisters that's right there on the border, let me know about that as well. 'Cause I'm just curious about, you know, a few more things with that. Even though, you know, we got the event set up, I just still want to know what's the, you know, what's the demand for it too. Because yeah, we always got to focus on that. Also, the Brazil trip as well. That's coming up. Now, that trip is a 2-city trip. And when you do a 2-city trip, it's more logistics to go into that. So, as you know, not only, you know, you got flights within, you know, transport, different things that you have to do. Now, some people may say, well, you know, it shouldn't cost a certain amount of money or whatever. When you do these type of tours, you know, it do have some costs. I mean, even when I've done things on my own, it has some costs. But we are going to have a info session, a webinar, or something like that with Jay Cameron. That'll be coming up actually over the weekend. We will be doing that Sunday. Sunday. And that way I can ask him every single thing about it, and we'll greatly talk about it, okay? But that's that. Now, fast forward to what else we want to get into. I'm going to check in with y'all. Let me see where y'all check in with y'all at. Okay. You say you don't hear any sound. Hold on, I'll make sure, because no, it's just you. It's just you. You need to check your device. I had to make sure, because sometimes I forget to hit my button down there. So yeah. But anyway, let me go ahead and get started. Let's go ahead and get started. We're gonna try to get into this, learn something a little bit tonight. All right, so let's look at just the main thing. I like to start off with the main thing being the main thing. All right. And stuff like this is the reason why during Barack Obama's presidency, we could not get onto him like we wanted to. I'll talk a little bit about that later. But, okay, here we go. Now, this is from CBS News here. And they said the White House on Friday removed the election conspiracy video shared by President Trump on social media that included racist footage depicting former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama as apes. You know, it's the thing about that. Let me get on camera here for a minute and talk about that for a minute. You know, to say that y'all claim to have this high IQ, right? You would think you would come up with some new insults by now. You have the same insults. It doesn't change. Let's run through them. You talk about watermelon and fried chicken. You talk about black folks being primates. But when you really break it down, black folks don't grow fur on their skin. I mean, if you really want me to go there, we don't do that. Our lips isn't the same like a primate. There's individuals. Well, y'all figure it out. Then I got to be careful what I'm about to say. But there's people that resemble that wholeheartedly, and it's not black folk. Okay, I just want to let you know that. What other stereotypes they try to say? I try fried chicken, watermelon, the ape thing. Give me the rest of the stereotypes they try to relate us to. I mean, it's nothing new. The N-word. You can't even come up with nothing new. When you try to insult us, you take a word that we say and try to dirty it up and try to make it into a slur. Like the recent thing y'all did was woke. Okay. Y'all didn't even make that up. To say you are so smart and to say I'm only going off of your claims. To say you're so superior, you're following the same thing. And it's really tired. It's boring. Like, I don't mind a good roast battle, but sometimes I laugh in the middle of a roast battle. If you get me pretty good, oh yeah, that was kind of fun. You got me on that one. But y'all don't even do that. You have the same thing. It's like you claim one thing, but your actions show another. It's the same. And you know the reaction you're going to get out of that. You know what I'm saying? Now, I wouldn't come unglued about it. I'm the type of person, I'd rather roast you back. That's me. If it's just on some roasting, I keep it there. There's nothing physical, nothing like that. Hey, we can roast. There's no problem. But my Lord, can y'all come up with some new insults? And then you run around here talking about black fatigue, stole from a black woman. Black fatigue had nothing to do with what they tried to claim what it was. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't come up with anything on your own. You are not a progressive people. You're stuck in the same things all the time. That's why it's not even really fun to even go back and forth with you, because like you got the same old. And you know why they demonize watermelon? Because black people, let's talk about American history. Black people was growing a lot of watermelon and black people made a lot of money off of watermelon. Okay, look it up. Black people was making a killing off of watermelon after slavery. Black people was also making a lot of money off of the chicken and fried chicken and things like that. So things that was actually positive and good economics for us, and say, oh, let's demonize that because we're jealous that we can't sell and grow the watermelon like the black man. So let's turn this into something that's demonized about black people. I don't know if y'all knew that. That was a jealousy play because they couldn't do what the black man and woman could do with agriculture. That's why they had to get black folks to come over here. They couldn't grow anything on this land. And yet they claim they built something. If you didn't eat, you wouldn't have lived. When you came over here, you had your colony, and within a year, you was cannibalizing each other. You couldn't grow nothing on this land. That's why you needed black folk. Whether it was some of the ones that was here and bringing those from the continent of Africa, and the ones you went to get from the continent of Africa, you made sure they knew how to do agriculture. You didn't grab any old one. You made sure the ones you grabbed had skills to come over here to be in slavery. You couldn't grow rice on your own. You couldn't grow the cotton on your own. You couldn't grow the tobacco on your own. You couldn't grow the sugar on your own. You couldn't do nothing on your own. Even when I went to South Africa, the British, same thing, same people. They didn't even want to work and do the sugar cane or nothing on their own. Because Shaka Zulu say, no, you ain't putting my people out there doing that mess for you. The hell with you. That's why they brought about, They brought about 1 million Indians to the area of Durban, South Africa, to put them out there to do all that work. That's why you see a bunch of Indians in Durban. These people have shown that they are lazy globally, just lazy. That's what slavery is about, laziness, not efficiency, laziness. They highly dependent on other groups of people to do work. You know what I'm saying? Because I guess they're too prim and proper to get out there and work. Right? But they don't have anything new to try to insult any black person with. Now let's get back. Let's get back to this. Let's get back to this article. Now, they say the move came as Mr. Trump faced backlash from Democrats and Republicans alike for posting the video, which is called racist, offensive, and unacceptable. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt had said earlier Friday that the footage was part of an internet meme video that depicted the president as king of the jungle and the Democrats as characters from The Lion King. They say, please stop the fake outrage and report on something today that actually matters to the American public. They said the video, they said, which was over a minute long, promoted false claims that the 2020 presidential election was rigged against Mr. Trump. I said toward the end of the video was roughly 2-second clip that showed the Obama's heads onto the bodies of primates and the song The Lion Sleeps Tonight playing. As Mr. Trump shared the video to his True Social account at 11:44 p.m. Thursday. A link to the video now showing on the page is not found. So this was a clip from the actual video. I want y'all to make sure to pay attention to that. Now, say Obama, of course, was the nation's first, well, we wouldn't say black president, but we would say, quote unquote, black president. And Michelle Obama was the first black first lady. Now, that's correct. She definitely was the first black first lady. They say Mr. Trump has a history of sharing disparaging and racist memes about the Obamas. The president also amplified for years a conspiracy theory that Obama was born in Kenya and therefore ineligible to serve as president. Amid pressure disavowed a so-called birther claim, Mr. Trump finally said during the 2016 presidential election that President Obama was born in the United States of America, period. They say there's been no reaction from the Obamas. They're saying for now, they're not commenting. They said the original video that Levitt referenced was shared on X last October by the user Zeratus X, who declared President Trump king of the jungle. Now, lawmakers, of course, denounced the post by Mr. Trump praying. It said praying it was fake because it'd be the most racist thing I've seen out of the White House. Senator Tim Scott. Tim Scott, really? That's the most racist thing you ever seen out of the White House? It took that post to make you. Oh God! So what were they doing over there? Stephen Miller, he's the worst one out of the bunch. So Stephen Miller just an upstanding guy. Tim Scott, wow, okay. Now Scott is the longest serving black senator in U.S. history and chairs the National Republican Senatorial Committee. Now Mike Lawler of New York echoes Scott's call for Mr. Trump to delete the post. They say the president's post is wrong, incredibly offensive, whether intentional or a mistake. It should be deleted immediately with an apology offered. Okay, and more people saying things. Let me get to the next article here. The GOP, of course, broke with Trump. They talking about Tim Scott. Now, originally, this woman here, when they were talking about her defense, listen to her defense. Let's go back to it. I don't want that new music.
At 7 p.m. during prime time.
Okay, I don't want to hear that music. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do that. May get in trouble. Okay, so they talk about Tim Scott. Of course, he was a close Trump ally. So they just kind of giving you just a rundown. They breaking with him. In the international news, Al Jazeera, which is ran by the Qatari government, they're talking about it. So this is hit worldwide news. Okay. So Al Jazeera, Republicans condemn racist Trump video depicting Obamas as apes, okay? So they just kind of going through it as well. Everybody's talking about it. All right. So they say midday it was removed, but not after outpouring of bipartisan condemnation, slamming the post as blatantly racist. And that's that, okay? Now, let me see. I want to go down here. No. Let me get back on camera here for a minute. Now, if you pay attention to Trump, he's been posting things, maybe not that blatant, but he's been posting all kind of memes. Like, have y'all been seeing, even on the White House, U.S. Department of Homeland Security, they've been posting all these white nationalist memes about, we'll have our home again. They're sitting up here posting all this imagery from the 1950s that white nationalists post. I mean, this has been going on. Like, why all of a sudden y'all paying attention to it now? It's been happening all this time. That's what they were using to recruit ICE agents, was white nationalist imagery. No, they didn't post nothing with no swastika, but they've been using that imagery. I'm sorry. So why are you so shocked about it now? Why? Now, why are the Republicans condemning this? Not because they disagree with him. They don't disagree with him. They're condemning it because of the midterm elections coming up. and they don't want to be like, well, shoot, man, it's cool. No, because they're gonna say, okay, now they're gonna make more people go out and vote Democrat because of this imagery that was posted here. Now, let me get to what I was saying earlier about Barack Obama. During the term of Barack Obama, stuff like that is the reason why we couldn't hold him accountable like we should have. Because every time you're about to hold him accountable for something, if you remember during his presidency, something like that would happen. You know, not just that, or they'd be doing all kind of just things about the Obamas that you kind of like, I gotta say something about it. And it's like it was just happening on cue. And the bad part about that is he should have been more loyal to the black community, because the black community had to go through a lot because of his presidency. Because them folks are so mad. That's why, if you think about it during the time of Barack Obama, and look at all the police brutality cases and all these unalivings of black people with the police during the Obama years. And when Obama got to office, we didn't have the big problems like that. Only one I think that came up would be George Floyd. I mean, talking about the big stuff. Outside of George Floyd, we ain't really had nothing major. But boy, when he was in office them 8 years, it was hell on black people. Hell. And that would be okay if he would have like made sure to do something for black people, but he did not. He kept, lecturing us, telling us this, telling us that. And we were saying the whole time, bro, they don't like you. They don't. There's nothing you can do to tap dance, but that's why some people say, I know you can't help who your mother is. Nobody can. But that's why some people say, you know what? I'm kind of funny about people do allegiances, because whether you come from a different country or whether, you just have a parent, like especially when the parent wasn't even there. He had a Kenyan father, and his Kenyan father wasn't even there. So that's number one. He was raised with his white mother and his white grandmother. So he really, in the end, how could he really be cultured the way, when you are in black culture, you have to be in it from birth all the way up. Now, if he had a black American dad, FBA dad, and the dad was there the whole time, with the mother, he raised him all the way up to be a man. Okay, well, then he had somebody in the house that had the culture. He didn't have the culture. He didn't. And we look back on that, we should have really held him accountable, but the racism that was going on. But we have to remember back in that time period, the mind where Black America was at. Black America was more so still on the representation thing. Black America was, hey, we all black. It wasn't no delineation movement. Now, if Barack Obama ran maybe in this time period, I don't know how that would work with the delineation movement. Because some people are like, no, I'm not voting for him because he's not connected to the soil. Because every time we see people not connected to the soil, they usually lean with the other side for some reason. They lean with the other side, they lean with immigration or whatever. And we have not, in my opinion, had our first black president. We just haven't. You're talking about coming from two black parents, we haven't. We just not yet. You say it started with Oscar Grant. Yeah, I forgot about him in 2009. Yeah. And yes, and Obama is very vocal about ICE. Oh, yes, he is. He's very vocal about ICE. He is. But really, Obama is like one of the top dogs in the Democrat Party. But regardless of all the issues that we may have with him, I still say I would never side with any racism against any black person. I don't care where they come from. I don't side with that. I wasn't raised like that. You know what I'm saying? I can't get down with that. And that was pure D racism. But, when you're hanging around Jeffrey Epstein and you allegedly paying for, parties with underage kids and all kind of things, what I'm saying? I say allegedly, that's what's in the Epstein files. I didn't see nothing about Obama in the Epstein files, being over there with Epstein, Michelle Obama either. They're not in the Epstein files being over there. The only time Obama's name comes up in the Epstein files is them talking about him, but he wasn't over there with them. So they can't put that. Now, you think if Barack Obama was in the Epstein files, Trump wouldn't have put that out by now? he can't. Boy, he's jealous of Barack Obama. That's why he wanted a Nobel Peace Prize so bad, because Obama got one. That's why he wanted one so bad, and he was pissed off that he couldn't get one. So Al, hold on. I'm trying to see your name. Alan said, "I won't side with racism, but not going to defend him at this point." I guess you're talking about the Obamas. Well, you can call out racism and not be, being the cheerleader of a person. I mean, I'm not the biggest cheerleader of what Barack Obama has done, but we have to understand it goes past Barack Obama. It's okay. This is a president. We got to think about this. This is the president of the United States currently, right now, and the president of the United States has shown his hand that he has implicit bias toward Black Americans. And when you show implicit bias, that means you're going to govern that way. You're going to show implicit bias to Black people in funding. You're going to show implicit bias in the way you enforce the law toward Black people. I mean, it gets bigger than just that meme. Now you're going to say, well, everything you do is going to have a slant against Black Americans because this is what you think of Black Americans. Now, he claimed a staffer posted that. He didn't post that. Now, I'm going to say he's half right. Let me tell you why I say he's half right. I had saw this documentary about Trump, the one leading up to him winning the election, and he had a girl with a laptop sitting next to him at all times. And so what he do, he said, yeah, get on my page and hey, type this. And he tell her exactly what to type. And then she would show it to him. He said, yeah, that's okay. And send it. And every time he was telling her what to type, she wasn't typing on her own. She never said, ooh, let me do this. The whole time he was telling her what to type. So to blame the staffer, I don't really think that's going to cut it. If people saw that documentary, like I saw that documentary, he don't send it himself, but he sure has somebody else doing it for him. And even if that person did do it on their own, you would put somebody in charge of your social media accounts that you can't be trusted. And you being the president of the United States, you could literally set off a bunch of problems in the world based off of a post. How many times have you done that? He's made posts and just set off a firestorm. So if I know my words are that powerful, then I'm going to be careful who's doing that for me. If not, how I get down, I wouldn't want nobody doing that for me because I wouldn't trust nobody. That's just one of my things. Because my thing is, it's one thing if I get in the firestorm because I did it, but if you did it and now I'm dealing with it, I can't stand that. So no, you can't put it on the young lady. No, this has been a pattern. Y'all been posting all these. Let me show y'all this imagery real quick. They've been using so you can see what I'm talking about. Let me see if I can find it real quick. All this white nationalist imagery. It's just not about that post. Hold on. Let me write this right. I wasn't even thinking about this, but I want to show you better than I can tell you. Let's see. Hold on. Just give me a second. Type this in. Recruit. Just give me a second. I want to make sure I type it and show y'all those. Okay, Southern Poverty Law Center. That's one of the ones that have it up. Okay, so let me show y'all better than I can tell you. So it says Homeland Security deploys white nationalists and anti-immigrant graphics to recruits. Okay. So they talk about, all that hate watch and use white national imagery. It said language to recruit new employees and arrest immigrants. DHS Recruitment America. It said needs you, join ICE now. It says Homeland on there. I don't know if you can see that. Invasion, opportunity. Okay, that sort of thing. Say what it says, which way America, man, I guess. Another one, no age gap, join ICE. Okay, that's more of that imagery. We're taking father-son bonding to a whole new level. Another one here, want to deport illegals with your absolute boys. And they're talking about, you know, another one here. They're talking about the faces that mattered. They said some America needs you, join ICE. They said now with the Uncle Sam and all of that. Talking about secure the golden age. You know, because one thing those white nationalists do, they meme a lot. They meme a lot. That's what they do. And there was other ones outside of this one, like I said, saying that we'll have our home again and all kind of things like that, because they blaming all the immigration. And the immigration deal, even though it is a problem, but we look at immigration a lot different than they do. We look at immigration like, wait a minute, you dumping them in our cities and taking resources away from Black Americans, right? What they look at immigration as, it's going to be too many of them here and the white people are going to be in the minority. Well, I mean, if you look at their last report about that, they are already the minority based on kids now. You give another 20 years or so, and you're going to see that visible minority. That's why they're so scrambling right now. You know, when you're looking at all the gentrification they're doing right now, and also gerrymandering they're doing in districts right now, is because they're trying to, like I said before, use the apartheid South Africa strategy where they can rule as a minority. You said Trump said he isn't apologizing for that post. Yeah, they told him to apologize. He don't need to. This is my thing. Why apologize? Why apologize? If you post it, stand on it. Don't post and say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." No. That's good. I like when somebody stand on their square. If he's not apologizing, no, then cool. If that's the case, what you took it down for? You should have kept it up. That's my own thing. Don't be a coward and take it down and then later say you're not apologizing. No, just keep it up and let everybody have their conversation about it. But you have the Black people. This may be your time to shine now with lawsuits. And what I mean by that, if you're denied something from the government, you can say, well, was this because I'm Black? Because the president posted the former president and first lady like depicted as monkeys, which is racist. So, Your Honor, I really, really want to look at this and say, if I'm denied for this, was it because I'm Black? I say because the president is the top of the executive branch, and he's over the administration. So maybe Black people need to start suing the federal government now because you've been denied things. I'm just saying, I look at it in a bigger picture. I don't look at it just what he posted. I don't look at it he apologized. I look at it like, how can we sue and get a bag? How can we use this to our advantage? Because let's call it what it is. If it was a different community, they would do it that way. You think if he posted something negative about the Jewish community in that way, do you really think they'll put up with that crap? Oh no. Now I respect that about Jewish people. You gonna respect them, and they're gonna make sure you respect them. And listen, shout out to them. Black people need to follow the same playbook. Hey, you know, this is how you feel? Okay, well, let's go get some lawsuits going about monies being denied to Black people, federal contracts or grants or whatever. Maybe we should start suing behind that. I mean, do you realize like how bad that really looks? Think about world leaders. He posted this. How are you going to speak to African leaders, Caribbean leaders? How are you going to constantly speak with them when they see that these people see all of that? If I'm a leader in the African continent, if I'm a leader in the Caribbean, or even if I was a mayor in the United States, a Black mayor, I'd be like, I don't want to talk with that dude. He don't like Black people. I'm good. I don't want to talk with him. Remember, he posted that. You can say speculation about a person until they confirm. And when they confirm something to you, you believe them. So you really think that anybody? Listen, even the Shields, the Republicans, the Black Republican Shields, okay, even them, they were calling this out. Now you know that's bad, but we've been telling them like not to be a part of that party because they that's they get down. And even some Republicans, they okay with the meme. Let's call it what it is. They're okay with the meme. They're not upset with the meme. They just don't like it being exposed publicly. Look, they're supposed to be having these conversations and sharing these memes on Epstein Island. They're supposed to be doing this at the think tank, the country club. That's what they're supposed to be doing that at. They're not supposed to be doing that for the public to see. You know what I'm saying? Because one thing about these folks, they very racist, but they're afraid to be that way openly. Because they don't want the label to really get put on them that they are racist. So what do we do as Black people? What do we do about this? Standard operating procedure. We would talk about it and we move on. That's it. We move on. If we feel like we've been discriminated against, we need to file lawsuits. We definitely need to do that. For sure. Or anything with the federal government. But we don't get up in arms and don't let the Democrats say, see, look, see, we told you, y'all were next. Nice try, Democrats. Not leaving my house. Sorry, not leaving my house. He can post fried chicken and watermelon memes tomorrow with Black people. He can post Jim Crow pictures tomorrow with Black people. Not leaving my house. Sorry, if that's what makes me next, I can deal with that. It's just a picture. It's not going to hurt me at my house. It's not going to hurt me at my house. They've been posting racist pictures about us. Well, that's nothing new. That's an American tradition. Y'all forgot about all the Jim Crow stuff they had going on? So what? I mean, to me, that's just like Jim Crow. That's a walk in the park for us. We're not going out there with no immigrants. You go out there, Hakeem Jeffries and anybody else. You go out there and defend the immigrants. Like a picture gonna get us out of our house. Nope. Because, you know, the Democrats, they and Hakeem Jeffries, oh, Lord. Y'all, let me get this video for y'all. Hakeem Jeffries, Lord, Hakeem Jeffries. They call him Timu Obama. Let me see if I can get that Hakeem Jeffries. Hold on. Let me pull this video up. Every time I see Hakeem Jeffries, I have to be shaking my head about that man. Give me a second. Let me pull him up. Okay, Hakeem Jeffries. There we go. Let's see something.
President was done intentionally.
All right, let me see here. Oh, he talking big, ain't he? Let me go ahead and put him up on the screen so y'all can see him. Let's go see Hakeem Jeffries. He's so tough, y'all. Hold on. There you go.
This disgusting video posted by the so-called president was done intentionally. Donald Trump and his vile, racist, and malignant behavior. This guy is an unhinged bottom feeder. President Obama and Michelle Obama are brilliant, caring, and patriotic Americans. They represent the best of this country. It's time for John Thune, Mike Johnson, and Republicans to denounce this serial fraudster who's sitting at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue pretending to be the president of the United States.
All right, so Hakeem Jeffries said F Obama. I'm sorry, F Trump. That's what he said, huh? Okay. All right. Well, so what policies you gonna put down, Hakeem, since you're so tough? You tough, huh? Okay, well, shoot. Show us how tough you are. Do you know what? You want to show me if you tough or not? Do something for Black America. Put down bills to benefit us specifically. Go tell the Democrat Party, hey, we got to do right by Black people if we want to get back in office. We got to give them some tangibles. That'll show me you're tough. Saying F Trump, that don't show me you're tough. Anybody can say that. You making a video. Why don't y'all get together and see what y'all can do to curtail it? I mean, I wouldn't say impeach him because he's not going to be removed from office because of the Senate. But they'll try, right? And then even if Trump was to leave office, J.D. Vance is no better. He is no better. In some instances, he's worse. Yeah, Javon, it is empty words because he's not going to do anything. The Democrats, they great. Boy, they I don't know if going to Democrat school, it's like, hey, we just cuss every 5 minutes. I don't know. I seen a video the other day. Boulay Martin was, I think he was posted. Lord, Boulay Martin, brother, calm down. You too up in age, brother, to be that angry and going off about the CBC. So Boulay Martin was talking about the map some of these other states are drawing, and they were talking about they targeting the CBC members, and they trying to get rid of the Congressional Black Caucus by messing up the way the districts are with gerrymandering. Well, let's talk about the CBC. What has the CBC done for Black people? Let's just really keep it real. They are the largest caucus on Capitol Hill. We don't never hear them say anything about what we need as Black Americans. We hear them say nothing. They don't talk about any tangibles for us. They play games with the reparations. They say, "Oh yeah, let's get HR 40. That's a study." Nobody say nothing about no cash payments. I think the only one that was discussing cash payments was Cori Bush. She's trying to get back in office. But outside of what she was saying, y'all, what have y'all done? Listen, if the Congressional Black Caucus were really influential and did a lot and got a lot of bills passed or stood against bills as a representation of Black America and said, look, all of us are not voting for that bill because that bill would not benefit Black Americans. We're not voting for it. Or we're going to vote for this bill because it's going to benefit Black Americans. They don't do nothing for us. So if they go away, of course, he would want that to go away because, he goes to the CBC conventions and, he got his people over there and I guess they put in a word for him to get some grants and some of that good government money or whatever. So no, he don't want them folks gone. That's his people. But they don't do nothing for the greater Black community. So yeah, if they go, I don't care. Yeah, you say you thought he was going to burst a blood vessel. He really needs to calm down. He really needs to calm down. I mean, because, I know what my numbers were, at certain levels, with my body, and he just needs to calm down. If anything, he needs to be relaxed because he need to take care of his health. You know what I'm saying? He really do. He needs to chill out with all that anger stuff. Now, I wouldn't want to see him on live, going crazy for the Democrats, and then he end up falling out on that live show. I would want to see that happen to him. Not at all. Democrats ain't worth all that energy. They're not. Maybe to him because he got, like I said, he got a bag out of it last time. So maybe, I guess I have to think about it from his point of view. Democrats give him a bag. I mean, a good one too. He got paid $350,000 from Kamala last time. So I guess so. But he's getting tangibles. We're not. Now, but Democrats gave all of us 350,000. Yeah, I'll be the biggest Democrat in the world. Democrats, if you want me to be on your team 100%, yeah, well, shoot. Go ahead on and start passing out them checks to Black America. Give it to everybody. Don't say, well, look, Phil, we give it to you. No. Give it to everybody. Give it to Black people. They deserve it. I'm included with it, but make sure Black people get their money. Make sure of it. Because you can have no problem giving tangibles to immigrants. So give it to Black folk. You say, why are Latino people comparing this to ICE? I don't even know. Well, okay, let me think about it. They're trying their best to get us out there. So if they can link, say, see, we told you, like I said earlier, we told you next, and see how he feels, and he posted that, and he gonna start sending ICE to round you up. So hey, come on out here with us and help us protest to stop ICE. Because what ICE is doing is racism. A lot of it is. I mean, I agree, but no, we're staying in our house. We're fine. If the worst thing Trump gonna do is post a racist a meme, I'm good. I'm good. I'm so good. There's a lot of people that don't even know, Black people don't even know he posted that. And they good. It's nothing, unless you're in this space, you don't know he posted anything. If you're a person that don't know nothing about no politics, don't even care about it, don't even pay attention to Trump, you wouldn't even know he posted this. And guess what? Your life will be just fine. Your life will be fine tomorrow. I promise you that. Don't let these people try to draw you into anything. That's why I want to warn Black people on. Don't let them draw you into anything. Nope, I'm not coming outside. I'm not being bothered with anybody. That is your fight. You deal with them people. I can't. I don't have no family members that deals with that. None of that. And I'm not getting out there because let me tell you something else they doing too to those protesters. I want y'all to know this. Pay attention. The people that's out there protesting and acting a fool with ICE, they snapping pictures of you. And when they snap a picture of you, they put you in their database. And if you got a global entry card, things like that, people going find out their global entry cards are being canceled. Now, if you don't know what a global entry card is, so you get a global entry card from what is it, TSA? I think it's TSA. Yeah. And it's good for 5 years. And so you don't have to go in the long line when you come back into the country. That's only for international travel. When you come back in the country, they got the global entry line. The global entry line, since you already went through an extra FBI check and all of that, if you get a global entry card, boom, you go to global entry line, boom, you get in, get out. Why they got a long line over here for people trying to get back into the country, the regular line, the global entry line is just quick and you go on by your business. No different than kind of like you flying domestically, basically. So it's a convenience. Definitely. After you took a long flight, trust me, I love my global entry. It's a convenience, especially when you get off of a 15-hour flight, 12-hour flight, something like that, 16-hour flight. You don't want to stand in no line. You just want to get your bags and you just want to try to get out the airport. And yeah, you just want to do your thing. And anybody can get one. You have a U.S. passport. Make sure you have that. But anybody can get one. And it's not very expensive. And it comes with TSA pre-check. So you get global entry, it comes with TSA pre-check as well. And you can get one for all your family members, even your children. Your children can have global entry as well. Now, Rhonda says she's a 60-year-old Black woman posting about racism is nothing to me, not my problem. Exactly. You say they're doing the same with your passport too? Yeah. So why? So think about it. When it's time for us to travel, we get blocked in our travel because protesting for something that got nothing to do with us. That's not worth it. I'm sorry. When I want to leave the country, I don't want to be stopped. I don't want to be told, hey, your passport not good, sir. They blocked it. Oh, your global entry, they canceled it. No. When I'm ready to go travel, I want to travel. And that's that. When I want to get away from America and get a break from America, because yes, I'll be on with y'all. And I'm gonna get to that point eventually. I'm just not there yet. Perfect world, I would be out this country. Every 90 days, I'll be gone. At least 10 days. At least 10. And then I come back and do another 90 days and I'd be gone again. And I'm going to get to that point eventually. Every 90 days, I'm out. What country you in this time, Phil? Oh, I'm over here. Oh, you over there this time? Yep. Because I noticed, like, I can deal with America for about 90 days and then I need a break. And then after I get a little break and come back and I deal with America for another 90 days comfortably. I'm to be honest with you. You say you too? Yeah. It's like if you got out this country every 90 days, it don't matter where you go. I'm not telling you where to go, but if you just got out this country every 90 days, just get a break from dealing with these people.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to
Shalom, family. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, Loveline, for the super sticker. Deeply appreciate your support for my channel. So we're going to talk about what's been happening, to us and other groups. And that's Donald Trump trying to erase anybody that is not a white male. Your history is systematically being erased. I guess he feels that the only one that should get accolades up in here are white males. And if you are anything but that, then you need to be erased. This old crickety man got a lot of nerve. That's all I got to say. He got a lot of damn nerve. So you're erasing another group. And yes, they're having a meltdown over it, the people that we have called not us because we know who they are, but the rest of the country calls Native Americans. And how do you come in here from another country and you're Native? That will never make any sense to me, but this is what they are saying. Isha 777, thank you so much for the super sticker and your support for my channel. So yeah, they come in here from Siberia, but they're natives here. If that's the case, every immigrant that came in is a native here too, if that's how you're going to see things. But see, Donald Trump is doing this because he knows darn well these people are not native, and he's not going to sit in his position and play the games like many other people did. So yeah, a lot of them are now getting detained by ICE. And some, I think like about 5 got detained in Minneapolis about a week ago. They've been grabbing up these natives left and right. So y'all, things are going to dramatically change, I believe, in 2026, as far as the population is concerned. And I do believe more of these people are going to start leaving on their own. Now, it must have been back in December. I was reading a lot of them are leaving on their own and heading up to Canada. A lot of the Nigerians have left for Canada. The Haitians, many of them have left out of the country and went up to Canada. And so as these quote unquote natives, they're doing the same thing. Many of them have left already and went into Canada. But see, here's the problem, y'all. Canada they said is deporting people in a big way. They're actually doing what Donald Trump is doing up in Canada. They are deporting in large numbers up there too. So they're doing their own version of mass deportation. So I don't know how long they think they're going to last in Canada, but that's where they're going. But see, the difference is Canada don't give them all the goodies that they got when they were here in America. And you can even watch some of the videos. They even admit that up in Canada, they got to pretty much fend for themselves. That Canadian government is not going to shell out all kinds of monies and ATM cards and free this and free that. They don't do that up there. Okay, they did that here in America. They don't do that in Canada. So I think it ultimately might be counterproductive running into Canada, but I guess this is their way of trying to stay in North America, even if it's Canada, over going back home. So y'all, I do have another live. I just didn't set it up. It's going to be a little later. In Minneapolis, y'all, the Somalian businesses are closing in large numbers. They are shutting down all over the place. And we're going to talk a little more about that, probably like around 2:45 today. We're going to talk a little more about that. But yeah, their businesses are closing down. And a part of me believe it's because they don't want to be investigated. Like the daycare centers are being heavily investigated now. And I think they are in fear of that. And they're just going ahead and shutting those businesses down on their own. So, y'all, let me go ahead and share my screen. And please remember, the sale for the hair butter is still on in all 3 of my stores, TikTok, Etsy, and also Shopify. You can get it for 30% off. And let me see. All right, hold on 1 second. All right. I got it. Okay, please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. And you know what else I was checking out, y'all? I was looking at some of their names, these alleged native names, and their names are like Garcia. Garcia. No wonder why they're like, our cousins are getting deported. Well, that doesn't make sense. If you are Native American, how the hell are your cousins being deported? And then on top of that, your last name is Garcia. I was like, boy, oh man, y'all, they've been pulling the wool over everybody's eyes forever now. Forever. All right. Thank you, y'all.
See this sign? TikTok? Do you see the sign? Please see the sign. It says TikTok. Can we please stop the damn Indigenous and Native American erasure? Long live Indigenous and Native American people / tribes. My name is Echo Fang Grey Wolf. I am a person who is mixed. I have 3 heritages. I don't deny them. But right now, 2 of them are at war. I am sick of stumbling on these lives with these people who are part of my heritage, dishonoring and trying to take away my Native heritage. And that is a small group of Black people. It's not all Black people, so don't get this video twisted. But it's getting really really tiring of this small group of Black people using all this pseudoscience and going around saying that Native Americans aren't really Native Americans. It is getting really hyper pathetic that my Black people want to disassociate themselves with being Black and will do anything and everything to prove that they are not. I don't deny my heritage. I don't. I'm on my reconnecting journey to my native side. Here's the problem. I'm not abandoning my Black side either. But at the same damn time, as most mixed people can agree, we ain't always accepted by either side. But if you want the truth, I've had less bad things from my native side than I've had from my Black side. This is not helping the Black side's case on what side I would favor. Because here's that thing. There are no natives out here doing Black people erasure.
Ladies and gentlemen, the only one that's erasing him is Donald Trump. Okay, Donald Trump is doing this. But you notice who he's addressing? Okay, he's not addressing Donald Trump or the people that look like Donald Trump. He's addressing, oh, it's the Black people. It's the Black people. You see, they all do this. They all do this. ICE is going after the Mexicans. They address us. ICE is going after the Somalians. They address us. You know, it just seems like no matter what group they go after, they keep coming on these videos and addressing us. Donald Trump is the one pulling the native signs down. Donald Trump is the one sending ICE after their asses, right? But they keep coming on the videos every single boy. You can tell Hashatan is at work because no matter who goes after them, they keep coming back and addressing us. For real. Let's go on.
It's just Black people doing indigenous erasure. So you tell me, who's in the right and who's in the wrong? You got natives keeping their names, fighting for their names. And then you have my Black people who are doing everything they can to discredit my native characters. Doesn't make sense to me. Trying to figure out who the bad guy is, I don't have to figure it out anymore. Just look at the statistics. You know, it's a real small group of Black people, but they're doing damage. Mad damage. Natives are fighting back, but at the same time, they're fighting back respectfully, and they are not shooting down Black people at the foot while still dealing with native issues. My Black people that's native ain't dealing with no native issues. There'll be a part 2. And if this pisses you off, then I've done my damn job.
I live in Wasilla, Alaska, which is in the Mat-Su Borough, and this article just came out today. It says Mat-Su Borough School District removes Indigenous land acknowledgement signs, halts land statements at events. Land acknowledgement signs will no longer be displayed in Mat-Su Borough School Districts, and traditional land acknowledgements will no longer be permitted at district events under change crafted by officials this fall after school board members said they believe such statements are divisive. An email directing Mat-Su Borough principals to stop using the acknowledgement in ceremonies and district facilities began removing the signs on a rolling basis starting October 15th. The topic was not on the meeting agenda and no members of the public had the opportunity to testify. This is what the acknowledgement said before. We wish to acknowledge that this school resides on the ancestral lands of the Dena'ina and Otna people who have stewarded this land for thousands of years. Our community thrives thanks to their continued sharing of vision, wisdom, values, and leadership. And these plaques were generally at the entrances of every single school, and they cost about $226 each, but they started removing them. The issue of whether land acknowledgements are appropriate in Mat-Su buildings or at school events was first raised to district staff by board member Andrew Shane before June 4 meeting. Shane said in an interview, such statements feel like continuing to try to tear open an old wound, he said during a board meeting. And this guy, he says, I am a proud Unangan. My father was born and raised on the Pribilof Islands. From the first time I heard a land acknowledgement, I remember thinking to myself, what is the point of this? How does this help anyone? Should non-Alaska Natives feel guilty for being here? Should Alaska Natives feel shame for losing control of the land to the Russians who later sold it to the U.S.? So this is a native guy saying all of this. This sounds like a very colonized mindset to me. How do you show up in a space and just completely throw Alaska Native people under the bus? Who are you to say that this statement is divisive on behalf of all of the Alaska Native people in the Mat-Su borough? That's what I want to know. This is so embarrassing coming from an Alaska Native person, like so embarrassing, I can't even. As a community leader, I want our school district to encourage unity, not division. It doesn't create division. What you did by encouraging them to remove them was make Alaska Native students feel less than. That's divisive. These types of statements, especially in K-12 education system, intentional or not, seek to bring guilt to those who were not responsible for past transgressions and victim mentality to those who were not even born during such a time. That's such bullshit. You know what? This is the very borough that decided to include a statement about Charlie Kirk on our voting ballots that were telling us about the people that were running for those board seats. This just makes me so angry. And this guy, Shane Andrews, just needs to step down. He doesn't belong on that school board. I don't want my son going to a school district in which he is responsible for the things happening in those schools. He needs to be voted off. Chickaluna and Connect tribe officials said they disagree. Removing the signs reflects the school board's broader lack of interest in honoring Alaska Native culture. Connect Tribal Council Director Richard Porter said, "To us, it's always seemed disingenuous," he said. "If they're not even willing to have a consolation prize of the land acknowledgement to be put up on the side of the wall, why would you think there's even an inkling of that kind of engagement or acknowledgement of who you are as people or what was here before you?" If you wish to email the superintendent, there is their email right there. And here's the information for the next school board meetings. And this is the information for that proud Unongan person who requested that these plaques be removed and people in the Mat-Su borough stop doing land acknowledgements. If you go to the borough email and click this, his email will pop up. I'll also put it right here. I just want to again say how disappointing this is as an Alaska Native person. It's only further creating division and making those Alaska Native students feel like they're less than. And it's only to make white people comfortable.
My kids are in sports, and after each game, I try to get them to reflect. I'll ask them what they did really well in, and I'll try to point out the things that they can't remember. But I also ask what was really hard for them and what they thought they could have done better in. It's not so much about getting better at the sport, but just the process of recognizing your mistakes and challenges and learning how to improve. It's the same with all of life. You don't improve yourself or your situation by ignoring the mistakes. You don't need to fixate on them, but you do need to remember them. As a nation, we've made a lot of really bad choices in our past, really bad ones. And we've done a lot of great stuff too. To improve and grow, we need to remember our mistakes and learn from them. That's why our government's decision to remove signs from national parks that acknowledge Indigenous people and the land that was stolen from them is just stupid. Taking down signs doesn't erase what we've done, but it's an attempt to try to make people forget. And forgetting the dark moments of our past doesn't magically make us great. It makes us pathetically arrogant, ignorant, and bound to repeat those same evils.
In some more fucked up news, can this bitch die already? And yes, I know it's just a name and we can change it back when the motherfucker's dead, but still, this is fucked up. I mean, talk about a slap in the face. Fuck this motherfucker. God damn.
So apparently, according to this administration's attempt and policies regarding national parks and monuments to bring truth and sanity back to American history, they have decided to remove Native American signage in Montana's Little Bighorn National Monument. The signage in question is removing information about Custer's last stand. Now, for people who may not know, or people who are overseas, Custer's last stand is basically one of the most pivotal moments in American history when it comes to the federal government facing off against Native American tribes. This battle was won by over 5 tribes, banding together against the federal government, namely the 7th Cavalry, in which a famous General Custer decided to charge and do whatever he wanted to do to defeat the indigenous people who he called savages and wanted to get rid of them per westward expansion. He was completely and utterly defeated. More notably, the tribes that defeated him, right? The groups of indigenous people that defeated him still have that same flag in their tribal museum and community center. To this day, they still have that flag. So to bring truth and sanity back to this country, he is removing any signage pointing towards the federal government's defeat against Native Americans. I don't know, but is the truth and sanity for American history in the room at this point? I just want to know, does it bother them that much to want to spend money to remove signage and monuments dedicated to basic history?
At Little Bighorn Battlefield, history runs deep.
Everything with the battle where it had happened, it was here on this valley where it happened.
For Kiana Katora, that history is personal.
Without these teachings, I wouldn't know who I was, because it's just as of recent that I've started to get more into my identity as a Native person, as a Indigenous person.
Now controversy stirs as President Donald Trump moves to remove signage describing broken promises to Native American tribes and erase references to the loss of Indigenous culture and language under boarding school systems from the Little Bighorn Battlefield.
It bothers me really deeply.
Kiana calls it an attempt to erase Native history.
It's just disturbing, disgusting, and it's wrong. Like, you should not erase other people's history because it makes you uncomfortable.
She says the story must remain.
Other people need to know this too, and we're not a thing of the past. We're here, we're present, and we've been here for a really long time and probably going to be for a long time.
For Lucy Realbird, an educator at Crow Agency Public Schools, preserving that story is a responsibility she won't abandon.
We're still going to continue teaching our language, teaching our history, being who we are as Apsaluga and as an Indigenous person, an original people of this land.
Even if the signs disappear.
We're never left. We're still here.
This is history they will continue to share.
We're going to tell our story, and that we are still here. And this victory happened 150 years ago. And they're welcome to join us because we're going to have a victory.
In Bighorn County, Hannah Pettiferry, MTN News.
Well, we know this is the end of their kingdom. Even for these Siberian/natives, this is the end. All these signs that are coming down, they're not going back up. Just like it's not going to go back up for our people, and there's no need, as Hebrews, we don't need nobody's sign. Okay, we don't need their damn signs. So they don't have to ever put it back up. Donald Trump, dead or alive, they don't have to put those signs back up. We know where our history is. Okay, we know where our father wrote our history. So we're good. We don't need any signs from Gentiles. So all this stuff Donald Trump is taking it away. Who the hell cares? Let him take it. Let him take it all. Who cares? One thing he can't do, he can't erase what we have gone through in this land. He can't erase what his people and the role they played in the history. So he can remove all that stuff. It's so these people are so unrealistic. It's not even funny. I guess they think if you don't see it and they don't teach it, then it's gone. No, it doesn't work that way, Dodo. It does not work that way. There are plenty of people around that live through this history, and they're not going to stay silent just to make people like Donald Trump comfortable. It ain't going to go down like that. But good luck for being that naive. So, y'all, this is getting real interesting towards the end of this Gentile world. You can see the changes. Everything is changing so fast on a regular basis. And man, it's almost like from one day to the next, you just don't know what's going to happen. So I thank you all for being here. I thank you all for your support. And I'm getting closer to my goal on my Give Send Go. And I want to thank the people that have given Zelle, PayPal, Cash Apps, and even my GoFundMe. Thank you so much for all of your support. I will never forget it. And I pray the Most High will bless each and every one of you that made contributions, that prayed and reached out to me, even on email. May the Most High bless you 10 times over. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude again. I'm going to be talking about how the Somalian stores are now closing down all over Minneapolis. And we'll get up to date on that around 2:45 today. Shalom, family.
Shalom, Lisa. All right, this is going to conclude this season 6, episode 12, part 2 of the Frontline Black News. Join us later on today after City Council for part 3. In the meantime, make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button and subscribe to all of our platforms. Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. Our Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations and delineations. And Black Empowerment, Chan Krummer, and Lady Chase shouting out from the Mile High Income and the legal migrant flooded city in the sundown town known as Aurora, Colorado. Peace. Shout out to everybody that came through. Shout out to Breeze. Shout out to Michael. Shout out to Twin. Shout out to Mac. And anybody else that was speaking and not speaking. MD. Shout out to the MD for coming through. Shout out to our trolls, Chris, Booker, and Jamal Righteousness. We'll see y'all later after Denver City Council. Peace. On crew. Thank you for coming through, crew.